Warning. You're now entering a stream that isn't suitable for everyone. Be warned that this channel will have swearing, singing, sexual innuendos and lots of jokes that could easily offend. It is advised that you must be a little bit weird yourself to enjoy this channel, as those that thrive and enjoy the stream are weird in their own little ways. The chat is called El Chatty and is a wonderful community. It really is. However, again, it might not be for everyone. We want to hear everyone's opinion, no matter what it is. We encourage debate as long as it's done respectfully. If you're easily offended or don't like differing views, then again, this channel is not for you. By entering this stream you do so at your own risk. If you want to try it out, that's absolutely fine, but if you don't like it, no need to announce your departure, you can just leave quietly, as this isn't an airport.
Dane and Dennis walking down the street. Dane and Dennis, the kind I'd like to meet. Dane and Dennis, they used to wear these title thongs. They didn't like them, so they're gone. Dane and Dennis walking down the street. Dane and Dennis, the kind you'd like to meet. Dane and Dennis, these two who look at them, they're definitely growers, not showers. Dane and Dennis walking down the street. Dane and Dennis, the kind I'd like to meet, and I can't wait to go to meet these two speedos pro. See you in Boston, boys. Tits and clams, that's a Shari D. Tits and clams, that's a Shari D. Hey, they're the Sweeneys. They love sweening around. We love Dennis and Brenda, King and Queen of Canton. Hey, it's Brenda. She is driving around. What's that big lump doing? through the sunroof. Oh, it's Dennis Sweeney. He's got flags around. Dennis and Brenda driving around. Hey, hey, they're the Sweeneys. They love sweening around. We love Dennis and Brenda, King and Queen of Canton. Robin G, riding through the glen. Robin G, chasing all the men. All the men can never find Robin G's, Robin G's, Robin G Spot. Hello, Robin G. How are you, my darling? Hope you're well. Nice to see you. Kelly, Kelly, hello to you, my darling. Happy hump day to you as well. Kelly, nice to see you as always. There you go. Amy's here. Hey, Amy, how are you doing? Sasmas, hello to you as well. Fabulous day. Look at you. Thank you, Sasmas. Guys, I woke up kind of sick. Oh no, my toddler. Oh yeah, he's at that age. Surgery tomorrow. Oh, good luck with the surgery. Trying to nurse myself back to health. Well, what is it? Is it breast enlargement? Boom, boom, boom. Amy's got big boobies, boobies. Boom, boom, boom. Amy's got nice boobies, boobies. On a serious note, though, hopefully it goes well for you tomorrow, Amy. We'll be thinking of you, my darling. Gary, hello to you, sir. Hope you're well, my friend. Dennis Sweet, Senior, the King of Canton. How are you, sir? Much love to Brenda. I have not listened to her speech last night, but I look forward to doing so between now and the weekend, Dennis. So much love to Brenda, as always. Disney Queen, hello to you, my darling. We're trying to prepare and brace ourselves for Hurricane Helena. Hopefully, won't get it too bad. Well, fingers crossed for you. Weather's bad everywhere. We got a red warning as well here in Wales, flooding and all sorts. So we overnight, I believe that's going to happen. So fingers crossed here as well. So yeah, thoughts with you, Carol. Um, Rhode Island's on fire. Rhode Island's on fire. Deb's hair is on fire. Yeah. Hello, Deb, my darling. Hope you're well, my darling. As always, nice to see you. Paulo Ferreira. Paulo Ferreira, Turtle supporter here, Turtle Boy supporter. Hello, Paulo. Welcome. Nice to see you, my friend. Everyone say good luck to Amy. Happy days. I'm just a girl in the world. Hello, how are you, my darling? Hope you're well as always as well. Nice to see you. Sunny days. Nice to see you, my darling. Hope you're well. Here we go, going through them. Boom, boom, boom. Thank you. She ain't gonna quit. That's Brenda. Hey, hippie chick. Happy hump day to you, my darling. Hope you're well. You caught me. Breast enlargement for Amy. There you go. As long as it's not reduction, it's fine. Uh, um, yeah, I'm very well, thank you, sir. Dana Leonard's in the house, everybody. You know we all love Dana. We all prefer Tracy, but we still love Dana. You all know that. Dana's a good guy. But he is still a speedo guy. Do you know what I mean? So fuck. As I'm trying to do that. Oh, here we go. There it is. Dana's the speedo man. Dana's a speedo man. Dana loves speedo. He loves his speedo. Dana's a speedo man. Dana. Hello, Toots. How are you, my darlings? Nice to see you as always. Hang on. Dennis has sent me something, so I need to. Dennis, that's the same picture you sent me. Is that? Yeah, Dennis, that is, I believe, Dennis. Is that not the same pictures here, Dennis? Hang on. Is that not it, Dennis? Is that not the same picture? Oh, maybe. Oh, hang on. I know what. I know what you've done. I know what he's done. Fine, Dennis. Bear with me. Bear with me. Dennis is one of my heroes, so I have to do this for Dennis. Hang on, Dennis. I think this is what you mean. Dennis Sweeney. He's my hero. Right, let's do this. Let's do this. Bow, 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 bow. No, it's the same fucking. No, it's the same, Dennis. Comes out the same. Comes out as that as well. I swap it and change them. It's the same one. Oh well. I thought it was going to be different, but it's the same one, Dennis. It's all good though. It's all good though. Nikki C, life is hell. Hello to you. Good morning, good afternoon, my darling. How are you? Same picture, Dan. Unless you're supposed to send me something else. I'm not sure. Hope it's not a dirty pic, Dan. That's all. Otherwise, we'd be talking to Brenda. Um, hang on. Oh no, hang on. He sent me something else now. Hang on. Ah, that's the one you're supposed to send me. Ah, right. Sorry, Dennis. You're gone. Sorry, Dennis. You're gone. Hang on, people. This is what I was waiting for. This is what I was waiting for, people. Exclusive here, people. The Queen herself is about to be displayed. This is the one, Dennis. This is the one we wanted. Hang on, sir. Oh, I love this. I love this. So forgive me, Dennis. Forgive me, Dennis. But oops, this I love this picture. I love this picture, everybody. But I much prefer this picture. Look at this. The Queen. The Queen. We should have had a massive announcement. Hello to you, Brenda. Look at that. Brenda Sweeney in the gear. Look at that. I love El Chatty, Boston, Dana and Dennis, alternate corner, cheese and rice, tits and clams. I love it. I love it. Brenda, thank you, my darling. That is a great photo. That's made my day today. That has made my day, everybody. This is going to be my background for a while now. As much as I love you, Dennis, um, obviously I've got to put Brenda up for a while. Brenda is a star. Brenda, to me, is the unsung hero of this whole thing. She's the unsung hero. I don't believe she ever gets the credit she deserves. So I love Brenda for that. She's unassuming. She's very, doesn't want any credit, doesn't want anything. But I love the woman. She's the best. And I'm sure Dana would say the same to me as well. What a couple, power couple, Dana and Brenda Sweeney, but led by Brenda. Dennis would be lost without her. So, happy days. I love that, Dennis. Thank you so much for sending me that picture. That is now going to be there. Got it, Dennis. Thank you again. It is so sweet, isn't it, Deb? So, so sweet. That's made my day, people. That has made my day. More than most of you probably realize, but I love that. Right, so there's that. I still think I could fit in the corner, Dennis, in the house. I think I fit quite nicely next to Tom Brady picture here. Right. This is a trial. There's still about 40 minutes to go. I know I love them both as well, but we got to give Brenda more credit. I think we give Dennis enough credit. Brenda's a strong. Well, same with Dina and Tracy. Tracy's the one, isn't she? She's the one. What do you call it? Without Tracy, you'd be lost, Dina. You would know what to do. But I still love Dina. No worries, Dennis. Absolutely. Give my love to Brenda. I absolutely adore you both. I adore you both. I cannot wait to get to Boston. Um, right, hang on, everybody. Let me just get out. It's gone really, really dark here all of a sudden. It's gone really, really dark here all of a sudden. I don't know why it's gone so. Yeah, we got a red warning coming, and it's. I think we're going for it because it's just gone dark all of a sudden. The clouds are all dark. Yes, everyone loves Brenda. We all love them both. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, I love it. Right, so there's that. So I'll leave Brenda as my background now. Um, Dana and Dana and Dennis are truly blessed to have such strong, wonderful ladies in in their corners. Absolutely well, leading the way, I would say, leading the way. You're right, though, Deb. You are right. And Deb, you're a strong woman yourself, my darling. I love you, Deb. Love you as well. I love all of you, but there's obviously some people are more special to me, and Deb, you're one of them, my darling. Now I have to take her to breakfast. Dennis, it should be breakfast in bed, Dennis. It should be breakfast in bed. Tell Brenda, get back to bed, Brenda. I'll bring you breakfast to bed. Come on, treat her like the queen she is, Dennis. Dylan, be safe. Thank you, Khan. You as well, my darling. Everybody be safe. We're prepared for Hurricane Hell. I don't think we got a hurricane, but we definitely got storms and everything, all sorts come in. So we'll see. When I grow up, I want to be Dana. Well, when I grow up, I want to be Dana. Then when I grow up even more, I want to be Dennis. So that's my, can you imagine? I want to be Dana because he found Tracy. Do you know what I mean? Tracy, Brenda. Do you know what I mean? So this is life goals. So that's my next name is Dana. Then a big step to Dennis. Then at the end of it, there you go. You are good, hubby. Tell Brenda she is a rock star to me. She's a rock star to us all. There she is, Amy. Oh, I love you too. Thank you, Deb. It means the world to me. Thank you, my darling. I can't wait to meet you, honestly. Um, there you go. Robin G. Robin G. How are we doing, Robin G? I know you must be telling you multiple times a day, Gary. Dalan, you can keep the storms, lol. I don't need them after the weekend. Yeah, we didn't get any on the weekend, Gary. I think we now we're getting it. Now we're getting so what you had on the weekend is now we're getting them this weekend. I love Christine Fortunato. She's in Law and Crime. Hang on, let me get Christina. Hang on. Hello, Ruka. How are you, my darling? Hope you're well. Hang on. Here we go. Let me get Christina. She's another one. She's like all the ladies, like Lady Di and all them. Cheats like fuck. Hang on. Here she is. Hang on. Let me just get her up here. Christine Fortunato is another one that's just like Erin Hack in every frigging chat. Go in. Where is it? Christine Fortunato. It's a short day today in the court. Oh, is it a short day today? She knows fucking everything. On Thursday, it's a full day. This woman, Christine Fortunato, knows everything. She knows absolutely everything. But like she cheats, like Lady Di does. She cheats all the time. She's in every chat. You know. Hey, Lady Di. Hang on, here we go. Let's get back to here, and then I'll get it up here. Right now, put it back down. I'll remove it for a second. Put myself up there. Right. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. And Lady Di has just come in. Good morning, Lady Di. How are you? Oh no, where have I put that? I know, I know. I had to use your name. I wasn't sure where you were. Right, okay, I'm back on track now. Good morning, Danielle. How are you, my darling? Nice to see you as always. Right, I am back on track, I think. This trial is a fucking pain in the ass. This trial is up there with the most boring trial I've ever fucking seen. So sorry if I'm not enthralled with this trial. I think it's probably one of the worst trials I've ever seen. It's just so predictable. It's like, what are we doing here with this trial? It's literally as guilty as anything. Why are we even at trial? You know? So yeah, we'll see. we'll see how it goes now. So I think there'll be a lot of cheating today, and I'm talking about myself as well. I think I'll be cheating somewhere as well, in and out, because this is so boring. 55 times, yes, Ruka, 55 times, but it's super boring, this trial. Yesterday I fell asleep so many times. Apologies for falling asleep, everybody. I didn't get up till gone 10 o'clock this morning. I woke up with a massive headache though, but I'm okay now. Ah, you see, this is the problem there. I think the Dolph trial, we didn't give a chance against Spike. The problem with the Dolph trial, right, is this: is they weren't showing the witnesses, and I don't like that. Do you know what I mean? I don't like that. I want to see the one or two, fine, but every witness. Hey, Laurie, how are you doing, my darling? Nice to see you. Yes, Carolee, it's a good one for you to miss, my darling. Um, there's like 4 or 5 different trials going on. I just think I picked the wrong one. Yeah, I don't think I could have done it, Lady Di. Again, Lady Di, if I'm being honest with you, that's another trial. That's a slam dunk. He's guilty as fucking sin. There's one that we should have picked, which is my fault. It's the military one. She killed her husband, which she admits to. I killed her, but it's battered wife syndrome she's gone for. So I should have picked that one. My bad. My bad. Definitely more clear. There you go. I get chronic migraine. I don't get migraine, but it was bad this morning. My eye was even. I couldn't even look at my eye. It was that like, oh, that trial you tried yesterday for Boone was the right one. It was for the lawyer. Yeah, yeah. It was. I thought it was a hearing. I thought it was the Boone hearing. I thought that I knew what it was. It's just I thought it was because Boone's got a hearing this week, and I thought that was the one, but it wasn't. It was about getting paid. I couldn't be asked with that one. I don't care if they get paid or not. I really don't care. I mean, so but they all were paid 15 grand. Yeah, there you go. No, I did explain it afterwards. But thank you, Robin. I think you might have popped out then. I did explain what it was, but thank you, my darling. Um, they claim it isn't him in the video. I mean, no, no, no. Yesterday, it's that. Don't fucking go. No, I regret saying, Lady Di's gone. She's gone to the other stream now. It depends. I'm not sure how long this trial is going to be for this one, because it's like, surely this trial can't. Like, what else have they got? This trial should be done. It should be done yesterday. Um, I might leave myself and go and watch it. uh so and there's a few others. There's two others going on at the same time as well. It's like buses, isn't it? They all come at the same time. Not when you want them to. When you're waiting for a good trial. Which one? This? Yeah, this is a slam dunk trial. Yeah, I don't get it. I can do if you want to, but it would mean we're a day behind. That's the only thing. We would be a day behind. That's the only thing. There's 30 people here right now. I don't mind putting poll up. I don't mind ditching this, but I mean, I don't want to get a reputation about ditching trials. That's the only thing. Um, but like, I don't really care. Do you know what I mean? For this one, is it a full day? We'll be behind. Yeah, full day, but we play at a 1.25. We probably catch up by the end of today. We probably play it the whole day today, or most of it anyway, because we can zoom. You see, so we'd catch up fairly easy. Um, um, which trial should we watch? This boring one, the military. So there you go. I like, I'll go with what the poll says. Majority wins. I'll go with what the poll says. Um, so other trial. I don't know if it's going to be any good, Robin. I don't know. Um, um, what do you call? Hi, Crystal. Enjoy jury duty. Um, so the trial is this, right? It's a military trial, okay? And she admits to killing her husband. But her defense is that it was battered wife syndrome is the reason she killed him, basically. So 100% she's the one that killed him, 100%. But she's saying it was battered wife syndrome is why she killed him. He was in the army, I believe. So that's all I really know um, about it. 10 votes in, 2 people. This one, 8 people. Battered spouse one so far. We've got 32 people here, 10 votes so far. I wasn't sure if they were showing that though, Danielle. I wasn't sure if they're showing it. There is, but I didn't know if they were showing that today or not. I didn't know. That's why I didn't include it. That's why I didn't include it because Core TV does that sometimes. They show bits. They don't show everything. Which one did you hit, Crystal? Which one did you hit, Medallion? Oh, well, so far, it's the battered spouse one is leading. Let me just go and see it. And hang on, let me just go and see what it says about it. Hang on then. You hit the boring one, but you meant to hit the battered spouse syndrome. Okay, fine. That's fine. Let me just find this now, people. Hang on. Everybody. Hang on. I need to go. Let me just go back to scratch. Law and crime. So here we go. This is it. Military husband trial, murder trial. So what it says is this, right? It says this. Florida woman Bree Kuhn faces trial for allegedly murdering her husband, Colin Turner, at her family home in September 2021. Kuhn, a chief petty officer in the US Navy, is accused of gunning down Turner, a former Marine, in their garage, during a heated domestic dispute. Turner was shot while on the phone with police after Kuhn allegedly locked him in their garage and told dispatchers, "She just shot me." Turner was killed during the incident. Kuhn is charged with first-degree premeditated murder. That's the trial, people. That's all I know about it. That's all I know about it. I don't want to know much more than that because it's good to go in a little bit blind. You know what I mean? Everybody. Okay, hang on. Let me just go into. Let me go. Hang on. Let me find something else here for a second. Let me find something else here for a second. I need to. Oh, there's videos. Fuck, there's lots of videos. I know that much about it. Hang on, then, people. Hang on, then, people. Rock your body right. Back streets back. All right. Bow, 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 bow. Hey, yeah. Bow, 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 bow. Hey, yeah. Everybody, everywhere. Turn around like you just don't care. Du, 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 du. Du, 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 du. Rock your body right. Everybody, put your hands up in the air. Yeah. Rock your body. Yeah. Everybody, rock your body right. Rock your body. Ba, ba, ba. All right. Hello, Half. Hello, Viv. How are we doing? What happened? Amy, he murdered his wife. Is what happened. He murdered his wife 55 times. He is fucking shit. So we're gonna watch it. So caveat. It looks like the opening statements have gone. There's no opening statements. It's going straight into testimony. So so that's it. Doctor feel depressed. Therapist, have you tried singing back streets back? All right, all right. Everybody, everywhere, put your hands up in the air. The alternate corner, we shall sing. But you got something wrong with you to like this channel. Everybody, yeah, rock your body, yeah, up your body, rock your body, right. I sing now because it gets rid of people. If you don't like the singing, go, go, go. Bam, bam. Right, so we're going to watch this one. There's no opening statements, allegedly. So it says day one, part two. So we're missing some stuff. But there's video, and it looks like okay video. So, everybody, everywhere, put your hands up in the air. Dee, 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 dee. I still can't do the friggin' gifted membership for whatever reason. Bastards. Right, anyway, I'm going to cancel that. Right, what we're going to do is this. Oh, my Amazon delivery happened. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't see him. Right, let me just do this. Bear with me whilst I do this. Right, we will do this together. I need to do this, people, right? I need to do this. What the fuck do I need to do? I need to do the thumbnail. So hang on. Let me do the thumbnail and then we'll get into this. Boom, boom. And then I'll get into the thing because I need to do it. We're doing it. We're doing the military one now, so fuck it. If it's shit, blame Lady Di. Lady Di wanted this. I'm joking. Blame me. This is a third trial now. I feel a bit bad, like, because I don't like doing jumping trials because I criticize other people for doing exactly the same thing as I'm doing right now. But what I will say is I don't like trials. I know, like, he's guilty. So what's the point of watching it? He's fucking guilty of sin. Everybody, everywhere. Wag your tits like you just don't care. Amy, she's front in line. Amy, she's got big titties. Amy, big tits. Amy, big tits. Amy, bounce those tits. Bounce those tits. Amy, boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Hey, hey. Hey. Hey, Anthony. How are we doing, Anthony? You're right. Bum, 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 bum. Right. I need to get a picture of her. Why don't I not get a good picture of her? I can't get a good picture of her. Beady bee. Oh, beady bee. Oh, this will have to. This will have to do. This will have to. D, 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 D. Okay, I got a picture. I think I got the pic. Days 1 and 2. So we're playing both. We're gonna catch up by lunchtime, I think. Da, 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 hey, hey. Da, 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 hey, hey. Everybody, everywhere. Wiggle your tits like you just don't care. We all like any kind. Every no, neither did mine or me as well, Carol. I tried on every channel. None of them work. None of them work for any channel. Boom, boom, boom. Amy's got big boobies, boobies. Boom, boom, boom. Amy's got nice boobies, boobies. Right, I'm just going to upload the thumbnail and stuff, and then we'll get going with this trial. We will get going. Oh, it's okay. It doesn't start for another half an hour as well, so that's good. We got a bit more time as well. So YouTube video studio, studio. Ho 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 ho. Dee 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 dee. Hey 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 hey. Days 1 and 2. Dee 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 dee. Right, for those that for I better play this because in case some people hear whinging about my singing.
Warning. You're now entering a stream that isn't suitable for everyone. Be warned that this channel will have swearing, singing, sexual innuendos and lots of jokes that could easily offend. It is advised that you must be a little bit weird yourself to enjoy this channel, as those that thrive and enjoy the stream are weird in their own little ways. The chat is called El Chatty and is a wonderful community. It really is. However, again, it might not be for everyone. We want to hear everyone's opinion, no matter what it is. We encourage debate as long as it's done respectfully. If you're easily offended or don't like differing views, then again, this channel is not for you. By entering this stream you do so at your own risk. If you want to try it out, that's absolutely fine, but if you don't like it, no need to announce your departure, you can just leave quietly, as this isn't an airport.
Hey, 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 yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Right, then I think we're pretty ready. Dee, dee, do, 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 do. Um, top of the morning, Peter Murphy. Where's Peter Murphy? I love Peter Murphy. Right, why can't? Okay, now we're done. Now we're done, people. Right, calm your tits, everybody. We will be going on to this one now. Gaga. Do I sing Gaga? I don't do. I don't know any Lady Gaga songs. I don't think I do anyway. Um, I don't think I do. I'll put this in because RP is not right, so let's support the channel. Anthony, yeah, it's Storm's coming tonight, isn't it, boy? Storm's coming tonight. You were just singing a bad romance. Oh, was I? What's that? I don't know the song for that. Da, 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 hey, 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 hey. Is that what that is? Da, 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 da. Right, let's get going then. Let's get crack-a-lacking, shall we? Right, we're going. Lisa Reed. Where the fuck is Lisa Reed? I've not seen Lisa Reed today, and I'm wearing her hat for her. Katie Santos, not seen Katie. Do you know what I haven't seen is it Amy from California. Thank you, Rookie, my darling. Right, let's get going. Let's get going. So there's no open statements on this one. That I don't know where those are, but we're going. This is literally into testimony straight away. Oh, what the fuck have I done now? Hang on then. Here we go.
You want to fill it out now? If you want to work on it, you can. If you want to wait, it's up to you. He's working on one now. But if you want to give it back to me later, it's up to you. What are you doing, man? If you want, I'll give you a few minutes. I'll come back in and check on you. Hello, please, officer. What are you doing? You playing hide and seek?
So just if it's me again, after you guys leave, I just have to make sure.
Pull out your phone if you guys start arguing. Record it. Call us.
Let me show you physically taking the kids from me.
We can't stop either one of you. Well, he said one of them is a stepchild.
Not these.
Not these.
Our playroom.
Yeah, I'll come check it out. But that's without a protection order.
He can physically take them.
You both have rights, unless a court says otherwise, and then unless it's like a child born out of wedlock. Uh-oh. What do you want me to do, big guy?
Look at this spider.
Okay.
Look at this.
Oh, I see.
Black bear.
Oh, no jumping. It's a big playroom, huh? You guys like it in here? No jumping.
Can you put on a show?
No, I can't put on a show. That's up to your mommy and daddy. No. What are you doing? You're getting the little one roused up. You want me to give you a few minutes? I'll come back and check on you, Miss Bree. Yeah,
It's a fire truck.
I got it.
Why do you got a badge?
Because that's what I got. Here, hang out in here, big guy.
No, come with me.
No, you can't come with me. No.
Yes.
No. You gotta hang out.
Can I see your car?
Come on. Stay inside, big guy. See, now you got your sister want to come out. I'll show it to you before we leave. Let's see what your mama wants.
Did I show you're missing in Patty's room?
Man, you're trying to show me everything. I said they're trying to show me everything.
You have to let me know where she's taking my kids if she's leaving?
That's between you guys. We're not getting in the middle of
There's no law for
it.
that or anything though?
Not unless the kids are born out of wedlock or there's a court order.
That's finished the moms are.
JP, you come to me?
All right, don't grab too much.
I know he's.
I don't want you to trigger anything.
You got.
Set my alarm off on my radio.
No. We don't touch that. No. No, that one either.
What's that one for?
It's just if somebody wants to be rambunctious.
That you see, that you like, what kind of YouTube people that's around? What does it do?
It's kind of like shock therapy.
Yeah, if it's out of wedlock, probably.
Why is your car not beeping?
It doesn't have a beeper on it. It's just a lock and unlock.
What, is it locking?
I hope so.
Man, can you stay with me?
Oh.
104.
104. Do I got a report?
Can you sign me a case number?
Do I get paper?
Nah, I got it.
4. It's 8028 8028.
10-4, thank you.
10-4.
What are you doing, bonehead? Well, that's a wild child.
All go to the world.
Wonderful.
104.
Do you have a parties 14?
No, sir.
10-4.
Center was 185. Now signal 0 is 1034, 1029. 10-4.
What are y'all doing? What are y'all doing? Is it? How? Play what?
Your hair comes on my shirt.
Center was 159.
Uh-oh.
Hello.
How old are you guys? 4?
55 or 26.
Don't you fall out of there now.
In the area of Bergen.
I'll stay up here.
Police Parkway. Bergen Road and Police Parkway. A reference to two subjects, white male, white female, or possibly signal 21, walking against traffic. White male, last seen wearing class shorts. White female, last seen wearing class pants.
Hi.
Hey,
Hey. Dad. Can you touch me? Can you find you touch me in the car?
can I what?
Touch me in the car. And then I will get my face over here.
You want to sit down in the car? You know, 4-year-old, you're not old enough to drive yet, buddy.
Hi.
Hey,
My brother turned this many.
how old are you?
I'm this many.
3?
Yeah. I'm gonna have another birthday in a minute.
In a minute. When's your birthday?
I'm gonna have another birthday.
When's your birthday?
It's my birthday. It was a birthday.
Uh-oh.
Look.
What are you touching up there? I hear something dinging.
Look at me. I'm a big one. I'm coming.
86 District 1. I'll be in zone 108.
All right, guys, come on out.
I won't be ever again.
Ever again in your whole life. What if you get into a car accident?
Hi again.
Yeah?
185. Show me how it went.
You opening the garage door?
Simple.
What are you doing?
All right, come on. Out.
No,
JT, get out now.
You're causing all kind of ruckus.
Out. Come on. Hey, out.
That was funny.
Golly.
You want to go grab some grabs or no?
Better watch the skateboard.
Hey, you're not supposed to be on that skateboard, buddy.
I jumped over it.
All right. You want to read this and make sure you got everything in there? He's driving your car now. Good luck.
Yeah, he's
Are you looking for cars? Those things won't go unless they got our fingers under the door to trigger them and got biosensors, and Let's keep trying to teach some boundaries. then you can't put it in drive.
Nice.
Open door unlock.
Nice.
Can't get to the computer. So it's not like back in the day when you could pop the window down and go in your house. When things are locked up like Fort Knox.
You raise your right hand for me, Mr. Collin? You swear to affirm everything you told me is true for the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
You just sign it on both sides at the bottom where it says affiant or affiant. I'm not sure how you say that. And then we'll get out of y'all's hair in just a minute. You guys gonna be okay, you think, after we leave?
Yeah. I'm call with the land. See if they can help me.
We I mean, we can't dictate who takes the kids or where they go. Just you guys try to be civil about it, man. You know, how long have you guys been married?
5 years, 6, 7 years.
Yeah, I don't have to
Both
tell
really
you.
bad
that.
at knowing our.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I must have left my cup unlocked. What's wrong, buddy?
Uh-oh.
You okay?
You just hit his head when I was done.
You gotta look where you're going, buddy.
Uh-oh. Well, Miss Bree,
Yes.
I'm gonna give you both a business card. There's one for you, Colin.
Appreciate it.
If you guys need anything, call us, okay? It's all part of the report. You'd have to get it from records with the sheriff's office, okay? All right.
185.
He wants in the car. He's been asking me since. No, you can't drive my car. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Can't go in there, though, buddy. Just looking. No, looking. Police have to be very serious with their cars. You can't speak over them. Whoa, look at those seats.
Can I go in there?
I don't know if you want to get in the back seat.
That's yucky.
I wipe it down, but it may be a little nasty.
Well, why is it nasty in there?
Yeah.
Go in there.
And sometimes they're dirty.
Police are catching them.
Can I go in there with the door open?
No,
Why?
That's yucky for you.
it just not.
Somebody
Not
threw up in
good.
there. There's poop in there.
Why?
It happens.
They let a cat in there and the cat pooped in there. Sometimes bad guys want to be mean and throw up in the car, so the police officers have to clean it up. Isn't that yucky?
Can turn the lights on for you.
Nobody in the house wants to hear a loud siren noise. They would be scared. Somebody was going to get hurt or something.
You good, big man? Or you want to drive it? I can't let you drive it. Maybe one day. I heard how you was beeping that horn.
I guess I'll just have a nice day, baby.
Keep your horn.
Detective Hartberger, in watching that early on in that recording, when when Ms. Kuhn is relaying to you what has happened, she made the statement of he put his hands on me, he raped me over the weekend. Did you hear that?
Yes.
Do you remember her making that statement at the time?
I completely missed the first one. I believe after reviewing the body camera, she said it twice.
And it seemed like you did not respond at that time. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is that something that you did not catch or realize that she said at that point?
With all the distractions, yeah, I didn't catch that.
Okay.
That's my fault.
And you were there because of what she had relayed on 911 about him pushing her in the bathroom. Is that correct?
About the battery.
Okay. Now in the video there, we see the two vehicles in the driveway, correct?
Yes.
And it looks like on the video, she is unloading items from Colin's vehicle into her vehicle.
Leading, Your Honor.
Sustained as phrase.
What do we watch her doing with the two vehicles on that video?
She's moving stuff from Colin's vehicle into her vehicle.
Okay, including a child seat?
Yes.
Okay. And Detective Hartberger, that was your only interaction with the two of them and your only involvement in this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right. Thank you, sir. Those are my questions.
All right. Mr. Etheridge.
Good afternoon. You're an investigator now, detective now with major crimes, right?
Right.
Congratulations. We've had the opportunity to review the video, so I won't go into huge details on this, detective, but Mr. Turner told you that his pistol was in the truck, didn't he?
I don't recall if he said that or not.
Okay. So if the video revealed that, would you defer to the video?
Say that again.
What your body camera said? If he said that during you taping him on the body camera, it'd be on there, wouldn't it?
Unless
Telling you had a pistol in the truck.
unless that initial few seconds where the audio's catching up,
Okay. And Bree told you she didn't want him in the house, didn't she?
She said she wanted to leave.
But she also told you she didn't want him in the house, didn't she?
I don't recall.
Can we defer to the video again? That's the best evidence. Don't you agree? What was taped on your body camera?
Correct.
Okay. And she told you not once, but it sounds like she told you several times that he raped me, didn't she?
She did make that statement twice.
And you didn't do any follow-up on the rape allegation at all, did you?
She wanted to leave. I offered her to fill out a witness statement. She said she would fill it out at a later time.
You didn't offer to give her a rape assault kit done at the hospital, did you?
No, sir.
Okay. And part of her other allegations was that he threw her down on the bathroom floor, right?
Correct.
And when asked about the marks, she told you he does it where it doesn't show. That's what she said in the video, didn't she?
She said she didn't have any marks, bruises, or scratches.
And when you responded something to the fact, well, you know, that would be helpful. We have marks, what have you. She said, next time, she just let him punch me in the face. That's what you said to you, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And Mr. Turner, when you went outside to him, he said, that kind of allegation is the last thing I need, right?
Right.
Were you aware that the law enforcement had been called out there several times before that particular day you went out there, Mr. Hartberger?
No, sir.
Okay. And another thing that Mr. Turner told you is that I'm going to call the command, right?
He did say that.
Did you understand what that meant, what he was talking about?
I just assumed he was going to maybe try and get help from his first shirt or work.
He was going to call her command.
No.
Is that what you got out of it?
No.
Okay. You thought he was going to call his command?
That's what I took it as, yes.
Did you know he was no longer in the military?
I wasn't aware.
At that time?
No, sir.
And the child, the little wild child, as you referred to him as, he started crying because he hit his head on the gun and Mr. Turner's truck did.
I don't know what he hit his head on.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? Thank you, Mr. Hartberger.
Can you redirect?
Deputy Hartberger, you had a good deal of interaction with all parties as we saw in the video. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you have any concern of in observing Colin's interaction with his children?
No.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Can this witness be excused or does he need to remain? Or it's just subject to recall?
I think at this point he can be excused. My initial plan was to recall him, but at this point I think he can be excused.
I have no objection to him leaving whenever the Prosecutor's down with him, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, sir. You may step down. You're now excused. Mr. Alderman, call your next witness.
Your Honor, my next witness, if Spence and I may approach.
Sure. Mr. Alderman.
Thanks, sir. Sir, would you please state your name for the record?
I'm Deputy Jamison Lynn,
And where are you employed, sir?
Santa Rosa County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been there?
I've been there just a little over 5.5 years, I believe.
And what are your duties with the Sheriff's Office?
I'm a patrol deputy.
Now, I want to direct your attention to September 8th of 2021. Were you on duty that day?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay. And did you respond to a call in Jenks Drive?
Yes, sir, I did.
What kind of call was it? Do you remember?
I believe it came out as a police assist, ultimately turned into a disturbance, I believe.
Okay. And what is a police assist?
A police assist is kind of just a generic name for citizens needing assistance in some fashion, shape, or form.
Okay. And how many deputies generally respond to a police assist?
Typically 1.
Okay. What about a disturbance?
2 or more.
And so on this call out, this assist, how many deputies responded at that time?
To the police assist, just 1, myself, sir.
And do you remember about what time you arrived there on Jenks Drive?
Take a look at my notes.
And do you have some notes there with you?
Yes, sir, the CAD notes in the incident report.
And with looking at that, help refresh your memory as to exactly what time you arrived on scene?
Yes, sir. I've got 1657, I believe.
Okay. So to us civilians, that's 4:57, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you wearing a body cam at that time?
Yes, sir, I was.
And was it activated?
Yes, sir.
And have you viewed the footage from that day?
Yes, sir, I have.
And you deem that to be a fair and accurate recording of your interactions that day?
Yes, sir.
Now, you had contact, being as you're by yourself, you had contact with both Colin and Bree, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, outside of your body cam, did you have any, at that time, did you have any contact with either Bree or Colin outside of what's on the body camera?
No, sir, not to my recollection.
You know, this time I'd move State's Exhibit 114 into evidence.
All right. Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. State's Exhibit 114 will be admitted into evidence.
And I would move to publish.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Hello.
Glad to see you here.
Yes, sir. Indeed. What can I do for you? I'm Deputy Lynn with Ceredigion County Sheriff's Office.
Hey, my wife won't let me in my house.
Okay, is this wife?
Domestic dispute? Yep.
Okay, can I talk to you over here?
Can I have my daughter, please?
Hey, can I just have you wait right there for just one moment, okay? Not right now. Hold on. Just one second. We'll get this figured out, okay? All right, so what's going on, Jason?
So she's got mental health stuff going on. I was trying to leave for Georgia to get a break from her for me and the kids earlier today. And I called you guys. And I was talking to you guys. She took my photo ID, all my access to money and everything.
Okay.
And then took the kids inside and locked me out. So they're locked outside in my driveway.
Okay.
For the last couple hours.
Do you live here?
What's that?
Do you live here?
Yeah. We're
Okay.
co-owners. We both.
Okay.
So I've been on the phone with family advocacy through
Okay.
the Navy and all that most of the day. So I haven't cared that I'm outside
Okay.
until she came outside with my daughter on the porch screaming. So I came over and she gave my daughter to me. She didn't make her stop screaming.
And what's the argument over? They put in something about kids going to Georgia.
Yeah, that was the most closest alligator to the boat.
Okay.
But she was mad that I turned off the Wi-Fi last night, so she washed my laptop and dishwasher.
Okay.
And that's kind of like the last straw.
You guys, are you guys still married?
I mean, for now, yeah.
It's still legal. It's common property.
Yep.
What's yours is hers, and hers is yours. Unfortunately.
Yep. So she's not allowed to stop me from entering my house.
It's your house, and you still live here. By all means, you got to enter your home. However, you got to enter your home. Makes sense.
Yeah. So she's allowed to change the locks, and I'm allowed to break a window. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not telling you to break a window if you want to. I mean, it's your property. However, you got to get into your house. You got to get into your house. If it's your home and you live here and you've got your items in there, if you got to get in, however you got to get in.
You can't like escort me in, no, and let me in.
Well, I'm gonna talk to her in just a second, but we'll figure out what's going on. But
yeah. So then she was back to the more recent. I'm sorry.
Okay.
She wanted to take Laney back inside.
Okay.
Okay. Laney started screaming that she doesn't want to go inside with my daddy.
Okay.
And then she wants Laney to go inside without dating.
Okay.
So
here we are.
So here we are.
Okay. At any point with this argument, was it physical? Was it anybody hit, scratch, kick, bite, push, anything like that? Poke, anything even?
Nope.
Okay. So that's just basically just a verbal argument of the kids going to Georgia then. Is it a continuation from what happened earlier then? Is that fair to say?
That's continuation of years, but yeah.
Okay. Right, but I mean, because I know we were out here earlier over the kid issues.
Oh yeah, this happened directly after you guys were here earlier. She left me
Okay.
out.
About what time were we here earlier?
What, like 2?
2 sounds good? Okay, that's fine. Okay. All right, just give me 1 second, okay? Let me talk to her and see what's going on. Do you mind if I step over? Talk to you?
No, it's okay.
Okay. Hey, so if you want to talk over here. I don't, want arguing back and forth.
No,
so.
it's fine. He's still here.
Okay, so I'm Deputy Lynn with Central County Sheriff's Office, as I said earlier. So what's going on today?
Well, you guys were out here earlier.
Federal
I was trying to take my
215,
kids.
I'm 10-4, thank you.
I was trying to take my kids to Georgia.
Okay.
Are
they your kids or are they yours and his?
These two. Well, the small ones are mine and his.
Okay. And so he's wanting to take them to Georgia.
Yeah, I was talking to him about wanting a divorce, so he said that he's going to take the kids to Georgia, and he can because we're still married.
Okay. Yeah.
We got into an argument about it. He pushed me up against the wall. He threw me up to the floor in the bathroom, and that's when I called the police.
Okay.
Earlier today.
Okay.
They came out, did whatever they could do, which wasn't really anything.
Okay.
And then I locked him out.
Okay.
He had been in contact. Well, he had been in contact with my command.
Okay.
So he said that there's allegations of emotional abuse.
Okay.
So obviously I don't want him in there.
Okay.
Him and I arguing in front of the kids. So I locked him out. My daughter, she wakes up sometimes, like inconsolable from naps or whatever.
Sure.
It's usually like him and I will pass her back and forth. It's kind of, she's fickle. Who she wants better. So she woke up from the nap. And
When you say your daughter, you mean that one?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I had called him and texted him like, hey, we should talk. This is not the path we want to go down right now.
Right.
When she woke up like that, I brought her out here because she's used to him and I, so I brought her out here so he can help calm her down. He snatched her from me and then started trying to use her to.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
He said, she doesn't want to come in the house unless daddy's there.
Okay.
Just being manipulative.
Okay.
It's not a
So,
good environment.
I don't know if you ever heard what I told him. It's his house too, right? He lives here too? So we can't lock each other out of the house. I mean, if we do, he's got every right to enter the house however he's got in the house.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. All right. And same thing, if we change the locks, he's got every right to get in the house however he's got to get in the house. Okay.
Okay.
If he lives here, he's got property here. For the betterment of your daughter, whatever you guys want, you got to put aside for the kids. You see what I'm
I
saying?
agree, but he told me not to talk to him. So I'm not going to let him in the house if he's going to come in and start arguing.
But at the same time, that's leaving the child. I mean, that's kind of leaving the child out here to fend for herself. Does that make sense?
Yeah, for sure. So I don't want him to do that.
Okay. But, I mean, I can't stop you from going inside the house.
Oh, that's fine. I just wanted him to me so that she's not out here.
Okay.
They said earlier that since I didn't have any bruises, and
Okay.
there was nobody to witness
Right.
him getting physical with me,
Okay.
that they couldn't do anything.
Okay.
So
So
I don't
what
want
what you can do,
I
and
don't want him to come in and
Okay.
get physical with me in front of my kids.
okay, what I'm gonna tell you to do is what I tell everybody to do. You got that phone, right? That phone's got a camera on it. If at any point you feel threatened or like you're going to be harmed or anything like
I don't want him to see that.
I get it. And but I mean everything's not preventable. We can't we can't say, well, you guys stay out in the front yard for the rest of your life. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, I just
at the risk of a potential argument. No, I get it. But like I said, I'm letting you know. At some point, we got to put our differences aside for the kids, and we got to say, hey, look, you got a guest bedroom, I got my room, or vice versa, whatever it is. I mean, if y'all sleep in separate rooms, or maybe somebody take a chill pill and sleep on the couch tonight.
He
Which
told me that. He told me not to talk to him.
All right,
So
well.
I want to get my daughter out of the bugs and eat, if that's okay. And I have a
I'm perfectly fine with that. But I mean, like I said, it's just something that we got to, I mean, if bringing your daughter inside means he gets to come inside too, that might be somewhere we got to say, look, let's make a compromise. If you want to come inside with her, that's fine. I'm going to go to the room and I'm going to close the door and I'm going to stay here. But at least, your daughter's safe and she's not, out here on the road or whatever, in the heat, getting bug bites or something like that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so I'm going to grab her.
Okay. Let me just get some information from you real quick. What's the kid's names?
Kylie.
Is it K-Y?
K-Y-L-I-E.
K-Y-L-I-E. Okay.
Kuhn. I'm sorry. I really have to go back in because my 4-year-old. Can I just
Okay, yeah, absolutely. Well, if he's going to wait out here for just a second with her, and I'll go inside if you want with you. And
I don't have to alone with her.
okay, well, then we can all walk back inside.
Okay.
All right.
I don't want that either.
Okay, well, I mean, that's what I'm saying. But we need to check on the 4-year-old. We want to make sure the 4-year-old.
No, that's fine. My 4-year-old's in there.
Okay, all right. So what's Kylie's last name?
Kuhn, K-U-H-N.
K-U-H-N. What's the middle name?
Should have one.
You should have one. Okay, what's her date of birth?
May 22nd.
Okay.
Yeah, he called you, so can you get the information from him?
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, are you not wanting? I'm just trying to get the names of the kids.
Yeah, no, I gave them to the people earlier.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean,
She's not answering.
okay. Yeah, go check them. By all means. All right. So I've got Kylie's name. What's the other child's name? Is this Kylie?
No, this is Laney.
Okay.
Kylie's 12.
Okay. All right. So what's her name? Laney? Spell it for me.
L-A-N-E-Y.
Okay. And what's his same last name? Kuhn, K-U-H-N? Turner? Okay. And what's her date of birth?
August 1st of 2018.
Okay. And what's the last one? I got Lainey and Kylie.
And JP Turner.
It's just J and P?
Yeah, John Patrick.
That's what I need.
JP.
Okay. And Turner?
Yep.
And what's the date of birth?
April 25th, 2017.
Okay. And they all reside here in this house too?
Yep.
Okay. So what I'm tell you is this. You were asking earlier, if it's your house, how do you get inside? It's your house, you got to get inside however you get inside. Okay. I can't tell you how to get inside your own house. If you got to call a locksmith, that's fine. If you've got another way in, it's up to you. It's your property. It's your house. Okay. You got to get in how you got to get in. Okay. For the sake of the children, though, what we got to do is we got to figure something out between you two. Okay. And I understand we can't fix, all the problems in 10 minutes. Okay. But when it comes to the point, where we're standing out in the driveway with a kid and it's hot. I mean, it's a hot day. You're sweating. I'm sweating. I know she's sweating.
215,
okay. I'm 10-4. Thank you. Can you make this a 20 and link it to 104's call from earlier? I believe you got a case number. It's 8028, I believe.
10-4.
Might be a cop out, but my wife's got borderline disorder, and she's nice to you.
Well, I understand.
Like
I understand.
You're not here.
I've met her before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You were in March?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Apologies for not recognizing.
No, you're okay. You're okay. But yeah, I'm familiar with it. And like I said, it's just we got to come to a situation where the kids aren't standing in the driveway all day. You know what I'm saying? Whatever the compromise may be, if you say, look, you want kid to come inside, I want kid to come inside. You don't want me inside. How about this? We'll get separate rooms.
145,
Like that. You see what I'm saying? We got to come to an agreement where we can all kind of be adults and say, for the betterment of the children ain't standing here in the driveway all day. We got to get them inside so they don't get overheated and whatnot. Bug bites, mosquitoes, things like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I mean, in the end, it's about taking care of the kids, right? We got to be adults, but we got to step up and we got to say, hey, look, let's work something out. And maybe that's a conversation you guys need to have, is see if we can figure something out, some sort of compromise. But so we're not coming out here all the time. Now, I'm gonna tell you, we keep coming out here. If it turns physical at any point, somebody's gonna have to go to jail. Okay, state law requires somebody to go to jail. If somebody gets physical and there's an evidence of it, somebody's going to jail. Okay, whether it's you, whether it's her, I don't know, but
I want to go to Georgia, and why I've been happy staying out here all day. Because
they're your kids. I'm sure, like that deputy told you earlier, they're your kids. They're her kids. I can't tell you what to do, and that's a civil matter. Okay, so if you want to take the two kids and go, and she's good with it, great. If you want to take the kids and she's not good with it, well, it's possession's 9/10 of the law. Okay, you know what I'm saying? It's a civil issue though. But if you guys are going through a divorce, make sure you get a child custody agreement of some sort, that's worked into the divorce paperwork as well, if that's the case, okay?
Yep.
I'm going to go in there and speak to her one more time. Do you have any questions for me?
So she can take my driver's license?
Does she have your driver's license?
Yeah.
Where's it at right now?
I don't know where it's at.
Okay.
When I was talking to the deputies in my garage giving a statement earlier, she came out to my truck and took my wallet. So 3 forms of ID and...
So your wallet and your driver's license are the things she's got from you right now?
Yep.
Okay. All right. I'll go in there and talk to her and ask her about them, okay? Okay. All right. Hello. I didn't want to let you doggies out. So he says you got his wallet and his driver's license. Do you know what those items are? Did you remove them from his truck earlier?
No, I took
because
on American Express.
Because those are personal items, okay? So
Right.
being as those are personal items, not common shared items, okay? If we take them from them, that's a theft, okay?
Okay.
Does that make sense? So if we've got those items need to be returned. I'm just gonna tell you that, okay? That's a fair warning, okay? As far as tonight, we've got to figure out something where you guys can, maybe one of y'all can get a hotel, maybe one of y'all can agree to sleep in another room or something like that or whatever. But what we got to do is we get something figured out that way we're not out here 10 more times tonight. You know what I'm saying? Okay. So he's going to bring the kid inside the house. Okay. And this is his house too. We're not going to prevent him from coming inside his house. Okay.
Yeah, so you were.
Okay. All right. So this is his house. He's going to bring the kid inside the house. And we're going to get things worked out, right? So we're not coming back out here 10 more times. Because if we do come out here and somebody tells me somebody's been physical and I can find some evidence of such, i.e. red marks, bruises, scrapes, scratches, or an evidence or witness or anything like that, it's not somebody's going to want to go in jail. Might be you, might be him. I don't know. I can't predict the future. Okay. But what I'm telling you is if we continue to go down this route, we're going to start resorting to other things. Okay. Does that make sense? And I don't want to do that. Okay. I mean, I want everybody to get along and enjoy their night. Okay. Like I said, for the children's sake, if nothing else, I mean, we can hate each other, but in front of the kids, we try not to, do something. Yeah. And again, I mean, I can't make you do something if that's not how you want to be. That's not how you want to be. But it's just probably for the best. Okay. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So can we agree to let him in so he can bring the kid inside and she can get cooled down?
Yes. So he's not going to harass the kids.
No, he's not going to bother anybody. And if he does, you can give us a call. We'll come back down here. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Any questions for me this afternoon? Okay. I appreciate you being cooperative with me. Thank you. Okay, sir. You're good to go. She's going to let you back inside with the kid. Cool. All right. We just, like I said, let's just try not to nitpick at each other. Okay. I mean, I'm not saying you are, but we got to come to a resolution on it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
all right. All right. I appreciate you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. And if you get anything and you need us, just let me know. Yes, sir. Oh, I did ask her about the wallet and driver's license. She said she doesn't know where they are. Unfortunately, I can't prove that she does know where they are. I get that for you. I got you. You got your hands full. All right, here we go. You might want to wash it off. It hit the ground. All right.
Off inside.
You're welcome. All right. Thank you, sir.
Deputy Lynn, after that recording we just watched, at any point did you respond back to that same location?
Yes, sir.
Okay. About how much later was it you arrived back at that location?
I don't have the note on me. I believe it's somewhere within an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. It wasn't too long.
And what was the situation as you arrived on scene?
The second time?
Yes, sir. Yes,
sir. It was a little bit kind of hectic, chaotic. I kind of arrived last, I believe. I was one of the last units that got there. Just kind of a little bit hectic.
Okay. And again, at that time, were you wearing a body camera?
Yes, sir, I was.
And was it recording?
Yes, sir, it was.
And have you viewed a copy of that recording?
Yes, sir, I have.
And was that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you witnessed on the scene the second time?
Yes, sir.
At this time, I'd like to admit State's Exhibit 115 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. State's Exhibit 115 will be admitted.
Move to publish.
Okay.
No objection to publication, Your Honor.
I'm ready, Judge.
Agree. State clear.
And my other two kids, four and 3. And they're in that house too.
Did you search her already? Hold on, real quick. We're going to search, okay? Hold on to your hand real fast, okay?
Is he dead?
I don't know yet, ma'am. I just got
No, I'm fine. I just my kids and my husband.
Are the kids in the house?
No, they were with the neighbor. Christy Curtis, John. Christy and John Curtis. Any other? I have nothing. Anything on you that I need to be aware of? Nothing. Anything in your bra? No. I do have a bra. I'm gonna pull apart and make sure you don't have anything in it. Okay. Nursing bra. He was dead. I saw him and I tried to help, but he was dead.
Well, let's not talk about that right now, okay?
My kids don't have a dad or a mom now. And this is my fault. He's right.
All right. So right now, we're just gonna do this for right now, okay?
Just for your safety for ours, okay?
I'm a murderer.
So listen, you're not listening to me. You're not under arrest right now. You're being detained. Okay? We'll investigate.
No, you should arrest me. I killed my husband. Hopefully I just shot him. Maybe he's not dead. He should not be dead.
Should have locked her up.
How come they're not going to get him? The ambulance.
I think they need to talk to you too.
So will the ambulance go get him?
All right. Search her. She's good. I'm going to sit her in the car. I'll send her. All right. Go ahead and have a seat and call for me, okay? Listen to me. Man,
Yes.
go ahead and have a seat and call for me. It's easiest if you sit your butt down first and you twist your feet inside, okay? Can you do that for me right now? I appreciate you. We'll get this figured out, okay? I'm going to let you know as soon as I know something, okay?
He's dead.
Listen to me. I'm going to let you know as soon as I know something, okay? All right. Just twist around your feet inside there, okay? And listen, I'm going to crack this window for you so you can get some airflow, okay? Do you feel like you need EMS to check you out? Are you breathing okay? Okay, look at me. Okay, take some nice deep breaths, okay? I can see you holding your breath right now, okay? Okay? Can I let these gentlemen look at you? From EMS? Can I let them look at you at least? Okay. Hey, can y'all look at her? I think she's in shock. Hey, do you want to kick your feet out and sit on the edge of the chair here so they can talk to you? Okay, she's in shock. What's your name again, man? Rebecca, right? What's your name? Bree. I'm sorry, Bree. Bree.
You guys want us to confirm or anything?
I don't think so. Let me ask them real fast. Hey, keep an eye on him. Hey, they want to know, do they need to confirm or is he obvious?
No.
Okay.
I want to know that.
Okay. Hey, they don't. They don't need to confirm.
Go on. When we responded twice today, there was 3 kids, 10-12. Can you advise if they're 10-4? 10-4, we're trying to locate where they're at right now.
215, she's advising me at the neighbor's house.
What's
What house number?
It's like 4 up.
4 up on the north side of the road? On the north side of the road?
On the right.
South side of the road?
I believe September 2021. I'm awake. I'm actually. I went earlier to get make coffee. That's where I went to. I got my coffee now. September 2021 happened. Let me just double check. Yeah, September 2021.
15, she's advising her John and Christy Curtis.
Thank you, Judge. Deputy Lynn, after what we observed there on the body cam, did you proceed to the Curtis residence?
Yes, sir, I did.
And who did you locate at that residence?
The 3 children.
Thank you, sir. Those are my questions.
Mr. Etheridge, cross-examination.
Thank you, Hunter. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You had been out to that 6184 Jenks Avenue several months before September the 8th, 2021, hadn't you?
Prior to September, yes, sir.
And the call was for this young lady being suicidal, correct?
Yes, sir, I believe so.
And according to your information, she had called her brother in regards to suicidal idealization, and that's when you guys got called out, right?
Yes, sir.
And at the time, she met the criteria for Baker Act and was admitted to a medical facility, wasn't she?
Yes, sir.
And basically, you correct me if I'm wrong, but basically a Baker Act commitment occurs when a person poses a potential threat to themselves or others, right?
More or less, yes, sir.
You were aware that she was the chief petty officer of the Navy as a security officer at one time, right?
Yes, sir.
In the first video we saw today, you were aware that one of your fellow officers, now detective, he was a patrol deputy back then, Hartbarger, had been out there already that morning, right? Or earlier that day.
Yes, sir, correct.
And you weren't sure whether Bree called that time or whether Mr. Turner called, were you?
The previous call? No, sir, I wasn't aware of who called.
Were you aware that he had taken or snatched the 3-year-old out of her arms and taken her outside?
I wasn't, I'm sorry, I wasn't aware of very much of the information from the previous call.
But you were aware that he was threatening to take the rest of the children with him to Georgia, right?
Yes, sir.
Were you aware, or was it made known to you that he had guns out there in the same truck that he's going to take his children to Georgia?
I don't recall hearing anything about firearms.
And Bree told you that she had been pushed or hit by him, didn't she?
She told me that she had spoke with the deputies previously about a physical altercation. Yes, sir.
And when you got out there, the first video was about, what time was it, 4 something in the afternoon, correct?
Yes, sir. Looking at my CAD notes, we received a call at 16:57, 4:57. I was dispatched at 5 o'clock even, and I responded, was on scene by 5:22.
Thank you. And on the video, I wrote this down, but she told you she called the police because he threw her down the bathroom floor and pushed her in a wall, but nothing was done. That's what she said in this video, wasn't it?
Correct, sir.
And I'll just ask you, so I'm not going to ask you again. But she said clearly and plainly in this video, I don't want to leave him alone, her alone with him. That's what she told you on the video, didn't she? Talking about Mr. Turner and Laney, the little girl.
Yes, sir.
And she told you she took the American Express car, but that belonged to her, right?
I don't recall the conversation of the American Express.
Okay. But she denied taking any driver's license or identification from Mr. Turner, didn't she?
She told me she had not.
Okay. You didn't charge her with theft of any ID, did you?
No, sir, I did not.
She was never arrested for theft, was she?
No, sir, not to my knowledge.
And what she was most concerned with, it appeared to me from watching the video, and you agree with me, the video speaks for itself, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But what it appeared to me, what she's most concerned with is as long as he's not going to harass the kids. That's what she said on that video, didn't she?
It is a statement she made, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let's switch gears. to the second video. I believe her words was, "I saw him and I tried to help him." That was one of the first statements she made, right?
I don't recall such a statement.
Would you refer to the video that we just watched?
I don't specifically remember that statement.
That was your body cam. You had your body cam on. That's what we just watched, wasn't it?
Yes, sir. If that's what was on the video.
She said that on your body cam, and it's on that video. Would you defer to that?
If that's what's on the video, yes, sir.
Okay.
Forgive me, I didn't hear it.
No problem. And I believe her exact words, "My kids don't have a mom or a dad anymore."
Yes, sir.
And you had her checked out by the EMS because of what you suspected was shock.
Yes, sir.
To your knowledge, she never tried to run or hide from law enforcement, did she?
No, sir, not to my knowledge.
She didn't try to leave in that Traverse, that white Traverse that was parked out there, did she?
No, sir, not to my knowledge.
Were you aware, or did you become aware, that she told law enforcement exactly where the firearm was that was used?
I was not aware of that at the time.
And on the video again, she asked you, "How come you're not calling the ambulance?" Didn't she?
Yes, sir.
We have a moment, Your Honor. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
Just briefly, Judge. Deputy Lynn, Mr. Etheridge asked you about her making the statement about she didn't want to leave him alone with the child, correct?
Correct, sir.
And that's the same child that she intentionally brought out and handed to Colin because the child was upset. Is that correct?
To my knowledge, yes, sir.
And that's what she told you?
Yes, sir.
I brought this child out, handed her to Colin so that he could calm her down, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in terms of her rendering aid, if she has shot her husband to death, is rendering aid going to do any good?
I couldn't speak to that. I wouldn't assume so.
Okay. Thanks, sir.
Okay. Could this witness be excused or does he need to remain?
I would ask that he remain, Judge. I mean, he's free to go. But I may,
Remain on standby?
yes, sir. I'll have him on standby for Thursday, and I will.
All right. Any objection to that?
Not at all, Your
All
Honor.
right, sir, you're now excused, but please remain on standby. All right. Mr. Alderman, call your next witness.
State would call Deputy Bonner.
Your Honor, what? May we approach briefly?
Okay. When you're set this time, please leave your notepad. Take a brief 10-minute recess at this time. Please leave your notepads and pens underneath the chairs. Please not discuss the case among yourselves, and we'll be back with you momentarily.
And what are your duties with the Sheriff's Office?
But it runs into.
This seems a good trial. So this is this is different trial. What happened to the one yesterday? It was just too boring, KD. Just too boring. No one liked it. So majority of people didn't want to watch it anymore. So we switched to a new trial. So this is we're behind. We're playing behind a little bit at the minute. We're going to zoom it. So and also we know the guy's guilty in the other trial. So
Nice.
I want to talk to you about September 8th of 2021. Were you on duty that day?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point that did you respond to a shooting?
Yes.
And where did you go?
I don't know the specific address off the top of my head. I was assisting another deputy on a separate call. I was currently with the K-9 division at the time. So with those duties, I'm all over the county.
Okay.
I just happened to be in Navarre during that time frame. And I heard the emergency tone come out through our radio traffic. And then I proceeded to respond to that area.
And when you say the emergency, what did that indicate to you? What kind of call did you understand it to be?
So typically high priority calls usually referring to danger, violent crimes. They dispatch tones, a specific tone that lets you know the severity of that call. It basically puts deputies on alert to pay attention to the radio traffic being passed.
Okay. Now, once you arrived at the scene, did you have any involvement in locating a firearm?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you ultimately locate that firearm?
Inside the kitchen, it was I was able to see it resting by the toaster on the countertop.
Okay. Now, during that time frame, were you wearing a body cam?
Yes.
And was it recording?
Yes.
And the copy of that recording, is that a fair and accurate recording of your body camera?
Yes.
Okay. You know, this time I'd like to move State's Exhibit 111 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit 111 will be admitted.
And Judge, I'll move to publish.
You may.
No objection, Your Honor.
I didn't mean to call you off, man. You were closing. No, you're good. You're good.
Who did she shoot?
He's in the, I don't know who he is, but he's in the garage. In the chest, or it looks like in the chest. Might be two.
Deputy Pinto, who is that other deputy with you there?
The other deputy with me there is Deputy Pinto.
Pinto, thanks.
They said they heard 4 gunshots, though.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
I don't see a signal 0 anywhere.
You got an extra glove?
Might have had to come up here after that on up there yet.
Good morning.
158 to 61. Any supervisor on scene?
Hey, sorry. Bonner called me. Bonner called me.
Hey, I got eyes on the signal 0 here in the kitchen. It's behind the toaster. 26. It's it looks like it's in the holster, but it's stuck behind the toaster next to the fridge. I haven't touched it.
Okay. They need you to move your vehicle so this lady next door can get out.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Thanks, Judge. Deputy Bonner, a couple times there you make mention of a signal 0. What is a signal 0?
So we have signals and TIN codes with the agency that mean a certain thing. Signal 0, in that instance, refers to a weapon.
And after locating the firearm there in the kitchen, as we saw, did you have any further involvement in the investigation of the case?
No.
Right. Thanks, sir.
Mr. Etheridge?
Good afternoon, sir. In looking at the video, I saw a whole bunch of bottles of prescription medications. You remember seeing those up there in the pantry on the shelf?
I don't recall.
When you were looking at, did you see them up there? You stopped and put back there a couple of times. There's a whole row of prescription bottles up there. You remember seeing those?
I wasn't paying attention to the bottles.
Okay, did you look at those prescription bottles to see who that medication was for?
I don't believe I did.
Thank you, sir.
Any redirect?
No redirect, sir.
All right, can this witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
No objection by the defense, Your
You
Honor.
may step down. You're now excused.
Thank you.
All right, sir, raise your right hand.
Yes, sir. Right now, I'm a field training officer. But yes, sir.
Okay. And did you respond to a call that evening?
Yes, sir.
Where did you go?
To 6148 Shanks Drive.
Okay. Do you remember roughly what time you arrived at that location?
It's around 6:30ish.
Okay. And did you proceed inside that residence?
Yes, sir.
Where did you initially go inside that residence?
The garage.
Okay. And what did you observe inside the garage?
Went under the garage door, wasn't fully open yet, and there was a deceased male subject laid on the floor.
Okay. And in terms of his, let's say, medical condition, was he beyond any kind of aid?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, at some point after that, did you observe a firearm inside the residence?
Yes, sir.
Where was that?
Behind a toaster in the kitchen. If you turn right, it was where the fridge is, I believe.
Okay. Now, when you're there on scene, were you wearing a body camera?
Yes, sir.
And was it recording?
Yes, sir.
And have you viewed the footage from your body cam? Is that an accurate copy of the scene as you witnessed it that day?
Yes, sir.
This time I'd like to move State's Exhibit 110 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. State's Exhibit 110 will be admitted into evidence.
Yeah, that's fine.
State would move to publish State Exhibit 110.
All right.
No objection, Your Honor.
Anybody else in there? Can we open this?
217, get EMS in here. 217 back in signal 7. Who was the one that shot him? Okay. Yep.
All the way up.
Okay. He's in a, I don't know who he is, but he's in the garage. 3 in the chest, or it looks like 3 in the chest. Might be 2. They said they heard 4 gunshots though. I don't see a signal 0 anywhere.
You got an extra glove?
Yeah. I might end up having to come up here if Halfhill hadn't gone up there yet. Hey, sorry. Bonner's calling you. Bonner's calling you. Yeah.
It's it looks like it's in the holster.
Yeah.
But it's stuck behind the toaster next to Fred's added toaster.
Okay. They need you to move your vehicle so this lady next door can get out.
Okay.
I appreciate you.
Only 1 to 6.
Yeah, I didn't move it behind the toaster.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. 1039 to unit 38, she's going to get purchased tank. That's awesome. 10-4, thanks.
Set behind a toaster. Ah, toaster. Camera. Signal 0. Not touched.
Thank you, Judge. Deputy Pinto, did you have any involvement in the investigation of the case?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Those are my questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Y'all didn't have any problem getting in or out of that garage, did you?
While it was open?
Yeah.
No, sir.
And the garage door opener worked, didn't it? I think it was Major Bergman, looked like to me. The garage door opener, it came up, didn't it?
That was Sergeant Clemens. Yes, sir.
Okay, Sergeant. What do you guys? But it worked, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You never spoke to Bree, did you?
No, sir.
Were you aware that she told Major Brinkman where that firearm was?
No, sir.
You ever ask him?
Nope.
Did you have any contact with Bree whatsoever
No, sir.
that day? And I believe that was your voice in this body camera, which said 3 in the chest, right?
Yes, sir.
Thanks, sir.
Can you redirect?
Deputy Pinto, Colin appeared to have holes in his chest when you saw him. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever roll him over to count how many holes he had in his back?
No.
Thanks.
All right, can this witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
No objection by defense, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you may step down. You're now excused.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Alderman, call your next witness.
State would call Douglas Brinkmans.
To the microphone so everybody can hear you.
Yes, sir.
You may go ahead.
Thanks, sir. Sir, would you please state your name for the record?
Douglas Brinkman,
Where are you employed?
Santa Rosa County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
It's almost 26 years.
And what is your position with the Sheriff's Office?
Major over Special Operations Division.
And what are your basic duties as a major with the Sheriff's Office?
The units involve school resource, fleet, drone units, disaster response, traffic, canine, criminal interdiction, and a couple other things.
And you oversee all of those units?
Yes, sir.
Now, I want to talk to you about September 8th of 2021. What was your assignment at that time?
I was working as a watch commander to replace one of the lieutenants that couldn't be there that night.
Okay. Is that something that you had expected to be doing?
Yes, sir. We were short one lieutenant, so captains and above were taking rotations to fill in for the missing position.
Okay. Now, that early evening, did you respond to a call?
Yes, sir.
Where did you go?
Myself and Sergeant Clemens were on a previous call at Walmart in Gulf Breeze when the call came out to an address off of River Birch.
And when you arrived on scene, what did you observe?
There were some people standing on the lawn on the property line between the residents and we were responding to the neighbor's house. The garage was about a quarter of the way up, and Deputy Pinto and Sergeant Clemens entered the residence, and I went to go speak to the people that are standing on the property line next door.
And did you have contact with the defendant in this case, Ms. Bree Kuhn?
Yes, sir.
And where did you make contact with her?
On the neighbor's porch, sitting on like a bench in front of the neighbor's house.
Okay. And what happened once you approached Ms. Kuhn?
She had what appeared to be a 12-year-old female child standing next to her, and she told her that everything would be fine and that she was sorry. And when I spoke to her, I asked her if she was all right, and she said that I shot him.
Did she say anything else about the shooting?
She repeated it 2 more times, and then I asked her to come with me because I needed to bring her to one of our vehicles to secure her. And she told me that she shot him because he was going to take that she shot him because he was going to take my children.
Now, during this time frame, were you wearing a body cam?
No, sir.
Why not?
Captains and above at the time were not wearing body cams, and we weren't issued any.
And you're not wearing a body cam currently, correct?
No, sir.
As a major?
Yes, sir.
The person that you made contact with on the porch that made those statements of, I shot him, he's going to take my kids. Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Stipulated, this is pretty good. Person report.
Okay, the defense is stipulated that the defendant made those statements. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Now, fair to say, other deputies show up?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And once other deputies arrived, did you have any involvement in the investigation of the case or what happened?
No, sir. I just brought Miss Kuhn back to one of the vehicles where she was secured. And I want to say it was Deputy Lohaw's vehicle. I'm not 100% sure. And then I just stayed on scene to make sure crime scene arrived, major crimes, and that we had a secured scene until major crimes took over.
And can you describe her sort of basic demeanor as you were speaking with her and walking with her?
I mean, I'm not an expert on how people are as far as whether she was in shock or anything, but I'm assuming she was in some kind of distress.
And the location you responded to there, was that in Santa Rosa County?
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks, sir.
All right, cross-examination.
Good afternoon, sir. Were you aware, did Bree tell you or another officer where that firearm was?
I asked her on the, when she was sitting on the porch, I asked her because there wasn't a fence around the property. So my concern was, where's the gun? I asked her where the firearm was and she just told me in the house. She didn't say where in the house. She just said in the house.
You heard her telling her older child, the older female child, that she was sorry and everything would be fine, right?
Yes, sir.
She said she shot him because he was going to take the children at least a couple of times. She told you that.
No, she said she shot him 3 times. But when we got up to walk to the car, she said she shot him because he was going to take the kids. But that's only one time that she said that.
Now, she cooperated with law enforcement fully, didn't she?
At that point in time, yes, sir.
And without you giving her Miranda rights, without her having an attorney present, none of that whatsoever. She told you straight up exactly what happened, didn't she?
She told me that she shot him and why she shot him as a spontaneous utterance.
And based on your 26 plus years of training experience, it was obvious to you that she's either in distress or shock. That would be your opinion.
That she was in some kind of distress, yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Any redirect?
Just briefly, Judge. Major, I think you said, she said, I shot him 3 times. Did she say I shot him 3 times or did she say I shot him and she said that 3 times?
She said I shot him, then paused, and then repeated what she said 2 more times.
Okay. So she never specified how many times she shot?
No, sir. She didn't specify whether she shot him once or 10 times. She didn't say any of that.
Okay. Thanks, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, can this witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
No objection by defense, Your Honor.
All right, sir, Mr. Dunn, you're now excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I do. All right, sir, have a seat in the chair. Pull the chair as close to the microphone as you can and talk in the microphone loud enough so that everybody can hear you.
Yes, sir.
You may go ahead. Thank you, sir. Sir, would you please state your name for the record?
Curtis Metzler.
Can you spell your last name?
Metzler.
Where are you employed?
Santa Rosa County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been there?
I think 12 years.
Okay. And what is your present position with the Sheriff's Office?
I am a sergeant assigned to special operations over to school resource officers.
Okay. Now, I want to focus your attention back on September 8th of 2021. What were your duties at that time?
I was a patrol sergeant down in District 2, which is the Navarre area.
Okay. And did you respond out to the scene of a shooting that evening?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you wearing a body camera at that time?
Yes, sir.
And was it recording?
Yes, sir.
And have you been able to view the footage of that recording?
Yes, sir.
And was that a fair and accurate copy of the scene as you witnessed it that evening?
Yes.
Now, this time I would move into Evidence States Exhibit 126.
Any objection?
No objection by defense, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 126 will be admitted into evidence.
I'll move to publish, Judge.
You may.
No objection by defense, Your Honor.
8597. 8597. Where's 8597?
Jeff, I have a female out here with me. Metzler, come over here.
Oh.
All right,
This is Deputy Loha. Come here, sweetheart. It's okay.
Are you in shock?
Well, do me a favor. Can you, they're working on him right now.
Okay.
I need you to go with this deputy, have a secret car. She's going to hang out with you.
I'll get an EMS and check her out. Come on, sweetheart. Come on, let's go. Come over here. That way, we'll get EMS to check you out. Make sure you're okay. Okay. Come on.
Sit over here. Okay.
Come over here. Come this way. Come on.
My oldest daughter.
Where's your kids at?
That's my oldest right there.
Okay.
She's 12. Her dad's name is James Hardy Joyner. He's going to be coming to get her. From Mobile.
Okay. All right, have a seat. Have a seat.
Thanks, sir. And Sergeant Messler, at that point, you walked away from the vehicle and other deputies had contact with Ms. Kuhn. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And other than being there as a sergeant, did you have any involvement in the investigation of the case?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. Those are my questions.
Cross-examination?
Looking at that video there from your body cam, obviously Bree was upset and worried about her kids and kept asking if he was alive, the person that got shot, wasn't she?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And she told you right up front, she kept saying she shot her husband, kept asking if he was alive, didn't she?
I don't believe she told me that she had shot her or shot him, but she did say that asked if he was alive.
And you had EMS check her out because you figured she was going into shock.
Yeah, I figured after you witnessed or involved with and anything, 'cause at that point we didn't know what had actually happened. Just make sure that she wasn't going into shock or anything of that nature.
You remember seeing that red truck that was in the video there parked right away?
Yes, sir. There was 2 cars there in the driveway.
Do you remember your fellow officers going inside that truck and finding the guns inside that truck?
No, sir.
Did you find out some later time that had occurred?
That
There were guns in there?
Oh, no, sir. I didn't know that.
And were you aware that law enforcement had been called out there earlier at the same address?
At that time, no, sir, I had not. But after being there, then yes, I had been told that we had been out there earlier.
And basically nothing happened. There was no arrest. Nothing happened.
To my knowledge, no, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Any redirect?
Just briefly, Sergeant, is there anything wrong with somebody having a firearm in their vehicle?
No, sir.
No, thanks, sir.
All right, can this witness? And what I'm going to do is, again, instruct you, do not talk about this case. Do not engage in any deliberations with each other. I'll leave your notepads and pens underneath your chairs, and you can go ahead and go out with court security.
Photograph, collect evidence, package, do fingerprinting, and then turn evidence into the evidence department.
Now, I want to direct your attention to September 8th of 2021. Were you on duty that evening?
Yes, sir.
And where did you respond to?
I believe it was 6184 Jinx Drive.
Now, when you arrive at a crime scene, what is your standard procedure when you arrive at a crime scene?
When we first arrive at a crime scene, we make contact with, in this case, it was my direct supervisor, Keith Johnson, and then take direction from there from the detective that you make contact with.
Okay. And do you typically take any photographs when you arrive on a scene?
We do. We generally take photographs of outside and inside.
Okay. And at what point in the process do you typically do that?
At the beginning, middle, and end.
Okay. Do you document the scene before anything is touched or moved? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in this particular situation, there on Jenks Drive, did you take any photographs?
I did.
Okay. Got my first witness?
You may.
Ms. Hill, I handed you what we marked as State Exhibits 2 through 74 for identification purposes. You previously looked through those photographs, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recognize those photographs?
I do.
And are they an accurate depiction of the scene as you witnessed it that evening?
Yes, sir.
Now, at this time, I move States Exhibits 2 through 74 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, States Exhibits 2 through 74 will be admitted.
And you want to move to publish?
You may. Are you going to do it on the screen or are you going to do it?
I'm on the screen, yes.
Okay.
Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Do you want gloves?
Yes, they're right here.
Okay.
What about the scissors? The scissors, were they up here too?
You may.
Thank you.
Ms. Smith, States Exhibit 2 here. Is this the outside of the residence we're looking at?
Yes.
And for the record, States Exhibit 3, how many vehicles are in the driveway?
2.
And States Exhibit 5, what is your vantage point in this photograph?
I was standing on the edge of the driveway next to the white SUV looking in the front door in the garage.
And States Exhibit 6, I apologize. Is that the front door to the residence?
Yes, sir.
And you took some interior shots of the residence, correct?
I did.
And State's Exhibit 9, where are you standing in the residence here?
I was standing in the corner of the living room. Kitchen was going to be on my left and dining room on my right, where the clothes baskets are.
State's Exhibit 12, what door is this in the residence?
That's going to be the interior door going to the garage.
Now, is it fair to say that where there is something of interest, that when taking photographs, you do sort of, I call it the 360 and taking photographs in a circle?
Yes, we'll stand in each four corner of the room and take a picture to the inside so we can incorporate the whole room.
And what is the purpose when you kind of do that?
I'm sorry, what?
What is the purpose of you doing that?
If the room needs to be put back together, you can match the pictures together in a program and show a 360 image of it.
And is that something you did in this crime scene?
I did.
Now, this would be, where is that door that we just looked? Where is that door in this photograph?
I would be standing like on the frame of it.
And I'm sorry, for the record, that was State's Exhibit 13. State's Exhibit 15, where are you facing in this photograph?
Just a couple of feet before me, and then it turned to my left.
And then State's Exhibit 16 is that?
Turned more to my left.
And what is your vantage point in State's Exhibit 19?
That's the interior door going into the residence from the garage where when I started taking pictures, I was standing there looking out. So this is directly across from it.
Would it be fair to say there was a good deal of clutter in the garage? Okay. And where were you standing in State's Exhibit 20?
I'm not sure which direction.
And when I say direction, I don't mean north-south.
Yeah.
What are we looking towards in this?
We're looking towards that stainless steel refrigerator that was right beside the interior door going to the residence.
Okay. And so the door to the residence would be to our right. Is that correct? Now, State's Exhibit 21, that refrigerator is to the left of the door, correct?
If you're looking at the door, yes.
Okay. And was there anything of note that you observed close to the refrigerator?
There was some casings on the floor.
Now, in this photograph, State's Exhibit 24, I know it's probably hard to see. Where is the shell casing located in this photograph?
Right beside the yellow bag of pot and soil, I think that is.
Okay. And that's State's Exhibit 24 for the record. And State's Exhibit 26, how many shell casings did you locate in that area?
2.
State's Exhibit 27, did you move any items?
Yes, all the items that were down there.
Okay. And are those 2 shell casings you're looking at?
Yes.
Anyone approach the witness? This is I've handed you must be marked as State's Exhibits 119 and 121 for identification purposes. Do you recognize those items?
I do.
How do you recognize those items?
I initialed the labels and dated the tape.
And what do those 2 items contain?
These are the 2 casings from the near the refrigerator, marker 5 and 6.
And that's what we're looking at, State's Exhibit 29, is that correct?
Yes.
Those shell casings that you collected, they in substantially the same condition?
Yes.
I would move to admit State's Exhibits 119 and 121 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
119 and 121.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. 119 and 121.
Okay. 119 and 121 will be admitted.
State's Exhibit 30, where are we standing in this photograph? What are we looking at?
That is the door from the interior going into the garage. The refrigerator would be behind me, so that would be the other corner. So if you're looking at the door to the right.
And I see a photo marker in the center there. What is that marking?
I believe that's going to be another casing. Yes.
And State's Exhibit 32, what is that for the record?
That's going to be a casing.
And my first witness.
May.
This is handed yours from Martin State's Exhibit 120. For identification purposes, do you recognize that?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
My initials and the date.
And what is that item?
This is the casing for marker 7.
And is that in substantially the same condition as when it was collected?
Yes.
At this time, I'd move State's Exhibit 120 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 120 will be admitted.
Mr. Smith, State's Exhibit 34, what is your vantage point in this photograph?
The driveway's behind me and there's the interior door.
And here in State's Exhibit 36, is there anything of note that was depicted in this photograph?
Yes, there is a fragment on the floor right there by that wood.
And State's Exhibit 38, what are we looking at there?
That is a bullet fragment.
And my first witness.
You may.
Yours from Martin State's Exhibit 125. Do you recognize that?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
My initials and date.
And what does that item contain?
This is a projectile bullet fragment.
And is that in substantially the same condition as when it was collected?
Yes.
At this time, I'd move State's Exhibit 125 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 125 will be admitted.
And State's Exhibit 39, is that a close-up of that same projectile?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 40, there were some items close to where Colin was found. Is that correct?
Yes,
Did you observe any blood on any of those items?
I did.
Okay. And for the record, State's Exhibit 47, close to the sheet there, what is the item on the top of the photograph?
Florida, Sassy, Florida. Right. I've been waiting for you, Linda, right? I don't know what your problem is, Linda, right? You always come in negative. You slag me off all the time in chat. You didn't finish the first round. I'm watching you. Thank fuck for that. All you bring is negativity. All you fucking bring, Linda's negativity. You're never, ever joyous or anything. You negative about this channel. You're negative about me. You're negative in chat. Happy days. The door was that way. I told you, don't announce your fucking departure. Just fucking go. Don't give a fuck. Go with Kimmy. Go fuck yourself, Kimmy. Go fuck yourself, Linda. Couldn't give a fuck. I'm glad to see the back of you. Fucking hell. Jeepers. If you can't say anything nice, then fuck off. So I'm glad to see the back of you, Linda, to be quite honest with you. I've been waiting to fucking bash you from this fucking place anyway. So whatever. I mean, I would have respected you more if you just left without being so negative. But anyway, bye, Linda. Go fuck yourself.
And what is depicted in State's Exhibit 48?
Appears to be a bullet fragment.
Okay. And my first witness?
You may.
Smith, I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 124 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize that?
My name and initials and date.
Okay, and what does the item contain?
This is a bullet fragment or projectile.
And is that in substantially the same condition as when it was collected?
Yes.
At this time, I'd move State's Exhibit 1, 2, 4 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 1, 2, 4 will be admitted.
And that item, that's what is depicted here in State's Exhibit 50, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, did you have any difficulty locating any of these items in the garage?
It took a moment to find them. We had to move some things, but they were all right there in the general vicinity.
And were you ever able to find a fourth shell casing?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you look?
We did.
Now, in this photograph, we see that same.
I can block her, right? I can block her. It's not, look, and I don't like doing that. I'll be honest with you. I don't like doing that, but at the same time, she has been a fucking bitch recently for the last month or so. No matter what I do, she hates it. So it's like, I've been waiting for this day. So the fact that she said that, I've not blocked her in all that time. So the fact she said it now, it's like, right, piss off. Do you know what I mean? I don't treat everybody like that, but at the same time, yeah, I don't like her.
And cooler to the left. What is photo marker 4 marking?
The number 4?
Yes.
His cell phone?
And on the back side of the cooler, what are we looking at in this photograph?
That what we believe was blood.
Okay. And that's State's Exhibit 53 for the record. And is this how you observed Mr. Turner there in the garage?
Yes, sir.
And State's Exhibit 54? And photo marker 4, what are we looking at? State's Exhibit 57.
Trigger warning.
And when was that located?
I believe after we moved the blanket, and I don't recall.
Where was it in relation to?
Oh,
Mr.
where
Turner?
was it? It was right next to him, kind of underneath of him.
Okay. Kind of underneath him, you said?
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 58, what are we looking at in this photograph?
The master bedroom closet.
And what is that in State's Exhibit 59?
A gun holster.
So yeah, trigger warning, everybody. Josie, go back like 5 minutes. We just kicked somebody out. Well, I didn't block her, but Linda's gone. Josie, Linda's gone. Just had to tell Linda to go fuck herself. Right. Apologies, people. I didn't know they could be graphic. I didn't know. So trigger warning, everybody. You know now that this is quite graphic. They show everything. So.
Approach the witness.
You may.
Mr. Smith, I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1. State's Exhibit 131 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
My initials and the date.
Okay. Would you go ahead and open that envelope for me?
You may pull it out.
Yes. And what is that item?
A gun holster.
And is that the gun holster you collected from the residence?
Yes, sir.
And is that in substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
Yes, sir.
Now, this time I'd move State's Exhibit 131 into evidence.
Yeah, this time we pose an objection as to relevance.
I'm going to overrule the objection. I'll go to Exhibit 131.
And is that that holster that you're holding there, is that what we're looking at in State's Exhibit 60?
Yes, sir.
Okay, there you go. If you want to put that back in the envelope.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just set it here.
State's Exhibit 61, what is this a photograph of?
A toaster on the counter, and there's a firearm behind the toaster, and that blue, I would assume it's a candle holder.
Is that the firearm you just spoke of?
Yes, sir.
Go to my personal witness.
You may.
This is a video with the marker Exhibit 1, identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
My initials and the date.
Okay. Could you go ahead and open that box for me?
I'm going to speed it up on this bit because it's only showing exhibits. So, and when we get, I was speeding up to 1.5 whilst it's showing exhibits. Then when we get back to testimony, I'll get back to 1.25 again.
I'm sorry, I had to stand up.
Now, what is contained in that box there?
A gun, the magazine, and a holster.
And those the items you collected from the residence?
Yes.
Okay. And are they in substantially the same condition as when they were collected?
Yes.
You know, this now would move State's Exhibit, I guess, Composite 1, the contents of the box, the firearm, magazine, and holster into evidence.
No objection. Exhibit 1.
Composite Exhibit 1 will be admitted.
Thank you.
Judge, now would move to briefly publish the firearm.
You may.
Sorry.
And Ms. Smith, the item in the box there, is there any changes to that firearm as it's packaged in the box?
No, sir.
Was there anything, you trigger guard or anything put on it?
I put some zip ties with it open. Do you need the other piece?
I'm not quite sure.
You may.
And Ms. Smith, just for the record, State's Exhibit 2, that's the firearm and holster we're looking at in that photograph, right?
Yes.
And what is State's Exhibit 64?
That is the magazine or clip.
And that's the item that was with the firearm, the
Yes.
magazine? And was there any ammunition in either the firearm or the magazine?
Yes.
How many rounds and where were they located?
There was 1 in the chamber and I believe 6 in the magazine, but I need to check my report.
And were those all collected?
Yes.
And my first witness?
You may.
Ms. Smith, handed you State's Exhibit 130A and 130B. Do you recognize those two items?
I do.
How do you recognize those?
My initials and the date.
And what is 130A?
So the single,
Yes.
this was the one that was in the chamber, or the cartridge that was in the chamber.
And what does 130B contain?
These are the 6 cartridges that were in the magazine.
And are those in substantially the same condition as when you collected them?
Yes.
Now, this time, move State's Exhibit 130A and 130B into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibits 130A and 130B will be admitted.
Ms. Smith, what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 67?
There was just some ammunition in the garage.
And is that what is depicted in State's Exhibit 68 and 69?
Yes.
What are we looking at State's Exhibit 70?
Medication.
And is there a reason you document that with photographs of that?
Just want to have record of what was on scene.
And State's Exhibits 70 through 74 are all medications you took photographs of, correct?
Yes.
You did not collect those medications, correct?
I'm sorry.
You did not collect the medications, correct?
I did collect them and weighed them.
Okay. You document them with photographs?
Yes.
Judge, you can black the screen. Ms. Smith, did you attend the autopsy of Colin Turner?
I did.
And when?
No, this time maybe approach the bench.
Sure.
Careful, because there might be some pictures coming up about the autopsy stuff. So careful, people. Careful. About 2x at the minute. Zoom, 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 zoom. Here we go, zoom in, here we go. This is a much better trial than yesterday's and Monday's.
Ms. Smith, I believe you had said yes, you attended Colin's autopsy, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And when was that performed?
Can I refer to my report?
With looking at your notes there, help refresh your memory?
Yes.
Go ahead.
September 10th at 20, I'm sorry, September 10th, 2021.
And did you observe the autopsy being performed?
I did.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Ms. Smith, were photographs taken during the autopsy procedure?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Smith, handed you State's exhibits 75 through 107, marked for identification purposes. You have previously looked through those, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are those a fair and accurate depiction of the autopsy as you witnessed it?
Yes, sir.
At this time, I'd move into evidence State's exhibits 75 through 107.
Subject to my earlier objection, Your Honor.
Okay, and the objection is overruled, so exhibit 75 through 107 will be admitted into evidence.
And Ms. Smith, throughout the autopsy, did you collect any physical items of evidence? If you want to go ahead and close that.
Yes, I did. I collected, did you want me to list them?
No, it's okay. May I approach the witness?
May.
Handed you State's exhibits 122 and 123, marked for identification purposes. Do you recognize those?
I do.
How do you recognize those?
My initials and the date.
Okay. Could you go ahead and open those two envelopes for me? Did you open both of them? Sorry.
I did.
You did. Okay. And what is contained in those two little containers there?
These were the projectiles that were in the victim.
And did you collect them at the autopsy?
I did.
Okay. This time I'd move into evidence State's exhibits 122, 123.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Exhibits 122, 123 will be admitted.
May we approach briefly?
Sure.
Josie. Yeah, we did take a vote on it as well. No, you weren't here yesterday. He was quiet yesterday without you. I know when Josie's not here. Erin popped in for a second yesterday. Mexi was here at the end. I'm glad we took a vote and went with it. Go out. Yeah, it was. I don't want the reputation of obviously starting and not finishing trials. But sometimes when trials suck, they suck. They suck. Hey, David, this is a trial. She killed her husband, and it's whether she did it in the defense is battered wife syndrome. So basically, she's admitted to killing him. It's just where her defense is going to be battered wife syndrome. So no, I'd like to ask the regulars as well, Ruka. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I do like to ask you regulars though. People support me, so as well. That's right. Half pint. Where's Bill? Not sure. Sarah Boone. Right, here we go, everybody. Oh, hang on. Josie's not seen. Boom, boom, boom. Amy's got big boobies. Boobies. Boom, boom, boom. Amy's got nice boobies. Boobies. Exactly.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Those are my questions.
Cross-examination?
Just a few. Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Ms. Smith.
Good afternoon.
Isn't it?
Used to be.
Okay. If I could, the gun that was pictured in State's Exhibit 62, the one that the prosecutor showed to the members of the jury, that doesn't fit that holster you found in the closet in the bedroom.
I do not know.
And you can't tell the jury who's that ammunition that was pictured in the garage. You can't tell the members of the jury who that ammo belonged to, can you?
I cannot.
Did you know that Mr. Turner, the decedent, had guns and ammunition in the home?
I did not.
Did you know he had guns in the red truck, which was outside? Did you process that, by the way?
I did not.
Okay. Did you find out that there were guns inside that truck, that red truck?
I did not.
the medications that you showed the members of the jury, were you aware that those were for Bree's upcoming surgery that she's got to have?
I was not.
Thank you.
You redirect?
No, sir.
All right. Can this witness be excused? And then we need to, I don't know, Alderman, do you want to take these exhibits?
Yes, sir. Yes, I'll grab them.
Get them to the clerk to be logged in.
Sir, would you please state your name for the record?
Craig Forehand.
And you're currently retired, is that correct?
That's correct.
Prior to your retirement, where were you employed?
The U.S. Navy, at the station at U.S. Navy or NAS Pensacola.
Okay. And what was your most recent assignment or duty there?
I was the senior enlisted leader or command master chief, or I guess to put it in more civilian terms, I was kind of the CO's direct advisor.
Okay. And what was your duty and function there?
I had multiple roles there, whether it be operational planning or just personnel management. So a lot of different hats of that job.
Okay. And did you oversee a good number of people?
Yes, sir.
About how many?
Somewhere it varied, but about over 200 on any given day.
And how long were you with the Navy?
My career, about 24 years.
And do you know the defendant, Miss Bree Kuhn?
I do.
Okay. How do you know Miss Kuhn?
She and I worked together. She was, when she got stationed with us, she was my assistant. So she helped me manage my day-to-day taskings and my calendar and stuff like that.
Okay. And prior to the shooting incident, how long had you known her? Do you know?
Oh, I don't remember. It would be in the months range, I would think, but I can't remember exactly when she arrived.
Okay. You said months?
I would think so. Somewhere in the 6-month range, but I can't be positive about that.
And of the time of the shooting, was she on full duty?
Yes, sir. She was active duty.
Okay. Had she been on limited duty at any point?
She was stationed with us. She was stationed as a limited duty sailor.
Okay. And what was the reason for that? Do you know?
I know she had in the past she had a suicide ideation, so she was stationed with us to receive the aftercare treatment for that.
Okay. And to your knowledge, was she receiving the treatment for that?
Yes, sir. She was in an IOP or intensive outpatient program. As far as the specifics of the program, I'm not privy to that.
Yes, sir. Now I want to talk to you about September 8th of 2021, the day of the shooting.
Yes, sir.
Did you expect Ms. Kuhn to come to work that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at some point, did you notice that something was amiss?
I noticed right around lunchtime she wasn't there.
And did you have contact with her?
At that point, I texted her in to check up on her and see how everything was going. As far as and then she responded. Okay, how did she respond? I guess. Well, your question was. I'm sorry. What was your question?
I think my question was when did you first have contact with her?
Okay, so that was about 11:40 in the morning, just to check on her and see how things was going, because she wasn't where I expected her to be.
Okay. And what was her response? Do you remember?
Yeah, you mind if I check my notes real quick? Is that okay? Or
would that help refresh your memory?
It would. I'm sorry. It's just been so long.
Understand.
Just got it right here.
You made some notes to yourself about sort of the events that day. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. It's kind of my timeline of events. Oh, okay. So at that time, I just texted her when she was okay, and then then I don't know exactly how, but I guess she was fine at that point. And then I just passed her an assignment at that time.
And shortly after that, did she mention anything in relation to Colin, her husband?
It was sometime later. I had a meeting right after that. So during the course of that meeting, we got our secretary, or the command secretary, the executive secretary. She entered the meeting and said that Colin's husband was trying to get a hold of the XO, Commander Godby here. So at that time, he and I dismissed ourselves, and we took the phone call in his office.
Okay. And you spoke with Colin on the phone?
Yes, sir.
You want to maybe approach this briefly?
You may.
Conversation.
At that point, he when he called, he informed us that Bree's okay. He said that Bree had removed their access to their financial information, as well as he put his computer through the dishwasher. He also at that point he also informed me that she had been missing her therapy appointments and had been skipping work over the past several days. And then he told me, or he told us, XO and I, that he wanted to take their children back home to his parents' home in Georgia. And then he also informed us at that time that the sheriff's office at some point that morning had come to their home as well. So.
Okay, about what time was that conversation? Do you remember?
That was about 1400 or 2 o'clock.
And during this conversation, what was Colin's demeanor?
He was very calm, very very articulate, and well spoken at that time.
Was he angry?
No, sir. It was just a very general, casual conversation like we're having now. It wasn't escalated or anything. It wasn't any holler screaming. Just it seemed very reasonable to me.
Now he's reporting to you that she has cut off his access to finances. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is that? Let me ask you, how does the military deem that, or is there anything the military can do about that for a military spouse?
This is a bit of a long answer. So when we look at a couple things here, we call it spouse emotional abuse and things like that. We determine, or not we, but the Navy says when you remove financial capabilities or you start causing damage to people's equipment stuff, it's a form of emotional abuse.
And is there anything the military can do in terms of assisting in terms of the financial aspect?
Okay, so in a situation like this, we don't have the authority to tell her what she can and can't do with her finances. But what we do have is a program. It's called the Family Advocacy Program, and it's designed to help families that are struggling. And then it's a long process how we get here, but ultimately there's a kind of again conversation about what happened, and we find the best way to help the family. And then in cases where we're called domestic violence is involved, we'll make try to make our best determination if we need to separate the family or put them in what we call a cool down room. When I say the family, I really mean the service member. I think that's what you're asking me.
Yes, sir. And if I understood you correctly, did you say that the military would consider cutting off someone's finances to be a form of emotional abuse? Is that what I understood you to say?
That's correct. On our family advocacy program.
Now, in your position there, did you often deal with family issues, domestic issues of domestic violence?
Yes, sir. One of my key roles is I was part of that family advocacy program. I was part of what we call the IDC, or Independent Termination Committee, where every single case of spousal abuse, domestic violence, those would go through a process where we would hear kind of both sides of the story and define if that case would have met criteria or not met criteria. So pretty much in my entire tenure there, that's something I was directly involved with for every single situation that involved issues like this.
Okay. And with Ms. Kuhn being, I don't know what the right terminology is, assigned to you or under you, would she be familiar with that sort of process involving the domestic violence or spousal issues?
She would definitely know I was part of IDC just because she managed my calendar, and then also because of her position in the military, she would be familiar with the family advocacy program as well.
Okay. And what was her position officially?
Her role in the Navy was E7, or Chief United States Navy, and that's kind of the starting point of where a sailor or enlisted member becomes, I would call it a supervisor, where they start dealing with where they start helping managing these sailors' issues.
Now, sort of at the conclusion of this conversation, was Colin given any guidance or any further people that he could contact? You mentioned the family advocacy program.
Oh, yes, sir. So at the end of this conversation, we kind of left off. I asked him, did he feel safe in the current situation? In which he responded he did. And then I also gave him the number to our family advocacy counselor as well, so he could communicate to them, and that would help, again, help them with their family struggles as well.
And when you say you asked him if you felt safe, was that a standard question you asked in these kind of situations?
Yes, sir. Typically I get a spouse calling, or even any kind of event what I call a family flare-up, I always want to make sure, safety is always the number one goal. So I always ask this question: do you feel safe?
And after this conversation ended with Colin, did you have any concerns about either his safety or Bree's safety?
No, sir. Not at all.
And after this conversation, did you have any other conversations with Colin?
No, that was the last time he and I talked.
And after that conversation, did you speak with Bree?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did she give you some indication or background as to what was going on?
Yes, sir. So after that phone call with Colin, I called Bree up, and I reiterated to her what Colin told me, which was, that she damaged his computer, he removed access to finances, and wanted to take I'm sorry. Yeah. So those two questions, and what she stated that he was lying about the situation, and then
did she say what had caused this argument to flare up? Most recently?
Yes, sir. So I asked, I asked what happened, how do we get here in this situation? She said that it started the previous night before, where she wanted to watch a TV show, and he did not, and that was kind of the start of this situation.
Okay, that's what she told you started the argument.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was her demeanor during this conversation with you?
So when I talked to her, she was very calm as well. Very calm, very calm, and very professional in the conversation. So that at that point, I didn't have any concerns either with the situation.
And did you pose to her the same question as you did to Colin about whether or not she felt safe in the residence?
I did. I asked her if she okay. Yes, sir. I asked if she felt like her and the kids were safe.
So just want to be clear, you're looking at your notes there, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm sorry about that.
So the question was, did you ask her about if she felt safe inside the residence?
Yes, sir. I asked her if she felt safe inside the residence. She said for her and the kids, and she said that she did.
For her and the kids, she felt
yes,
safe?
Sir.
Okay. Now, I think you had previously mentioned, I think you referred to it as a cool down location. Right?
Yes, sir.
And did you discuss that with Bree during this conversation?
Yes, sir. So I asked her in this conversation, she needed a cool down room. And what that is where we take a sailor that's, or again, a family that's having issues, and we'll take and give the service member barracks room for the course of 3 days, 10 days, depending on the situation that's needed. At that point, she said she didn't need a cool down room. And yeah.
Did she say why she did not want the cool
down? Yeah, she didn't want a cool down room because she was concerned that if she went to the cool down room, which would have meant that she wouldn't have been take her kids with her, that Colin would have been able to take the kids back to Georgia at that point.
And did she mention anything about her immediate future plans?
Yes, sir. When we talked on the phone, we let the conversation off that she intended to file for tomorrow or the next day for temporary custody with a lawyer. And then I ended it as, I'm sorry.
What was there?
And then we just kind of ended it. If there was any other, if she felt unsafe or the issue escalated, that she should call the police.
And approximately what time was this conversation you had with Bree?
That was about 2:30.
And I know you already said about Colin. Did you have further contact with Bree later that day?
Yes, sir. We talked again about 4:45. We talked again about that time. I texted Bree and asked her if the situation had settled down, and to which she responded no.
Did you elaborate at that point as to what was going on?
Oh, yes, sir. At that point, so when she texted me no, I called her back, and she said that her and one of her younger children, I don't know which one, were in the, okay, she said that her and one of her younger children in the backyard, and that Colin had taken the child from her. And she stated the child was crying, but she did not believe that Colin was going to hurt the child. And then she stated that Colin was outside with the child, and I asked her, okay, and that was that conversation was about.
And again, was there any discussions of did she feel safe? Did the children feel safe? How did she respond during this conversation?
Yes, sir. This time I asked her if her and Colin had any guns, and she said Colin had the guns in the truck, and she stated that she had a handgun. I'm sorry. I say that he had a handgun and a rifle in the truck, and that she had a pistol. And then I reiterated at that point in the conversation that to call the police if the situation escalated, and she said she was safe and that Colin will calm down.
And was that the last discussion you had with Bree prior to the shooting?
Yes, sir. I tried to text her later, but no response at that point.
Okay. So these conversations you had with both Colin initially and then Bree Kuhn, like you've described, but at any point was either of them angry, yelling, shouting?
No, sir. That was it was probably one of the these types of phone calls weren't necessarily uncommon for me to get. But what was really peculiar was that both sides were just very calm, calm and very emotionally under control. So that's why we didn't force a cool down or anything like that, because it seemed like it was just, from my perspective, it was just two adults having an argument about some stuff.
And would you have initiated or started the procedures for a cool down room if you had deemed it to be necessary?
Yes, sir. If I felt like the conversation, if I felt like it was just going nowhere, just being very aggressive, I would, at that point, I wouldn't give the sailor an option. We would mandate, or I'm sorry, I used the word I don't have that authority, but I would have recommended my commanding officer to sign what we call a no contact order to initiate it. But just based off the demeanor, I didn't determine it necessary. Okay.
So the Navy can do that against the service member's will?
Yes, sir. The commanding officer can assign a no contact order or MPO.
Now, at any point during this contact, or at any point during your, you said about the 6 months that you had known Bree, had she ever related to you any type of physical abuse?
No, sir.
Had she ever related to you any type of sexual abuse?
No, sir.
Had she ever related to you any fear for her children's safety in relation to Colin?
No, sir.
Now, what would be the procedure if a service member were to report an instance of either domestic abuse or sexual abuse?
Kind of, it's two different processes.
Is that two different for the two different types?
Yeah, yes, sir. So we'll start with one. So for sexual abuse, which we call sexual assault, that goes to what we call a SAP, or sexual assault prevention and response program. And so what would happen there once the sailor reports that, and there's a lot of different methods to which the sailor can report it, depending on if they want it to be a restricted or unrestricted report. Restricted means that that situation would be just between the sailor as well as the team, or her care team, that would help her or them rather cope with the situation. And then there's an unrestricted report, which would be the same type of level of post care as well as an investigation into the situation. I'm sorry, I lost track of.
Would the person receive any kind of counseling or anything?
Yes, sir. If the sailor reports the situation or is reported, then they would.
Okay. And again, being under your command, would Ms. Kuhn have been aware of this protocol, this procedure?
Calls for conjecture, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Answer.
You can answer.
Okay. So sexual assault is a huge, it's a huge deal in the military. It's very, it's got congressional level involvement in it. So we're mandated to conduct annual sexual assault prevention response training. And then this commanding officer talks about these programs. It doesn't matter what command you're in, you have to go through sexual assault training annually. So it's reasonable that she would know these processes. And even the fact that she's a chief, she would go through a whole other process of training for that. So it's very reasonable that she would know these processes and what to do, or at least she would know where the starting line for these types of situations are.
And would it be fair to say that for members of the military, there are a large number of resources for victims of sexual abuse? Yes, sir.
There's quite a bit out there for them.
And I asked you earlier, and you had said there are two different processes. What about domestic violence? What would be the standard procedure if someone reports they are a victim of domestic violence?
Okay, so DV would be so how that would start back to that family advocacy case we talked about. And then with that, there comes the process is where the sailor reports the DV, or even not necessarily the sailor, but the spouse reports the DV, or domestic violence or emotional abuse. I'm kind of lumping DV into emotional abuse, spousal abuse, all those different. It's a very big word.
At this point in time. Appreciate it. Okay. Can my officer go in your apartment and just grab your pants? Yeah, go with me, or no? I don't want you going. I mean, are there clothing like as soon as he walks in, you can grab her pants and be good? Or are we?
Bing bong, a bing Bombay, bing bong, a bing Bombay, bing bong, a bing Bombay. Scott likes to wear lingerie. Hello, Scott. Hello, everybody. Quick update because some people are new in the chat. Little G, both are in the military. I'm not sure. She's. I'm not. I think she was in the Navy and he was in the Army. I'm not sure. So something like that. Hello, Scott, to you. This is a case about a wife murdered her husband, and she's now claiming her defense is battered wife syndrome. And it's actually a very interesting case so far, in my opinion. So that's Scott. And for what's that, Laurie? Oh, the DV stuff. Yes, you're right. And then for the lads, Gary and everybody, just to get that out of your minds. Boom, boom, boom. Amy's got big boobies. Boom, boom, boom. Amy's got nice boobies. Yeah, I'm not sure what he was in, but yes, it is military, yes. They did show the body. It was very gruesome, actually. But here we go. We're back to it now.
Cover a lot of categories in it. But once that's reported, there'll be interviews conducted with both the offender and the non-offender, and then once they dictate that those events have occurred, there's a lot of different resources attached. And there's mandatory trainings required for the service member. There's mandatory trainings required for the if it's a non-service member. There's recommended trainings that we'll offer for them. Now in the event of we talk about domestic violence. But if it's something like some kind of grandiose, where where someone was just physically abused somebody to the point, with the law enforcement get involved, it's going to happen on town, right? There's also that law enforcement side, which has nothing to do with the military. But I think I'm going to sidetrack here a little bit. But
fair to say that victims of DV would have resources available to them.
Yes, sir. If reported or even if identified, we would take it, report that stuff and do something and provide aid.
Now, if a service member were to report some type of sexual abuse, or as you mentioned the SART, I think the Sexual Assault Response Team, could that cause any problems or issues in terms of their career or service in the Navy?
No, sir. You're not penalized for something like of this magnitude. It's not a punitive thing. It's therapeutic in nature.
Okay. Now, again, based on your conversations with both parties that day, were you surprised to learn that what had happened ultimately?
I was very surprised. I was just from the conversations that Bree and I would have kind of when we were just kind of sitting around just shooting the breeze a little bit. It sounded like, ultimately they had a pretty good relationship, and he was very supportive of her. They had from my perspective, they had a great little system where, he was going to school. She would take, I don't remember the two children, that she would take the kids to daycare. He'd go to school and do the stuff. It just seemed like they were just a relatively normal military family doing good things.
All right, thank you, sir. Those are my questions.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Etheridge.
Good afternoon, Mr. Forehand. Thank you for your 24 years of service. Now, Bree originally came to you for medical reasons and for mental health reasons, didn't she?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you knew that Bree had had a suicide attempt in the past.
That's
she
correct.
Came on board, right? And you knew that she was sent to a mental health unit hospital in Crestview, Florida, right?
Yes, I believe I know that.
Okay. And you knew she stayed there for 7 days, right?
No, sir.
You didn't know that?
No, sir.
Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Mr. Forehand, I'm going to show you something. I want you to read lines.
Randy, what are you
Page 6.
Randy, is that the transcript of the?
I'm just going to ask you to read this to yourself. Okay, don't read it out loud. I have an opportunity to read it. I'm going to ask you some questions. See if this helps refresh your memory.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Lines 20 to 22. Read that on his forehand, and if you have an opportunity to read it, I'm asking you to help refresh your recollection. Questions?
Okay. Just keep reading. That's good from there. Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you.
I got it. I'll repeat the question. Ask you, you knew she stayed there for 7 days, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, your time with Bree was pleasant, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Now, on the day of the incident, September 8th, 2021, around 1:45, Bree texted you and said Colin was trying to call the command, didn't she?
Yes, sir.
And as you alluded to earlier, domestic violence is a big deal in the military, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you were speaking to Colin, he was trying to force the Navy to give him some money, wasn't he?
I don't know what his intentions were.
Okay. Okay. Permission for witness, page 12, lines 19, excuse me, lines 17 through 18.
You may.
Mr. Former, read lines 17 through 18, please, to yourself, and if you had the opportunity to read those, I'm asking you a couple of fresh recollection. I'll ask you the question.
Okay.
Now, was Colin trying to force the Navy to give him money?
Yes, it looks like, from my best guess, that was the case.
And he wanted the money so he could leave with the kids, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you basically told him that you couldn't force her or make her give him any money, didn't you?
That's correct.
The Navy couldn't. And you learned from your conversation from Colin that he was trying to take the kids away to Georgia, right?
That's correct.
And you knew that Colin was medically retired from the Marine Corps because of traumatic brain injury, didn't you?
That's correct.
And did you know whether he quit, retired, or was discharged?
I believe he was medically retired.
Now, Bree, when she was talking to you, she told you they were arguing about Colin taking the kids to Georgia, right?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. And Bree, I think you've already alluded to it earlier, but Bree told you that Colin was lying, didn't she?
That's correct.
And to you, that was just so weird, wasn't it?
Which part was weird? That he was lying? I don't
Yeah,
understand.
the exchange between those two. What was going on between those two?
No, I don't think I understand your question right now.
Permission to approach the witness.
Okay.
Page 15, line 16. Just one line this time. Read line 16 and see if that helps refresh your recollection.
Judge, I believe the response was, I don't understand the questions. I don't know if the.
Yeah, I just don't know what you're asking me right now.
Why don't you can refresh his recollection, but then re-ask the question?
Yeah, just read.
Yes, sir.
That should do it. I apologize. It probably was me giving the question, but I tried to rephrase it.
I'm sorry, Randy, what page were you on? I'm sorry.
16, 15, 15.
Okay.
Let me try that again. I apologize if I repeated it. And I asked you beforehand. She told you, no, he's lying. And she was calm, cool, calm, and collected. And to you, that just seemed weird, didn't it?
The situation was weird. In fact, that both of the both parties were just very calm. That's not what I would traditionally experience.
Okay. And the argument started the night before when Bree wanted to watch television and he didn't want to watch television, right?
That's correct.
And once again, you thought that was kind of weird, didn't you?
That they want to watch TV? No,
No, that they had the argument over that.
no, sir. I've been married. That's okay. No.
Permission approach. Page 16. Lines,
You may.
lines 18 through 20. Read the lines 18 through 20 beforehand to yourself.
I'm sorry. What numbers?
Asking whether that helps refresh your recollection.
What numbers you're saying?
18.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. 18 through 20. Yourself. And I have the opportunity to read that and ask you.
I'm trying to get the context of this. Sorry. Just need to go a little further up. Okay.
Okay. Last question again. She told you to start there with the argument, and you said it was you. Basically, you said I was like, well, that's kind of weird, right? Once again.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Bree told you that Colin had called her and loaded up his guns in the truck, didn't she?
If you can say it one more time.
Bree told you that Colin had called her and loaded up his guns in the truck, didn't she?
That's correct.
And he was trying to put the kids in there while he had the guns in the truck, wasn't he?
Boy.
You know, I'm going to project.
That's not my notes. I just.
Hold on. Got an objection?
Yes, sir. Speculation.
Saying as phrased.
Okay. Okay. She told you Colin loaded up his guns in the truck and he was trying to put the kids in there, didn't she?
It's not my notes, so I just don't. I just don't
Permission to
remember.
approach the witness.
Sure.
Page 17, lines 5 through 7.
You may.
Thank you. Lines 5 through 7 this time, Mr. Forehand. See if it helps refresh your recollection.
Okay,
So that's what she told you, didn't she?
that's correct.
And in all fairness, Mr. Forehand, you said this about 2 years ago, so
Oh, that's-
it's hard to
yeah.
remember all this, isn't it?
Yeah, 3 years is a long time.
I get it. I get it. I totally get it. I can't remember what I had for breakfast this morning. So, and she had to call the police, didn't she?
That's correct,
The law enforcement didn't do anything about it, did they?
from my understanding.
Now, in your experience doing your job that you had to do for so long with 200 something people that you were looking out after, in your experiences, when spouses start calling the command, things are turning bad, aren't they?
Depending on how you define bad.
Not good.
Well, there's definitely an issue going on, right? There's something that needs improvement with the home life. Correct. I'll agree with that.
And once again, things weren't making sense to you, were they?
As far as the demeanor, no. They just,
And later, when you checked on her, she told you no, she wasn't okay that day, didn't she?
she did.
And she also told you that Mr. Turner had come and snatched her child from her and took her around to the front, didn't she?
That's correct. That's correct.
And the child was crying inconsolably, wasn't she?
Correct.
Did you have a coworker with you named Celeste?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you get Celeste involved to try to help you try to resolve the issues that were presented to you by Bree and Colin that day?
Yes.
Okay. And you found out that Mr. Turner had put a gun in the truck.
I'm going to object to hearsay.
Sustained.
In your mind, he had 3 guns in the truck, didn't he?
I don't remember.
I'm going to object again for speculation.
Sustained.
At this point, you and your coworker decided to call the Department of Children and Family Services, didn't you?
That's correct.
And then you decided to call the Santa Rosa County Sheriff's Office, didn't you?
That's correct.
To find out what was going on, and also to tell them there were guns in that car, in that truck, right?
That's correct.
You remember Bree during that conversation, the day of the incident, telling you that earlier that Mr. Turner was like out in the front yard, pacing around and talking to himself.
I do.
And once again, you had this weird, to you, that was weird behavior, wasn't it?
It was.
Now, around 5 o'clock, I believe was the last time you spoke to her, right?
Yes, sir. Right around there.
And she was teary and sad to you, wasn't she?
That was my perception, yes, sir.
Did you know that he was abusive to her?
No idea. Or, I'm sorry, no.
I would object to that question as
I'm going to sustain this argumentative.
Now, Bree had all kind of trophies for being such an excellent recruiter for the Navy, didn't she?
Yes, sir. Back on her little bookshelf, she had quite a bit of recognition awards for what seemed to be a relatively good career in recruiting.
She seemed to be an outstanding sailor, didn't she?
Yes, sir. She and I always had very pleasant conversations. I enjoyed working with her.
Would Bree sometimes work from 7 o'clock in the morning to 1 o'clock in the next morning?
During my 10 of us together, no, sir.
Well, she was the only breadwinner in the family, wasn't she, as far as you knew?
I'm not sure their finances. I don't know.
Is it fair to say it was hard to know exactly what was going on between Bree and Mr. Turner?
Absolutely.
Permission to approach the witness, page 38, lines 10 through 11. Oh, no.
Okay.
Sorry, Judge. Lines 10 through 12. Read those, if you would, to yourself, Mr. Forehand. And we'll ask you whether that helps refresh your recollection.
Okay.
And I'll ask you one more time. She worked from 7 o'clock in the morning to 1 o'clock in the morning sometimes.
Okay, so that question's what you're asking me is from her previous military history, not in my command.
I apologize.
Yes, sir.
Once again, my fault, not yours.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's my poor question. But you knew she
Yes,
would
sir.
do that.
Yeah, she had a conversation. She talked about working those really long days as being a recruiter.
And I apologize. That was my fault, not yours. Okay. Now, is there any doubt that Bree was concerned about leaving her children with Colin?
Mhm.
Leave.
I'm going to object to speculation.
Sustained as phrased.
Okay. You spoke to Bree that day. You spoke to Colin that day, didn't you, Mr. Forehand?
That's correct.
Okay. Any doubt in your mind from talking to her and talking to Colin, she was worried about him leaving with those kids to go to Georgia, wasn't she?
Yes.
Now, would you agree with me that you don't have to be angry or shouting to be in an emotionally charged situation between spouses, girlfriends, boyfriends, cousins, wives?
I would agree.
In your 24 years of service doing what you've done serving our country, would you agree with me it's not unusual for sailors not to come up to you and tell you about some of their dark secrets or things that's going on between themselves at home?
You know, I don't object to relevance at this point.
That's all he's been talking about is all these things. I'm not gonna just stand the
Hold on. Overruled.
Is it unusual for sailors under your command to not confide in you or relate to you deeply personal matters?
Okay, you know, I'm going to reject the speculation and go approach we can.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
And
all right, y'all approach.
You responded to Mr. Etheridge that Colin was pacing outside and talking to himself.
That's correct.
How did you know that?
Bree told me.
And he asked you a question about when you texted her and asked if everything was okay, and she responded no. And to the best of your recollection, do you remember what your question was? Did you ask her if everything was okay, or did you ask her if everything had settled down? Or did you ask her if she was okay, or has everything settled down?
Yeah, I asked, had everything settled down?
So she didn't say, I'm not okay.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, was she relating to you that she called law enforcement because of these guns?
No. No, I have no knowledge of why. I just know she called.
And if Colin is leaving to go to Georgia, as I think both parties told you, correct?
Well, I know Colin wanted to leave. I know Colin and Bree didn't want him to leave.
And if he's leaving to Georgia to take his any personal items with him, you would probably have to put them in his truck. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And despite this talk of guns and police, at every point you asked both parties if they felt safe, if Bree felt safe, Colin felt safe, and the kids were safe.
That's correct.
And at every time, both parties said, yes, we're all safe, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thanks, sir.
All right. Anything else from this witness?
I have no objection to him being excused, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. I think at this point he can be released. Yeah, I originally was going to recall him, but I think we probably covered it. And where are you employed?
The Santa Rosa County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been there?
I've been with Santa Rosa for about 8 years.
Okay. Do you have previous law enforcement experience?
Yes, sir. I spent 12 to 13 years in Colorado as a police officer as well.
Okay. And what are your present duties with the Sheriff's Office?
Right now, I'm a patrol sergeant for the patrol division, but at the time of this investigation, I was a detective in the major crimes unit.
Okay. And were you involved in the investigation in the case in the death of Colin Turner?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And who was the lead detective or investigator in that case?
Detective David Rowell.
Okay. Now, at some point during that day, the day of the murder, September 8th, 2021, did detectives have cause to speak with Ms. Kuhn?
Yes.
Okay. Where did that take place?
At the major crimes office in our interview room.
Okay. And are those interviews recorded?
Yes, sir.
And your interview there with Ms. Bree Kuhn, was Detective Rowell involved in it also?
Yes, he was.
And was the entirety of that interview recorded?
It was.
Was there any questioning of Ms. Kuhn that took place outside that room or outside of that recording?
No.
Shortly thereafter, you had occasion to travel to interview a witness. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Who did you go interview?
Myself and David and Detective Rowell went to Pennsylvania to interview the defendant's brother.
And do you remember when that was in relation to the murder?
It was just a couple days after.
And did you speak with her brother, you and Detective Rowell?
Yes.
Okay. And was that interaction recorded?
Yes, audio and video.
Thank you, sir. Those are my questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Just a couple of real brief ones. Mr. Kelly, you're no longer a detective anymore.
That's correct.
You're a regular patrol deputy now, right?
I was promoted to sergeant, so I was reassigned.
You never went to the scene, did you?
No.
You assisted with the search warrant for the residence?
That's correct.
And you conducted an interview of the gentleman just left you, Mr. Forehand, Bree's command, right?
Yes, I did an interview with him.
Okay. And the last thing you did is you accompanied your fellow officer Rowell to interview Bree's brother, Eric Kuhn Jr. in Pennsylvania, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Those are my questions.
Any redirect?
No, sir.
Okay. Can this witness be excused? Or do you want him to remain on standby?
I'd say remain on standby,
Okay.
just in case. And I will notify if anything comes up.
All right. You're now excused for today, but please remain on standby. Okay.
And Judge, the other witness I had released, I anticipate calling him in the morning.
Okay. All right. Members of the jury, that's going to wrap up testimony for today. What I'm going to have you do. Because I just want to make sure this isn't coming back over this. But again, I don't know what she's going to.
Well, I will say for the court's information that the pictures have the little stickers.
Correct.
One has a number, and the
Correct.
number corresponds to the wounds.
Correct.
With the medical, because it can get very confusing, and with the medical examiner has to kind of keep them on track as to which exit wound corresponds to which entrance wound, and it can be very easy to lose track of those. So that's why all those numbers are going to correspond to what she's describing, because the gunshot wounds as the numbers don't correspond to the actual gunshots. If that makes sense.
So let's just take number 76 and 98. Other than the measuring stick, is there any difference in those?
I'm sorry, which you said 76 and 98?
Yeah.
Um, 76 is of his back, 98 is of his chest.
I don't think 98 is of his chest, is it?
98 is of his chest, yes, sir. Hold on, let me make sure I'm looking at the exhibit numbers, not the slide numbers.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry, I was looking at slide numbers. I do that all the time. Yes, I'm sorry, 98 is of his back. As is 76. Really, the difference in those photographs is highlighting that that's the entrance wound that the doctor would be talking about. One's labeled number 5, one is labeled number 8, because then the pictures that follow it are the corresponding exit wounds.
Here's what I'm going to task Mr. Alderman that you need to do is you need to give me specifics on why each of these need to be admitted and what is different on this, because I'm telling you, if that I need the specifics, because I do not want this coming back over this issue. So I mean, as long as the state can show that each of these photos is there's something different that each of these photos is showing.
What I can do, for example, for those two, I can eliminate an exhibit, but then what I would do is basically show that picture twice, because that's the entrance wound that the doctor would be describing. Because it gets very difficult to describe 4 entrance wounds at once. The most
I see what you're saying. Right. I mean, I just let me, and I said they're cumulative, but I will note that each one of these has different measurements. So maybe I may be mistaken on that.
Record, I would also note that there are several of those are.
Well, several are not of. Yeah, there's one of the wrist, and I'm not concerned about that.
But so I mean, those two specifically, you mentioned I said I could eliminate one, but I'm happy
as
to
long
show
as
the same picture twice.
As long as
and I'll tell you.
Here's the thing. I'll let it in, but
for the record, the way I have the medical examiner testify is, for example, looking at the 4 wounds on the back. I'm not going to have her describe all 4 of those wounds at the same time. You go gunshot wound by gunshot wounds. You go one on the back, one on the chest, one on the back, one on the chest.
Okay.
So that's how the photographs are sequenced to walk her through each gunshot, because it doesn't make any sense to describe all the wounds on the back and then all the wounds on the chest, because then you wouldn't know which wound correlates to which wound. So
a few things, if I may.
Go ahead.
By that logic, I think there would be 8 then, right? 8 pictures. But my other point is, it's not just that, in People magazine, they show these 2 pictures and they look similar, but there's differences. It's not just spotting the differences in the pictures. It's what those pictures each infer, or what he's going to argue with those. If it's going to be the same argument, I don't know. I think it's more than just are the pictures different. What are you trying to show with the different pictures?
Maybe I just need to do a little more legal research.
And the other thing I would say, for example, say 76 there. On those, you can't tell those are gunshot wounds. You need close-ups of each, and that's how most of the wounds are.
Okay.
So, and again, this is, most cases, this is not much of an issue. But here, because of her allegations and her defense, this is an absolute crucial issue. Okay. So.
Again, there are several of these photos that have nothing to do with the back or the chest, too. I mean.
They're just talking about exhibits. Let me just do this then, whilst Lou is pounding Terry. Looby, Looby, Lou, where are you? Lou is pounding Terry. Looby, Looby, Lou, where are you? Lou is pounding Terry. Thank you to Ruka Shroom. Thank you, Ruka, for the coffee. She says, thank you for bringing us all together in a magical connection. And fucked up humor. We love you, Dylan. Thank you, Sabrina. I appreciate that so much for the coffee. Much love to you. Thank you again, Ruka. Thank you, darling. And here she is, the Queen of Canton. There she is, Brenda Sweeney. Love it. I'm loving it. Right, are we ready for day 2 of the trial? Yeah, she's pretending it's a treadmill now. She's pretending. She's pounding all night long, all night, all night, all night long. Luby and Terry. All night long, Luby and Terry. All night long, Luby and Terry. Oh. Right, I think I got the trial. Lou has got a treadmill, and some people think the treadmill is called Terry, where in fact, lover machine is called Terry. So Lou is pounding Terry. Everyone that didn't know Terry, you think you're a nympho, Lou. Lou is a dirty mofo. She goes at it all night long with Terry, with Terry. All night long with Terry, with Terry. All night long with Terry, with Terry. Right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Boom. We are about now 150 behind, so let's play this at 1.25 speed. We'll catch up by lunch. Lou is a sexaholic. Loopy Lou loves sexy time with Terry. Mary. Right, let's get the trial back on.
The test for admissibility of photographic evidence is relevancy, not necessity. But relevant photos are substantially outweighed by the danger or needless present cumulative evidence. And it also acknowledged there is some amount of prejudice inherent when there is a violent murder. Particular case, we have reviewed the photograph to take into account the relevant case law. I'm going to allow all the photographs submitted. Part of the state's theory. Self-defense, so they're relevant purpose. Show the exit.
All rise for the jury, please.
Lou, you may gain street cred. Like, whoa, hey, Lou. Put your legs up in the air, Lou. Do, 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 do.
Okay, everybody can be seated. All right, members of the jury, before we get started today, I need to ask whether or not any of you have received any information about this case, seen anything on the internet about this case, had anybody try to talk to you about this case since we last saw each other yesterday. Okay, all the jurors are shaking their heads no. Also, again, let me remind you that you cannot discuss this case with anybody. And again, do not use social media, the internet, anything else to get any information about this case or the people and places involved. Everything you will need to decide this case will occur here in the courtroom. Also, I'm going to give you an additional instruction. If you happen to have a question and need to communicate with me, send a note to court security. Any questions that you have can only be submitted after you begin deliberations. And so if you have a question, during that time, I will talk with the attorneys before I answer. I will answer any questions if I can in writing or orally here in open court. So I want to go ahead and give you that instruction at this time. And with that, Mr. Alderman, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
All right, you may call your next witness.
David.
I did.
All right, ma'am, have a seat in the chair. Hold the chair as close to the microphone as you can and speak loud enough into the microphone so that everybody can hear you. Mr. Alderman, you may proceed.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, would you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure. My name is Dr. Deanna Oleski, Oleske.
And how are you presently employed?
I'm the Chief Medical Examiner in District 1.
And can you describe your basic duties as Chief Medical Examiner?
In addition to my administrative duties, I perform my regular medical examiner duties, which include doing autopsies, preparing autopsy reports, and giving expert testimony.
And what area does your office cover?
My office covers 4 counties, Escambia, Santa Rosa, Okaloosa, and Walton counties.
And how many people do you have under your supervision at the medical examiner's office?
I have a team of 30 employees and 5 doctors.
And do you know how many autopsies your office performs every year?
Approximately 1,800 to 2,000.
And how many of those do you typically perform personally?
About 200 to 250.
Every year?
Yeah.
Okay. And how long have you been at the District 1 Medical Examiner's office?
Since November of 2020.
You've been the chief that entire time?
Yes.
Okay. And where were you employed prior to that?
I was the Associate Medical Examiner in St. Johns County in District 23 in St. Augustine for about 3.5 years.
Okay. And what were your duties there in St. Johns County?
As an Associate Medical Examiner, I did the same things I did here with less responsibility, doing autopsies, creating autopsy reports, and giving expert testimony.
And what is your educational background?
I did 13 years of school to become a forensic pathologist. I started with a 4-year undergraduate degree at Indiana University. Following completion of that, I successfully matriculated into medical school in Detroit, Michigan at Wayne State. Following those 4 years, I became a medical doctor. I obtained my Texas medical license, and I went to residency training in anatomic pathology at the University of Texas in Houston. This is the core basis of a subspecialty that studies the diseases of tissues in a hospital. Following 4 years of that subspecialty training, I did a 1-year fellowship at the Harris County Institute of Forensic Sciences, which is also in Houston, Texas. And that's where I completed my forensic pathology fellowship. So 13 years.
Yes, ma'am. And where are you licensed to practice medicine?
Here in the state of Florida currently.
And are you board certified in any areas?
I am dually board certified in both anatomic and forensic pathology.
Now, familiar with Dr. Leski's resume. We have no objection to go forward at this time.
All right, Mr. Alderman, you may proceed.
Yes. Dr. Leski, I want to talk to you about was there an autopsy performed by your office on September 10th of 2021?
Yes.
And who was the subject of that autopsy?
The the decedent's name was Colin J. Turner.
And who performed that autopsy?
That was Associate Medical Examiner Dr. Timothy J. Gallagher.
And does your office, the medical examiner's office, maintain a file for every autopsy that is performed?
Yes.
Okay. And is that file kept in the ordinary course of the medical examiner's business?
Yes.
And you have access to that file?
Yes.
And did you review that file?
I did.
And what exactly did you review in terms of that autopsy?
I reviewed the autopsy report, the autopsy photographs, the radiographs or x-rays, the toxicology report, handwritten notes or body diagrams that Dr. Gallagher had produced, and chain of custody, I think, and the investigator's report too. Everything basically that was in the file.
And those items that you reviewed, did they provide you with the information necessary to form your own opinion as to the cause and manner of death for Mr. Colin Turner?
Yes.
Were there any external injuries observed to Mr. Turner?
Yes.
And can you describe the standard procedure when an autopsy is performed?
Sure. When our office is notified of a death that is non-natural, we assume jurisdiction of that body and custody of the body. When they come into the autopsy suite, we first take photographs as they were received to us. So whatever they were wearing, if they were wearing clothing or if it was cut clothing. And then we go through and we see if there's any defects in the clothing that may correspond to injuries on the body. We take and collect evidence if necessary or assist law enforcement in doing so at that time. Following that, we take, quote, dirty photographs of any of the wounds, again, to show as they were originally. Then following that, we clean everybody up and we reshoot the photographs and try to make them as clean as possible so it's clear where the injuries are.
And for Mr. Colin Turner, what was the cause of those external injuries?
Multiple gunshot wounds.
Now, the gunshots that Mr. Colin Turner suffered, are you able to determine what order the wounds occurred in chronologically?
I cannot.
Are you able to determine whether all the wounds were inflicted at approximately the same time?
I believe that they were.
Can you describe the first injury?
Sure. The first injury was a gunshot wound of the left upper posterior torso, which is over left upper back, which goes through the muscles of the back, the 6th and 7th cervical vertebra of your neck, and then the musculature in the skin over the right lateral neck, where it does where it exits and then re-enters.
And I'm going to
sorry,
pause
go
right
ahead.
there. You mentioned the entrance wound in the posterior torso, correct?
Yes.
Judge, if you could activate the screen for me. And Dr. Oleski, here in States Exhibit 76, at the top right of the screen there, is that the wound you're describing to the posterior torso?
So yes, where that L-shaped ruler and the yellow circle number 5 is where the first injury that I'm describing is located.
So the number 5 does not correlate to the, again, the chronology of the wounds. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you described that as an entrance wound. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how are you able to determine if that is an entrance wound?
So entrance wounds are characteristically circular, look like a punched out hole, and they have a collar around them called the margin of abrasion, which is caused by as the projectile is literally scraping the skin as it's boring into the body.
And what was the direction of that gunshot wound there?
This direction of this projectile and gunshot wound was from back to front, left to right, and upward.
And was there an exit wound associated with this gunshot wound?
Yes.
Where was the exit wound?
Over the right lateral neck.
And States Exhibit 80, what are we looking at, States Exhibit 80?
So we are looking at the right side of Mr. Turner's cheek and neck, and this is a corresponding gunshot exit wound.
And was there a re-entry wound associated with this gunshot?
Yes.
And where was the re-entry wound?
The re-entry wound was over the right wrist.
And States Exhibit 82, is that the injury you just described?
Yes.
Okay. Was there an exit wound for that? Was there an exit for that wound?
No, there was an associated projectile.
And States Exhibit 4, is that the projectile you just mentioned?
Yes.
That was recovered from the autopsy?
Yes.
And what were the injuries caused by that gunshot and the various entrance and exit wounds?
So the associated injuries were fractures of the cervical vertebra, which is your neck, the right triquetrum bone, excuse me, TRUM bone, the fracture of the right lunate bone, which is in the wrist, and hemorrhage along the wound track. So it injures the cervical spinal cord in his neck.
And is that all the injuries and areas of the body that were affected by that first gunshot?
Yes.
Okay. And again, when I say first gunshot, you don't know what order they occurred in, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you observe injuries from a second gunshot?
Yes.
Okay. And where was the entrance wound for the second gunshot?
This one was labeled number 6, and it was over the left posterior torso or the left back.
And what are we looking at here in States Exhibit 87?
We are looking at a picture of Mr. Turner's left upper back. We can see 2 gunshot wounds, one which I just described over the right side of the photo, and number 6, which is the one that I'm currently describing.
And that is an entrance wound?
Yes.
And what was the path of the projectile?
This projectile went through the soft tissues of the back, through the left sixth rib, the lung, the left second rib, the underlying musculature of the left upper chest, and the subcutaneous skin and tissues of the left chest.
And what was the direction of that projectile?
That projectile was back to front, left to right, and upward.
And was there an exit wound associated with that injury?
Yes.
Or gunshot?
Yes. And that was over the left upper chest.
And what are we looking at? States Exhibit 91.
This is the corresponding gunshot wound with a number 2 associated with it. It is an exit wound. It is has small tears around the surrounding skin and can be easily reapproximated.
And what were the injuries associated with that gunshot?
The injuries associated with this gunshot wound include fractures of the left-sided ribs, injuries and perforation to the left lung, a left side hemothorax, which is a collection of blood in the chest.
And did you observe, or was there a third gunshot wound that was observed to Mr. Turner?
Yes, there's another gunshot entrance wound on the posterior right torso, labeled number 7.
And is that what you're describing in States Exhibit 92?
Yes.
And is that an entrance wound, correct?
So again, this is a circular wound that is punched out with a thin layer of red abrasion collars surrounding the skin, and this is very characteristic of a gunshot entrance wound. Yes.
And what was the path of that projectile?
The path of this projectile perforates the skin and soft tissues of the right posterior back, the right posterior ribs, the right lung, the sternum, and the skin and soft tissues of the chest.
And what was the direction of that projectile?
Back to front, right to left, but this one is without significant upward or downward deviation. So
Was there
horizontal.
Was there an exit wound associated with this gunshot?
Yes,
And where was the exit wound?
the center of the chest.
And what are we looking at? States Exhibit 97.
We're looking at the center of the chest exit wound that's labeled in a circle with the number 3. It's a slit-like exit wound where the edges can be reapproximated, and this is what corresponds to the wound track.
And what were the injuries associated with that third gunshot?
The injuries associated with this include the fractures of the right-sided ribs, injury to the right lung, a right-sided hemothorax or collection of blood in the right side of the chest cavity.
And was there a fourth gunshot that was observed?
Yes.
Where was the entrance wound for that fourth gunshot?
This was over the lower left posterior torso and was labeled number 8.
And is that what we're looking at? States Exhibit 98?
Yes, over the top left side of the image.
And again, you described that as an entrance wound, is that correct?
Yes, this is a circular punched out wound with a thin collar of marginal abrasion surrounding it.
And what was the path of that projectile?
This projectile goes through the skin soft tissues of the left, lower left posterior torso, strikes and perforates the spleen, the left-sided hemidiaphragm, the pericardium, which is this tough tissue that surrounds the heart, sternum, and then the subcutaneous soft tissues of the chest.
And what was the direction of that projectile?
This was back to front, left to right, and upwards.
And was there an exit associated with this gunshot wound?
No. Projectile was.
And what are we looking at there in States Exhibit 101?
We are looking at a picture of a radiograph or chest x-ray, and you can see a round projectile, which appears white or whiter than black, and it looks like it's right above the heart.
And was that projectile recovered?
Yes.
And is that what we're looking at there for the record, States Exhibit 103?
Yes.
And that fourth gunshot that you just described, what were the injuries associated with the fourth gunshot?
The injuries included a hemopericardium, which means that there was blood within the pericardial sac that surrounds the heart, a fracture of the sternum, and injuries to the spleen.
And Dr. Lesky, in your career, career as a medical examiner, you've had many occasions to observe gunshot wounds. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any idea how many times you've observed gunshot wounds in determining exit versus entrance wounds?
I'd say out of the 2,000 cases or autopsies I perform, a solid 30% are gunshot related cases. So yes, I'm very comfortable determining entrance versus exit.
Dr. Lesky, can you give us, are you able to determine after these gunshots were afflicted, how long would Mr. Turner remain alive, in your opinion?
Several minutes. The injury to the heart takes as long as it takes until there's so much blood around your heart that it can no longer effectively pump. So not more than a couple of minutes.
That gunshot wound by itself, which I believe was the fourth gunshot wound you described, in your opinion, would that have been a fatal wound in and of itself?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Would any of the other gunshot wounds, in your opinion, been fatal in and of themselves?
I believe all of the gunshot wounds are fatal within themselves if not given enough time, but the last one was certainly the quickest.
Excuse me. Was there any clothing that was recovered from the autopsy for Mr. Turner?
Yes.
And were there any defects that were observed to that clothing?
Yes.
And does that correspond to the wounds that you have just described?
Yes.
And what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 107?
We are looking at the back of the tank top that Mr. Turner was wearing, and we can see 4 circular defects over the left upper, the right upper, and mid to lower back of the shirt that are circular.
Doctor, you can, oh, I'm sorry, Judge, you can black the screen. Thanks, sir. Dr. Lesky, is it standard procedure to perform toxicology during autopsies?
Yes.
Okay. And you're not a toxicologist, is that fair to say?
I am not a toxicologist.
But you are aware of the results of any toxicology that is performed as it comes back to your office, is that?
Yes.
And you have the report in front of you, is that correct?
I do.
Okay. And so for Mr. Turner, was there anything that came back in Mr. Turner's blood?
Yes, he had one positive finding for amphetamine.
And what was the listed source of that amphetamine?
The source was chest cavity blood.
And do you know what is listed as the source of the amphetamine?
Oh, so you're asking where did that amphetamine come from?
Yes.
Okay. So no, I don't know if that's I don't know if that was obtained through a prescription or if this is the result of metabolizing out another drug, and that's what all that's left is in his body.
What is listed in the autopsy report as, I'm sorry, the toxicology report there as the source of the amphetamine? Is there a prescription drug that is listed associated with it?
So amphetamine can be found in Adderall or Dexedrine.
And those are prescription drugs, is that correct?
Yes.
Dr. Lesky, based on everything that you have viewed and the examination of Mr. Turner and your experience, were you able to determine the cause of death for Mr. Colin Turner?
Yes.
What was the cause of death?
Multiple gunshot wounds.
And what was the manner of Colin's death?
Homicide.
Thank you, Dr. Lesky.
Mr. Etheridge, cross-examination.
Good morning, Dr. Leslie. How you doing?
Good morning. Good. How are you, sir?
Good seeing you again. Dr. Timothy Gallagher did the original autopsy, right?
That's correct.
And unfortunately, he was in an automobile accident and he died unexpectedly.
Yes.
And that's why you had to come in. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, he did his autopsy back September 10th, 2021. When did you start your review of Dr. Gallagher's autopsy report. When did you actually do that?
I believe he died in, I want to say around September or October of 23.
Yes, ma'am.
And I was given a list of cases that were coming to trial. And I believe that I first started to review this case and all the other ones around the same time, November of 23.
So about 2 years, a little over 2 years from the time of the original autopsy.
Yeah, yes.
And you and the other medical examiners kind of divvied up the cases that Dr. Gallagher had done.
Yes, we divided and randomly assigned.
Okay. All right. And obviously you didn't perform the original autopsy, correct?
That's correct.
And I believe you answered the prosecutor's question by saying there's no way you can tell the sequence of the gunshots, right?
That's correct.
And you can't tell this jury whether those gunshots were fired in self-defense or not, can you?
No.
And I believe you testified earlier that any one of these gunshots would have produced death. They were serious, correct?
Correct.
Now, and I believe you've also answered the prosecutor's question that the toxicology report revealed amphetamine in the decedent's system, right?
Yes.
Were you aware, or did you become aware at some time that the decedent, before his death, had suffered a traumatic brain injury?
I believe you may have asked me that during a deposition about whether or not I could, whether or not I would have been able to assess that.
Yeah, and that was my next follow-up question. You wouldn't be able to determine just based on Dr. Gallagher's notes and the toxicology notes and your photographs whether he had organic brain trauma, could you?
No, that's correct.
And probably more likely than not, it would take a neuropathologist to figure that out.
Yes, from the get-go.
Okay. That's beyond your expertise, right?
Neuropathology is not my favorite.
Okay. Now, Dr. Gallagher's report and your review of that showed you that when they found the decedent, he was laying down face up, correct?
I can't recall looking at the scene photo, sorry.
But your opinion today that he was shot in the back, right?
Yes.
They found him. Okay. But you don't know right now, you can't tell the jury, you don't know whether he was found laying on his back or laying on his stomach, can you?
No.
Okay. And nothing in your autopsy review would have shown that?
No.
You didn't see any crime scene photos or anything like that to see what position his body was in when they found him?
No.
Were you aware whether he'd been moved or not?
No.
And as I think you testified this as well today, you relied on Dr. Gallagher's report, toxicologist, and the photos, right?
The autopsy photos, the x-ray, and the chain of custody.
Thank you. Would you agree with me, and you tell me you're the expert, not me, but it would be preferable if you did the autopsy yourself. You had the ability to touch, to feel, to examine, to see up close and personal the decedent, rather than relying on photographs and reports from another doctor from a couple years ago.
It is definitely harder to testify on a case of which that I did not personally do.
And of course, deeply unfortunate accident to Dr. Gallagher that was way beyond your control. Now, in examining the photographs, specifically of the decedent's arms, did you see any indication whatsoever, any bruising, lacerations, any injuries whatsoever, other than the exit wound, I think, which came out of the wrist? Was there anything on there which showed his arms were broken or they were hurting in any way?
Other than the re-entrance to his right wrist, I do not recall of any other injuries on his arms.
Nothing to suggest his arms were being broken or anything like that, right?
Only thing that was broken was related to that projectile.
The wound coming out.
Mhm.
Those are my questions. Thank you. Good seeing you, doctor.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
Just briefly, Judge. Dr. Lusky, the position somebody is found in, whether face up or face down, is that determinative of where the entrance wounds in the body are?
No.
Okay. If somebody is shot in the back, could they be found face down?
Yes.
Could they be found face up?
Correct.
Could they be found on the side?
Yep.
Okay. It doesn't change the entrance wounds, correct?
No.
Okay. And in your review of everything you looked at, in your examination of these photographs that we have looked at, is there any doubt in your mind whatsoever the wounds in Mr. Turner's back are entrance wounds?
I have no doubt whatsoever.
Thank you, Doctor.
Okay, can this witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
No objection by defense, Your Honor.
Ma'am, you may step down. You're now excused.
Thank you.
Mr. Alderman?
Thanks, sir. So would you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yeah, David Rowell, Rowell.
Where are you employed?
San Rosa County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
Almost 10 years.
And what are your present duties with the Sheriff's Office?
I am a detective for the Major Crimes Unit.
And can you describe for the jury your basic duties as a detective?
So we investigate most violent crimes, homicides, sexual batteries, internet crimes against children. We get cases forwarded to us from patrol, and we assume investigation.
And approximately how many detectives are there in the Major Crimes Unit?
I think we're at 7 or 8 right now.
And when a homicide comes in, is somebody typically assigned as the lead investigator on that case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how many other detectives typically work on the homicide cases that come in?
So most homicide cases that we work, it's usually a unit involvement. Usually everybody in the unit's working it.
Okay. And are you familiar with the investigation into the death of Mr. Colin Turner?
Yes, sir.
And who was the lead investigator on that case?
That would be me, sir.
Now, on September 8th of 2021, did you go to the scene at all at Jenks Drive?
Initially, yes, sir. I received a phone call from my sergeant explaining to me what happened. So that evening, I went down to the scene. I was briefed by Major Bringmans of what they had so far at that point. At that time, Ms. Kuhn was in the backseat of a marked patrol vehicle. I had asked her if she would like to provide a statement at the Major Crimes Office, which is in Milton, which she stated she would.
And was she then transported to the office?
Yes, sir, by Deputy Loha.
And did you speak with her there at the Major Crimes Unit?
Yes, sir. Myself and Detective Kelly both spoke with her.
Okay, where did that interview take place?
At the interview room at the Major Crimes Office. That's both audio and video recorded.
And so this is that same evening, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And have you reviewed a copy of the recording of that interview?
Yes, sir.
And was that a fair and accurate copy of your interview with Ms. Kuhn on that evening?
Yes, sir.
You know, this time it's move to admit State's Exhibit 109.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit 109 will be admitted.
Detective Rowell, after your interview with Ms. Kuhn, did you attend the autopsy in this case?
Yes, sir. I believe that was the next day.
Okay. And is that standard procedure?
Yes, sir. Yeah, whoever's most of the time, whoever lead detective is attends the autopsy. If for some reason we can't make it, another detective is designated to attend.
Were any cell phones taken into evidence in this case?
Yes, sir. I believe both Miss Kuhn's and Miss and Collins.
And did you review any material on those phones?
I reviewed a one cell phone video from Miss Kuhn's cell phone.
And do you know when that cell phone video was recorded?
So it was the day that the incident happened, 12 with UTC time. It was about 12:57 is when the cell phone video was created.
And you viewed that recording on Ms. Kuhn's phone, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You know, this time I'd move to admit State's Exhibit 113.
Any objection?
No objection.
State's Exhibit 113 will be admitted.
You know, this time I'd move to publish 113.
Okay. Just tell me when you're ready for me to open it up.
I'm ready, Judge.
JP? JP, what's wrong, baby? Hey, come here. Come here. What's wrong? What? What did Daddy do? It's okay. Hey, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Oh, hey, got you. Come on.
And just briefly, Detective, do you know when this, you said this was 12:57. Do you know when this was in relation to the 911 calls that were received that day?
So I believe this was after the first time patrol went to the residence. It was after the first call, before the second call.
No.
What's this show?
It's the nickels in the machine.
Mommy, why were you crying? Hmm? Why were you crying?
Sometimes people just get sad. Hey, JP, come here. Can we make JP feel better? Can we snuggle him with kisses? Hey, I got you. I got you. Oh, you fixed it, right?
I have a present for you.
What is that present? Is it a haircut?
I'm trying.
Yeah.
I didn't like the box.
I know. Yeah. JP toast. No. How about fish? Did you have a good one? I did. Hold on. Oh, Deborah and Eric. Come on, guys, let's find something to eat. This is what we're gonna do for the next week, is just walk around recording each other and not talking. I don't have your stuff. So yeah, that's what we're gonna do.
It's actually really fun. You don't?
No. You doing what?
I didn't like how I'm going in the food.
I know you didn't. That's okay. I don't know, buddy.
If you do know where my iPad is, or my wallet. You know? Neither.
I know.
You know? No, it's not over there.
Where did it go?
The wallet's in your truck. I took my two MXs out of it.
Where is it in my truck?
The driver's side? I don't know, you saw me. You were sitting in the passenger and I was in the driver. And I took the gold and the platinum American Express.
The black plastic thing? That's not my wallet that I'm concerned about. You also took my North Carolina registration and insurance, so I'm glad you didn't deploy that.
What are you talking about? Can we seriously stop this about? Like, this is not good for the kids. Did you hear me?
Did hear you. I tried to talk to you a bunch.
No, you didn't. I tried to call you and text you.
No, like last night and then this morning.
Can we
I tried to
stop
talk to you.
this and talk? Like, this is nuts.
I won't listen.
No,
And
this
depending on
is,
what you're saying,
this is
I may
a
or may
back
not.
and forth thing. I like, this is really what you want to do in front of the kids.
No, it's not. I don't
Okay,
want to talk to
then
you all
what
in
are
front
we
of the
doing?
kids. I want you to leave the house or I can take
I
kids
want
to
you
your
to
room.
leave the house.
I don't want to be around you at all.
Okay, then leave.
I don't trust you with the kids.
I don't trust
This
you
is
with the
emotionally
kids.
unstable.
You're on disability for being emotionally unstable.
Or for joint pain.
Wait, that's it? 100% for doing it?
JP, you better walk back. You're still gonna hear it.
Oh, you okay? My bad.
Thank you, Jeff. Detective Rowell, did you leave the vicinity to speak with any witnesses? When I say vicinity, I mean Florida.
Yes, sir.
Where did you go?
I went up to Pennsylvania to speak with Miss Kuhn's brother.
Do you know approximately when that occurred?
Not off the top of my head. I believe within 2 weeks of the actual call.
And did anybody else go with you?
Detective Kelly did.
And you spoke with Mr. Kuhn, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And was that recorded?
Yes, sir.
Now, during your interview with Ms. Kuhn, were you aware of the 911 call before you started speaking with her?
Yes, sir.
I think you had previously said you had already been to the scene, is that correct?
Yes, sir. And I got the 911 call when I got to the scene.
And during the course of that interview, did she speak with anybody else besides law enforcement?
Before law enforcement showed up?
During that interview, while she's there in the interview room?
She spoke with her father.
Okay. And how did that come about that she spoke with her dad?
She kept stating numerous times during the interview that she'd like to speak to her dad, and it got to a point to where we allowed that. So within the interview room, we called her dad, let her speak to her dad on speakerphone, and we had stepped out.
And from the interview, what was the temperature like in that little interview room there?
Well, that particular evening, just Miss Kuhn was cold. So for that incident, we tried to make her as comfortable as possible. So we did have a little space heater that we moved in there, and had that going for the first 15-ish minutes of the interview.
During the course of that interview, were you able to understand everything that Ms. Kuhn said?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And she can be soft-spoken, is it, during that interview, is that right?
Yes, sir. For the first 10 minutes of the interview, she was more soft-spoken. As the time rolled on, she got a little louder and maybe more comfortable. So.
Okay. And the microphones in that room, are there places that are better, where it's easier to pick up the sound than others in that room?
Yes, sir. Typically, where the table's positioned in the interview room, we usually like the person being interviewed to sit at the table. However, for this incident, she had sat in a corner. Typically, we don't do it like that, but at that point, we just wanted her as comfortable as possible.
So was she farther away from where the microphones were situated?
Yes, sir.
Now, this time I would move to publish States Exhibit 109.
Okay.
I'm ready, Judge.
Get her. She's a home.
You're cold? Let me see if I can find
Hey, if anything, I have a blanket in my trunk. You have to let me come back inside though.
Give me 1 second.
Don't ask me why, but I have a cold in my trunk.
I have clothes everywhere. So.
Yeah, I think I got like a sweater or something else. Oh, one of those chairs? I mean, that's fine for now. I don't know where he's gonna have you guys sit when he comes back, but. I have a coat in my car, but it's all the way down.
Yeah, and I have one over across the hall, but that'll do.
It'll work. There you go. Something better than nothing.
Oh, space here, I can put it in help, so it's not so cold.
You want it?
That should help.
Oh yeah, it is passing out some good heat. Oh, that's gonna be at the main guy. I'm pretty much just assisting them. I did add your father's information though, so that way they have it.
Because you want to hang outside.
She wanted, it was more comfortable, so she wanted to sit over there.
You want to sit over there? In just a little while, okay?
I'll face the key first this way. Or you want me to stand by?
You can just chill outside.
I don't think I can.
Okay. You feel more comfortable over there, you said? Okay. Works for me. Yeah. All right, it's Bree.
Just your moment.
Would you like everything by you? Okay. The only thing I'm gonna say one thing, and that is, I've talked to a lot of people tonight. Okay. I feel like your voice is the most important. I want to give you the opportunity to kind of explain, or maybe give us a little bit of insight exactly what happened tonight. That's kind of why it's important for you being here. But due to the day and age that we live in, I'm going to go and read you your rights, okay? You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can't be used against the court. You have the right to have a lawyer present while being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, will be appointed for you without cost before questioning. If you wish to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you have the right to stop answering questions at any time. Do you understand your rights?
I'm under arrest.
Yeah, I'm under arrest. You just detained. There's a difference. Okay. But you're not under arrest. Talking to you down there, you said that you would talk to me, answer some questions. So just kind of walk me through today. I know we got called out there a couple times, so just walk me through Bree's eyes.
first time. We were arguing, and Colin asked my husband was he was threatening to take the kids.
Okay.
He said that since I had tried to kill myself a couple months ago, that no judge in the world would give me custody of children. And, he was packing.
You want to take your handcuffs off?
Yeah.
Want to come off? Okay, that's fine.
I didn't realize you actually handcuffs on. She's reminding me of it.
Be a lot more comfortable for you in there.
He was and stuff. Just saying he was gonna take the kids and
Today he was.
yeah, and I told him this is in like our bathroom bedroom area, and he pushed me up against the doorway. But I was just trying to talk to him, and then we were in the bathroom. He threw me on the ground and said nobody would believe me because I was a crazy bitch. And so I called the police. And they came. They couldn't do anything because I didn't have any marks on me. And there wasn't any witnesses. And he made a statement. He was looking out something. And I got the kids' stuff out of his truck while he was doing that. And put it in my car. Because I was going to take them somewhere. Make me leave. I got the garage door opener out of his truck, and I think when they left, he was like on the phone with my command. So I closed the garage doors and locked the door and took the batteries out of the lock so that he could come in and take the kids. I didn't want them. I didn't want them to see fighting. Thank you. And then there was a couple hours later. Oh, my daughter, the kids were napping, and I was texting him and calling him because he was in the driveway. He wasn't leaving, but he was just in the driveway.
How long was he locked out of the house?
Maybe an hour.
Okay. So he wasn't leaving?
No. My kids, they're 4 and 3, and the 3-year-old sometimes she wakes up from a nap, like really confused. Just hysterical. And you can't console her. And it's usually hit or miss on who can console her. Sometimes we end up just, he'll have her for a little bit and then give her to me. She's still screaming off her. I've handed her back and forth a couple times. But she was still crying. So I took her out front. And he was still there. So I asked her if she wanted to cry. I gave her his name. And he would talk to me. I had texted him, just, saying like this is really like the path that we want to do, like. Like, this is just crazy that we're fighting for the kids. Yeah. I went out there and to go get her. And they see it called police this time. And he told them that I have mental health issues that I'm being reasonable and he doesn't trust me to leave alone with the kids. Which wasn't correct. He just wanted to take them because I told him that I wanted a divorce. So he was just trying to take the kids. I have an appointment tomorrow and on Friday. It's divorce lawyers. I just wanted to get divorced and not fight for the kids and not get thrown around. And then the police made do it back in the house. And I was crying. The kids were crying. Can I talk to my dad?
It is a lot. So what happened after the law enforcement left the second time?
Don't remember. I don't remember.
Which part?
After they left, when I called my mom. He was in the garage again, and I locked him out. I locked him for some reason. I think to talk to him.
You locked him out for some reason, and that was
No,
the
I
time?
locked him out. He was in the garage. I locked him out.
Okay.
But he didn't. He was still in the garage. So I opened the door to talk to him. And he tried coming in, so I locked the door and he kicked my foot and was trying to push to go to the door. And I was trying to keep him out. I shot him. He was still coming towards me. I don't think I shut the door and I went. To get my kids. And I took them out of the house. Around back. To go to the neighbor's house. And I saw a kid riding his bike. And I stopped him. And I told him to call 911. And then I was banging on my neighbor's door, shaking them to go 911. And to take the kids so I could go back and help him because I shot at him.
How many times did you shoot him? Sure. So just to kind of...
I didn't mean to shoot him. It was at least twice I would need to shoot him, but I did. And he said something, and just the look on his face.
What was the look on his face?
He was gonna kill me. And that's what I was trying to.
Where did you get the gun? When you said you came to the door, did you already have the gun in your hands? You already had the gun in your hand when you came to the garage door? You think so?
I don't know.
It seems like it all happened pretty quick. I can definitely see that it all happened just very quickly.
He's dead. There's.
So
I went to go help him. I couldn't get in the front door because I had taken out the batteries from earlier. The garage door was closed, so I ran back around back. And opened the garage. He was. Coming up. Screaming. I couldn't open the garage door. Till I let the neighbors in, and I did. I went over. I pulled it. I was able to open it. I was. I tried to. He was.
I believe that you tried to help him.
Was he dead? Is he dead? No, I think he was dead.
Yes, ma'am, he passed away. I know that all happened pretty quick, okay? So you locked him in the garage, came to the door.
Can I dad, please?
Hang on a while, okay?
I
You gotta get through this first. This is important.
Bill.
Where's the gun normally kept so we can go get it?
It was. It's in the kitchen. I put it in the kitchen.
Where is it normally kept?
My closet.
Your closet?
Yeah, we have 3 guns.
You guys share a closet, or is it your closet, his closet?
We share a closet.
Okay.
How is it normally kept? And there's kids in the house. I figured there was a way to keep it away.
It's up. The shotgun is the one that's out.
Is the handgun in a safe? Is it in its lockbox? Is it in its gun container?
No, it's just up high.
She's up high. Okay. So the kids can't get it. That's why it's up high. Okay. Why did you have the gun when you went to the garage door? Do you know?
I just wanted them to go. Why did they arrest him when I called the police? Why did they arrest him? I didn't want him dead.
I wasn't out there.
I told them.
Was he on the...
Where are my kids?
Where were your babies when this was
Where are my babies now?
Where were they at?
They don't have a dad.
Where were they at?
I'll go to jail. They don't.
Hey, Bree, where were your babies at when this went down?
They were in my room.
They were in your room? Okay. Do they normally hang out in there, or did you tell them to go to your room? You're not sure? Okay. You've got 2 small ones, and then you have a 12-year-old girl? Okay. Where was your 12-year-old at?
With them.
They were with them in your room?
Yeah.
Okay. Was he on the phone
Did
at
you
all?
guys call? Did you call in my in-laws so they can come?
We'll take care of it.
We will take care of it. Okay, they're going to be safe.
Oh, they're good.
Was he doing anything when you opened up the garage door? Was he talking on the phone? Was he working on anything in the garage? What was he doing when you opened up the garage door?
Can I please? I just want to talk about Dad.
I know you do. I know.
I don't.
We'll get you a phone, but it is real important that we get everything out of you so we know how to make sense of everything, okay?
Doesn't make sense. My husband's dead. Why did they just? Why did they just?
The best you can remember. Okay, when you opened up the door, what was your husband doing?
There's just so much blood.
I know.
I've never seen anybody dead.
Where was he standing when you were in the garage?
No, it's just so.
Was he close to you, far away?
Help him. He should have just let me kill myself once ago.
Why do you say that?
Because then he would be dead.
I'm sure he didn't want you to do anything to yourself. Right?
I don't want to talk about it anymore. I don't want to call it. I have to talk to my dad.
We'll get you a phone, but it was real important for us to understand your perception of what was going on with your husband.
Bree, you're the only one that can provide these details for us. Okay. I know. Well, like I told you at the very beginning, okay, I think it's very important to give a voice. Okay, now's your chance to kind of tell us what happened from your point of view to kind of help explain the situation.
He doesn't have a voice. I just thought maybe I was wrong. Maybe it was okay.
Did he have anything in his hand when you had to shoot him?
I can't do this.
I know it's very hard, okay, but you gotta be strong, if not for you, but for your babies. Okay, you gotta be strong. I know. Okay, but you gotta be strong. Bro, you're still a mother. Okay, you gotta be strong. Okay, you're the only one that can make light of this situation. You're the only one. Okay, if it was an accident, it was an accident, okay? If things just got out of hand and it was a mistake, then that's what it is. But you gotta tell us something. Okay, if things just got out of hand and you made a mistake, you gotta tell us that. Okay, because we don't know what to believe otherwise. Okay, you're the only one that can provide us any sort of light. I don't think you're a bad person. Detective Kelly doesn't think you're a bad person. Nobody thinks that you're a bad person. Okay. Sometimes we do things that we let things get out of hand. Okay, and we make mistakes. But it's not the mistakes that define us. Okay, it's how we move on from those mistakes. Bree, you gotta listen to me when I tell you that. Okay, it's not the mistakes that define how we move on from those mistakes.
Go to jail. I need to talk to my dad. I need to talk to my
Let me
dad.
just ask the one quick question. Okay, why did it happen? Bree, just tell us why it happened. That's.
Why did they just arrest him?
I don't know.
When did he call the cops again?
Why did it go
What
down?
did we?
So, my dinner, this is what we cook for dinner. Tacos. There's a taco, Erin taco. There you go, there's my dinner. That's where I've been disappearing to. So, right, we'll get back to it now.
I gotta do a phone call. Dial 9, and then you can dial it whatever long distance whatever you have to do. Okay.
I'm gonna start.
Can you lock it?
Yes. What time is it in New York right now?
10.
10.
Can you just text me though?
4, 5, 8,
Not sure.
6, 6, 4, 4, 5.
It's probably a number he doesn't understand, so let's just dial it one more time.
Hello?
Daddy.
Hey. Where are you?
I'm in an office. Daddy.
You're at the police?
Yeah.
You're at the police station?
Yeah.
All right. Whew.
I killed Colin.
I know you did, Jamie. I know you did. I'm just trying to figure out why. Was he threatening you or? The kids okay?
No, they don't. Their dad is dead. And I belong in jail. I'm sure I'm going to jail. I think.
So are you in now, or you're being allowed? Is this a phone call you're allowed?
Yeah, they said I could call you.
Have you? Obviously, it's early. We haven't figured out what the course of action is, but are you going to need a lawyer, or are you going to plead? Well, anyway, I'll ask you this later.
I don't know, Daddy. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, you're not going to know. I mean, this is a shock.
We had such a good weekend. He's my best friend.
Hold on, speak clearly. No, I'm not here to
I know.
You have to what?
You're still had such a good weekend. He's
That's what I heard.
my best friend.
Parents said you guys had a great weekend, but for some reason, Colin started this thing last night with you. I mean, you obviously didn't put his computer pressure. We're clear on that, right?
He's dead.
He did, right?
He's dead.
Oh, yes, he is. I'm sorry about that. I'm very sorry. And Hardy's got Kylie. You knew that, of course.
Yes.
All right. And JP and Laney are with Child Protective Services, I guess?
I don't know.
You don't know?
He wouldn't tell me anything.
All right, we'll find out tomorrow. We'll start calling. Are you with the Sheriff's Department?
There was a deputy here.
Okay, because I've been trying to figure out, all the police numbers, they go straight to voicemail unless you call 911.
I think it's an attorney, district maybe, the district attorney, state. I don't know. It's the guy who said he asked if I would come to his office and talk to him, and so the cop brought me here.
Oh, so you're waiting to talk to somebody in their office?
I talked to them.
So you did. Okay. What did you tell them? You can ask.
I don't know, so I killed him.
Well,
I tried to. I tried to help him.
You tried to help him?
I got the kids out of the house, and I went back and I tried to help him, and there was just blood everywhere.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Where are, all right, I'll be able to find out the answers to these things tomorrow. We got to go out, do you want us to come down there? Is there anything we can do? I know it's a little early to start figuring this stuff out because you're still in shock. I guess you were talking to Eric when this happened.
Is he okay?
He is. He's shook up though, as you can imagine, as we all are, not as much as you are, but everybody's just trying to sort it out, so. Just just obviously you don't want to think about it, but you've already spoken to the district attorney, and what was just a question about what happened?
Yeah.
Okay. Was it a short conversation, or did you waive your right to an attorney?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
I think I need one though.
Well, you may or you may not, but typically people do in these cases. So it's been too early for any type of this stuff discussed, I'm sure.
Yeah.
How did the district attorney conversation end?
I wanted to call you.
He let me call you.
Uh-huh.
Okay, are you going to continue talking to him, or that's the end of the discussion?
Not tonight.
So you will talk tonight?
Not tonight, no.
Not tonight. Tomorrow, you mentioned, or you just don't know?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know if Don and Teray know?
No, I don't know.
I don't either. Yeah. I'm gonna keep crying on. Yeah. I mean, I gotta believe there was a reason it happened. Typically, don't go around shooting people without a reason. Is he threatening you, or were you in the middle of an argument? Eric seemed to think he sounded like Colin was mocking you at the time, but I don't know.
Well,
You don't know either.
I need to go back to the hospital.
Are they taking you to the hospital?
I don't know.
All right. Well, why do you need to go back to the hospital? Are you thinking of hurting yourself, or
I don't know.
All right. I don't know either. And this isn't so. I really don't know what I'm going to be able to do. Just trying to be heard. We couldn't believe it, of course, and that became obvious that it was true. I'm sure there was a reason. Are you in the office right now by yourself, or are you with someone there?
I'm by myself.
Can I, before we're done, and you're about to hang up, could you see if the district attorney can talk to me, or has he already said he can't, or he's already left?
I'm in the room by myself.
Okay.
I can ask him. I'll knock on the door.
Well, we're done. Is there more to talk? You have to talk about it. I'm here.
Daddy.
Yeah, I know you don't. You don't, sweetie. Well, I don't have the answer for this one. This is a big deal.
I can really feel my best friend.
You did.
My husband, father of my kids. I just fucked up everybody. I killed him and fucked up everybody else's life.
Where'd you show him?
My dad. I wanted to know if you could talk to him.
Oh, okay.
Daddy, the guy's here.
Okay, I'll talk to you later. I'll talk to you tomorrow. What we're doing.
Well, she'll be present. You know, she'll be present.
Dad.
All right. All right. Well, I'm just trying to sort this out. I don't quite know where to go from there. So it sounds like you'll be seeing the jail staff later tonight. If you feel, I'm not sure I have plenty of suggestions, but if you feel like you're going to hurt yourself, you better point it out to somebody, all right?
Yes.
There's light at the end of this tunnel. It's difficult to see at this point. We got to get through these first few hours. The shock can start to wear off and before you do anything rash, okay?
Yeah.
You're hearing me, right?
Yes.
All right.
What about
Life is, what?
Lainey and JP?
That I don't know yet. Obviously, they've been taken into some sort of protective services. So we'll have to start researching that tomorrow.
Can you guys take care of them
Permanently?
until I can have them back? For now? Just so they're not in a foster home? Until something else gets figured out?
Well, we're going to be involved in figuring out the process. I guarantee that. We have to talk to Teray and Da. God, I don't even know if they don't know.
Okay.
All right, my answer was absent, as you noticed. I did not say I was going to do that. And I don't mean to upset you more with that, but
I understand.
I'm not ready to make it. What's that? No, you don't understand, but, damn it. You know, I'm really pissed right now, Bree. I'm very mad at you. I know you're going through a terrible thing, but Jesus, this is so uncharacteristic. Why did you go for it? Why did you have a gun? Was he going to hurt you?
I don't know.
What's that?
I don't know.
Are you on any meds right now?
Yeah.
Okay, do you have them with you?
No.
Well, that's something that needs to be addressed. Did you bring that up to the sheriff, respectfully, of course?
Yes.
Or the jail staff, if you had to wait that long?
I will.
All right. My mind is racing. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do. I'm not familiar with this situation, as you are not. All right, well, later tonight, if you get another chance, you're going to have to give up your phone at some point.
I don't have my phone.
Oh, that's great. Okay, you're on this. I'm trying to think. Okay. They're good. Later, tomorrow morning, after the investigation has reached a certain point, they're going to charge you with something. You know that, obviously.
Yeah.
And whether they decide to either secure a medical facility or a jail, some sort of holding cell, a jail, is going to be, it sounded like the sheriff said, depending on what you tell the jail staff. You know, when you're being admitted, you're going to have to tell them something one way or the other. All right, well, when they offer you a public defender, agree, take the public defender, a lawyer, until we can at least figure out a better way of going, okay?
Okay.
Just so we have a point of contact. So you have a representative, someone we can call and get questions answered.
Okay.
All right. Honey, I know you're in shock right now. I know this is awful. I wish there was something I could tell you to make you feel better. I don't know what it is. We got your back. We love you. In the morning, we're going to start trying to get you more answers. But the public defender could do that as far as finding out where the kids are and stuff like that. I'm sure they're safe. I don't have them here, obviously.
Yeah.
All right?
Mm-hmm.
Your brother's okay. I told you he's shaking. He was, he called me. He was in a panic. Yeah, somebody else is calling right now. I don't know who it is. But, so yes, Eric's okay.
Okay.
I guess you were texting in the car, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. He said, I sent you a text too, but it went too late.
Okay. Thanks, Chad.
Well, you're welcome. Just stay calm. And easy to say, right? I'm so sorry.
I'm just gonna get really busy.
What?
That is nothing.
Right.
I don't know if it's worse that he's dead or that I killed him.
All right. Well, let's focus on the things that Kylie's okay. She's with Hardy. And the kids are okay. And we'll start seeing what we can do as far as, you know, getting them in a better situation. All right?
Okay.
All right. I will talk to you tomorrow morning.
Love you.
As far as I know, I love you. Bye.
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 Thank you, Judge. Detective Rowell, towards the end of that conversation where we hear Ms. Kuhn speaking with her dad, she makes several references that she has spoken to the district attorney, the guy in the suit. She is referring to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you work for the sheriff's office, correct?
Yes, sir.
She did not speak with anybody from the district attorney's office, correct?
No, sir.
Now, during that interview of nearly 53 minutes, at any time did Ms. Kuhn relate to you that Colin had ever raped her?
No, sir.
Did Ms. Kuhn ever relate to you anything that Colin had was threatening the children's safety, or was
No.
threatening to kill the children?
No, sir.
Did she ever mention anything about Colin's gun in his truck?
No, sir.
I know the space heater was on there towards the beginning. The first thing she mentioned to you was he was going to take my kids, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then her version was he kicked her, he's coming at her, and she shot him.
Her first version, yes, sir.
And he was going to kill her.
He had a look, yes, sir. He had a look on his face that was inferred to her that he was going to kill her.
And you and Detective Kelly asked her repeatedly towards the end about what he was doing, where was he?
Jack, the best evidence is the video we just watched, not his interpretation of what was on the video. Best evidence is what we just watched.
Overrule the objection for now. Go ahead, Mr. Alderman.
Towards the end of that interaction with Ms. Kuhn, you and Detective Kelly asked her repeatedly about what Colin was doing, where was he? You specifically asked, did he have anything in his hands? What was he doing? Did you ever receive an answer to any of those questions?
No, sir.
All right, thank you, Detective Rowell. Those are no questions.
Yes, sir.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. no bullets, no bullet fragments, no shell casings, nothing was ever sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for testing, was there, Detective?
No, sir.
Bree told you where the firearm was located, didn't she?
Yes, sir.
And you knew the deputies had been out there at least twice before the shooting happened, correct?
Yes, sir.
But law enforcement didn't do anything. They didn't make any arrests, did they?
No, sir.
And Bree asked you twice during the video, at least twice, why didn't they arrest him? Why didn't they arrest him? You didn't have an answer at the time, did you?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you know at the time, or do you know now, that she told the deputies, not once, but twice, that she'd been raped and not a dang thing was done?
Post that incident, yes, I was told about that, but also that she wouldn't fill out a statement or anything of that nature. The initial call was for battery only. When they explained to her that no arrest would be made on a battery, then she decided to bring forth the sexual battery allegations.
They didn't do a rape assault kit on her, and they didn't investigate, they didn't question Mr. Turner about this rape, did they?
No,
They did
sir.
absolutely nothing about her allegations about the rape, did they?
No, sir.
And at one point, Bree, she allowed him back into the residence, didn't she?
Yes, sir, at one point.
Okay. Now, you knew that Bree had a prior mental health Baker Act proceeding before this happened, right?
At that time of the interview, no, sir.
And during the interview, there's talk of divorce, threats, others saying taking the kids, right?
Yes, sir.
And that was one of her worries, that he was going to take the children, right?
Yes, sir.
And then she told you that she locked him out and he tried to come in.
That was what she
According to the
initially.
video, right?
Yes, sir. That's what she initially stated.
Now, were you privy, or did you know that Colin, Mr. Turner, in his call to law enforcement said that she was trying to break his arm during his call?
Yes, sir. I did know that.
You reviewed that and you knew that before you interviewed her, didn't you?
Yes, sir. I listened to the phone call prior to the interview.
Okay. Now we just heard from the medical examiner, there wasn't any broken arms or anything looking like anybody tried to.
Your Honor,
break
I'm
his
going
arm.
to object as to form, as to referencing another witness's testimony.
Sustain as to the form.
Okay, you attended the autopsy, didn't you?
Yes, sir. I did.
Okay. You saw Dr. Gallagher examine the body, didn't you?
Yes, sir. I did.
You didn't see any evidence of broken arms or bruising or lacerations or anything to that man's arms, did you?
No, sir.
So he was lying, wasn't he, about that?
Your Honor, I'm going to object for argument.
Sustained.
And she told you that he kicked her. She blocked him from coming in the house and he kicked her foot, right?
That was what she initially stated. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you don't know, I don't know, jury don't know, because none of us were there. Only she was there, right?
Correct.
And unfortunately, Mr. Turner can't tell us, kid.
Correct.
When did you found out about the mental health issues that Bree was suffering from?
It was either later that night or the next couple of days through the investigation.
But unfortunately, you didn't know that information before you started talking to her that night, did you?
Correct. I did not know the information when I was talking to her that night.
Did you participate in the interview with her brother? Did you go to Pennsylvania?
Yes, sir. Myself and Detective Kelly.
He indicated to you that he was talking to her at or around the same time that this incident happened, didn't he?
That is what he said. Yes, sir.
And it looked like from during the interview that you were able to find out that Bree kept her gun in the closet away from the children, didn't you?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Did you know where Colin kept his guns?
No, sir.
And she told you he should have just let me kill myself, didn't she?
That is what she said. Yes, sir. Is then her best friend will
At
still be
least
alive?
twice during the interview, she asked you, why didn't they arrest him when I called the police?
Correct. Yes, sir.
I believe she also mentioned during the interview that she tried to help him, didn't she?
Yes, sir.
One moment, please.
Yes, sir.
Y'all didn't make the decision to charge the first degree premeditated murder. That was a grand jury.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
I'll ask that be stricken from the record.
And the jury to disregard that question, and the question is stricken.
Were you able to ascertain how many guns that Mr. Turner had?
No, sir.
Thank you. Those are the questions.
Redirect?
Yes, sir, just briefly. Detective Rowell, Mr. Etheridge asked you about the gun potentially being sent off for FTLE, for ballistics testing, things of that nature. Why was that not done in this case?
It was not relevant to the case.
And can ballistics match certain projectiles to certain firearms?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have any question as to which firearm was used in this case?
No, sir.
Mr. Etheridge asked you about the phone call with Colin, and he mentions she tried to break my arm, and he asked you several other questions. Did Colin mention that he had bruises on his arm?
No, sir. Not on the phone call.
Did he say he had lacerations on his arm?
No, sir. Not on the phone call.
Did he say his arm was broken?
That it was broken? No, sir. He just said she tried.
Did he say he had any physical injuries of any kind?
No, sir.
And obviously, he was never able to further describe what happened, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Etheridge asked you, you did not know Colin's gun was in the truck, correct?
No, sir.
And you didn't know how many guns Colin had?
Correct.
That's because she never told you, did you?
No, sir.
She never brought it up?
No, sir.
Not once?
Not once.
As to the incident itself, Mr. Etheridge asked you only Colin and Bree were present. Is that correct?
Correct.
But we have a recording of what happened, don't we?
We do. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Detective.
Yes, sir.
Okay, can this witness be excused, or does he need to remain?
Judge, he doesn't need to remain in the courtroom, or I'm sorry, in the building, but I've asked him to remain on standby for rebuttal.
Okay. All right, sir, you may step down and just remain on standby.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Alderman.
State rest, Judge.
Okay, if the attorneys will approach.
Oh, wow, state rests. Okay. Okay. They go on break now, so we'll see. The state rests. Wow, 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 wow.
So we'll have about a little over an hour break for lunch. So with that, 12 pads and pens underneath your chairs, and we're going to resume the trial around 12:30. So we'll have about a
12:30. Right. So what we're gonna do, people? What we're gonna do with a drunken sailor? What we're gonna do with a drunken Dana? What we're gonna do with a drunken Dana? Early in the morning, Dana, Dana's a sailor. Dana, Dana's a sailor. Right. We're gonna watch open statements for this trial. That's what we're gonna do. That's what we will do. We will watch opening statements. Bam, bam. We will watch open statements. Ba 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 ba. Right. So it became available on this shit. Where's it gone? Oops. It came available today. After I started streaming. Otherwise, I would have played it first. Oh, where's it gone? The mofo. Where's this mofo gone now? Where are you? We love you. Where are you? Because we love you. Where are you, baby? Right, I'm gonna have to find it because I can't find it that way. I can't find it that away. Beep, beep, beep. Bum, beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. Let me find it now. Down. I got it now. Got it now. Right, hang on, everybody. So this is about 50 minutes long. So 56 minutes long. So we'll still be late, but for the other one, but it's all good. Let's see if we can. Oh fuck! I'll play a 1.25 then. Right, hang on then, people. There we go. There's Brenda. Oh. Thank you, Di. Look at Brenda. Hey, also, do you? Oh, hang on. Let me play this first then. Our good friend Dennis Sweeney had to call the police today. I'm not really sure what happened yet, but let me play this first. Someone approached them about, I think, the involvement with Karen Reed. So this guy, let me play this. This guy approached Dennis and Brenda today. He's a neighbour of theirs. I don't really know what happened, but you can watch for yourselves here. Yeah, they're fine. They're fine. They're fine. They're both fine. They're absolutely fine. This is Dennis recording now. The police are talking to the other guy, but they're both fine, so it's fine.
Buddy, I never come by your house, ever. I never come by your house. I don't even know who the fuck you are. I wouldn't bother you or your mother. Don't use that shit, all right? Don't hide behind that.
So listen, I'm going to tell you the same thing that I told him, okay? We're going to stay away from each other. Clearly, this isn't a topic that anybody needs to...
Sir, I don't go by his house. I don't go over here. And I've never met this guy.
From here forward, we're going to stay away from each other, okay?
I was in my driveway. I wasn't doing a fucking thing.
Okay, but I'm just telling you what I told him.
Well, good. Tell him. Because if I see him come by, there's going to be a point. He's going to have to go to court. I don't want any bullshit.
Okay, so this is a topic that
Everyone's got their own opinion. Keep it to yourself.
So can we head back to our house?
I'm going back to my house. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
It was something to do with the Karen Reed case. Obviously, I think that was an anti-Karen Reed person who approached Dennis and said some stuff. Dennis was not having it. You could hear the guy saying, "Oh, he's harassing my mother," and Dennis lost his shit. Then he's like, "I've never fucking spoken to your mother. Never. Who the fuck are you?" Do you know what I mean? So, and Dennis is a very polite guy. Dennis is not, Dennis treats you like you treat him. So this guy's definitely picked the wrong person here because Dennis wouldn't hurt to fly. I think they went over to Dennis's house. Yes, he was in Dennis's driveway. Right. Anyway, that happened, but they're fine. They're both fine. It's all good. It's all good. Dennis has been in chat. Dennis has been in chat a few times today. Earlier on, though, not recently. So, but it's all good, people. As I say, it's all good. They are fine. Yeah, but maybe it didn't go to maybe he's on the road, Danielle. I mean, doesn't have to be on the actual driveway to do that. But anyway, I'm sure they're dealing with it. I know they're dealing with it. It's fine. Right. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. They're fine. They're totally fine. Pissed, but okay, yes. They're both fine. They're both resilient people. So don't you worry about them. Right. Here we go.
We are here today because on September 8th, 2021, defendant, Bree Kuhn, locked her husband, Colin Turner, in the garage of their home. Colin then called 911 for help. As he's on a recorded phone call with 911, the defendant opens the door to their garage and shoots him 4 times in the back while he's on the phone. Now, anticipate this week you'll hear a lot about their relationship, their marriage. They've been married for several years. They had 2 small children together. They had young boy, 4 years old, and John Patrick, I called him JP. And they had a 3-year-old girl named Lainey. Ms. Kuhn also had a 12-year-old daughter from a previous relationship, Kylie. So Bree and Colin have the 3 children, 2 of them together. One is just Ms. Bree's. At the time of this incident, Ms. Kuhn was in the Navy. She was a chief, and she was working full-time and was acting as the primary breadwinner in the relationship. Colin was a retired Marine who was in school at the time. I think he was studying engineering. And he primarily was a stay-at-home dad with the 2 small ones, the 3-year-old and the 4-year-old. That was the dynamic of their relationship. And as happens in many relationships, I think you'll see that there were frictions between the different requirements for a working full-time parent and a stay-at-home parent. And the relationship worsened. On the day of the incident, September 8th, 2021, you're going to hear that law enforcement went out multiple times to their residence that day. And you'll see and hear both the defendant and Colin speaking with law enforcement about what is happening. Eventually, you'll see both of their perspectives. So around 1 o'clock, or 12:54 to be precise, the defendant calls 911. She says that her husband has thrown her down. The sheriff's office sends out 2 units, deputies Stephen Quick and Wes Hartberger. As they arrive, Colin is sitting outside, and you'll see all this on the podcast. So Colin is sitting outside on the edge of the driveway in a little fishing chair or lawn chair, and the defendant is inside. And so the 2 deputies go and speak with them separately. So Colin tells the deputies, the deputies asking, why are we here? Why is she calling 911? And Colin starts to tell him, give him some sort of background about some of the defendant's mental health problems, and a suicide attempt he'd had him. I'll come back to that. But then he talks about the more recent problems, and he says basically this started last night. We were, sort of arguing. She was wanting to watch the television late at night, and she kept turning up the volume, and I was asking her to turn it down, and kind of a back and forth. She wanted to watch the TV at a high volume. So eventually he says, I disconnected the Wi-Fi so she could watch the TV. And then he says, then she put my laptop in the dishwasher. And you'll see it's kind of sort of petty back and forth. And you'll see the relationship is not in a good state at that point. So, and then he says, she took my credit cards. Obviously, he's not the breadwinner of the relationship. And he said, I just want to leave. I want to take the kids. I just want to go to Georgia to my parents. And that, you'll see throughout the course of the trial, that was the sticking point. He wanted to leave with kids. He didn't want him to take kids. And he tells them, look, I would just leave, but I don't want to leave the kids here with her. So now the deputies go in and they talk to the defendant. And first thing she says, and really every time the first thing she says is, he's going to take my kids. Normally she says, my kids, not our kids, my kids. He's going to take my children. He wants to go to Georgia. She then tells the deputy basically what she had relayed on 911, that he pushes her up against the doorway and pushes her down in the bathroom. And the deputy's asking her, Deputy Hartberger, do you have any marks, any redness, anything like that? Anybody see it? Basically trying to seek some kind of corroboration as to what happened. And she doesn't have any marks. She's unable to give any corroboration. No witnesses. Obviously, you got the 2 little toddlers running around. And so you'll see during the course of this conversation, she's saying, he's taking my kids. He pushes me down. And then she adds in, you'll see it on the body cam, as almost sort of a side comment. She says, he raped me over the weekend. You'll see that Deputy Hartberger either didn't catch it or didn't even acknowledge it, because she's talking about this pushing incident. She just sort of adds this part. But I think you'll see during the course of the conversation, her main focus is, he's taking my children. And so the 2 deputies explain to both parties that this is simply, as for the children, they can't get involved. They're legally married. They're the biological parents of both children. They explain to both parties, we cannot stop either one of you from taking children. You'll see on the body cams that, again, Colin, he's sort of sitting outside on the driveway in the garage. Then he comes out, and you got the 2 trucks in the driveway. Colin's big truck, I can't remember what kind of truck, and her white Traverse. You'll see on the body cam the defendant comes out and she starts unloading items from Colin's truck into her home. Because she said, I'm leaving, I'm taking the kids. You'll see she gets out one car seat and is putting it into her so that she can leave with the children. And that's what she's telling the deputies. So both parties are wanting to leave with the children. You'll also see, I believe, right before the police arrive, you're going to see a cell phone video that the defendant took. And some of it's hard to hear, because obviously, especially towards the end, it looks like she's got the camera sort of down by her leg, the view sort of upside down, showing the back of her leg. She's talking with Colin. You'll hear their back and forth, and at that point, she seems upset about that he won't talk to her. Why won't you talk to me? Why won't you talk to me? He's responding, I tried to talk to you last night, and he doesn't raise his voice, he doesn't yell, he just sounds sort of fed up. I tried to talk to you in this. And this sort of you'll hear their back and forth. And it's important to keep in mind that this is her recording him. He's not yelling, he's not angry, he's just saying, doesn't sound like he wants to talk to her. So the police leave, and shortly after that, she locks Colin outside. He's outside in the driveway. He calls her and ends up speaking with her naval commanding officer. You'll hear from him. He tells them, she's cut off all my finances. I have no access to any of the money. And the defendant speaks with him as well. It's a man named Craig Forehand. He was with the commanding officer of the Navy. So he speaks with both parties. He's going to tell you he spoke to both of them. They both seem calm. They both seem rational. And they were both expressing frustration. Colin is frustrated that she's cut off finances. She's talking about him taking the kids. And you'll see that his level of concern was fairly low. Both parties seem fairly high. So anyway, Colin's out in the driveway. At some point, Laney wakes up. The defendant takes a 3-year-old girl out to Colin. Get her to calm down. She's crying. She's crying. So Colin now has 3-year-old Laney, but again, she won't let him back in the house. So now he's outside in the driveway. He's a 3-year-old child. It's September. It's hot. She won't let him back in the house. So now Colin calls 911. 4:58 p.m. He calls 911 and says, my wife has locked me out. I'm out here with my 3-year-old daughter. You'll hear her, well, I was going to say in the background, but it's not the foreground really. She's crying, she's upset, and he's trying to calm her down. So police respond again. Deputy Jameson Lynn responds. And again, he has conversation with both parties. You'll see he sort of bounces back and forth between them. And eventually, you'll see his interaction with both of them. Colin relates to him. What I've just told you, this is a continuation from earlier. I'm locked out. She won't let me in my own house. And he explains to Colin, it's your house. However you need to get in, you can. You can break into your own home. You can't be locked out of your own home. Then he speaks to the defendant. And again, the first thing she says is, he's taking my kids. She then relates the incident that she had talked about earlier, with him pushing her down. And you can tell she's frustrated. Because multiple times she says, he told me not to talk to her. He told me not to talk to her. And the deputy is explaining to her, you can't lock him out. He lives here. He has a right to get into the house. Similar with the children. Both of them have a right to the children. Both of them have a right to the house. And he's trying to, again, you'll see their interaction. What I think you'll see is she's frustrated. The police aren't helping. Again, they can't keep somebody out of the house. And she's frustrated because he won't talk, Colin won't talk to her. Again, he's taking her kids in her mind. He's taking my children. And Deputy Lynn tries to sort of propose some compromises to her, but she doesn't really seem interested. So, and eventually, she agrees to let him in the house, and Deputy Lynn departs the scene. Shortly thereafter, now she locks him outside in the garage. This time without any children. So he's out in the garage, she's inside the residence with the 3 children. So Colin again calls 911. Says, you guys been out here twice already. Now I'm locked in the garage, my wife won't let me in the house. He says, she broke the doors, and then when I came out here to try and fix the garage doors, she locked me out. I can't get back in my own house. And you'll hear his tone, how he's speaking. He's calm. He's not shouting. He's not yelling. He's not cursing. He's very calm. He's very rational. He sounds probably just more exasperated than anything. the whole situation. And then you'll hear, as he's talking, literally in mid-sentence, you hear a loud bang. And it's shocking in its suddenness. To the point that the 911 operator asks, you can tell how surprised she is. She asks, what was that? Because there's no context. The calm, rational conversation, then bang. What was that? She asks. And Colin has just enough time to say one more sentence before his life is ended. He has just enough time to say, she just shot me. And then you hear bang, bang, bang in quick succession. The line stays open. The 911 operator is trying to get a response from Colin. Sir, are you there? Sir, are you there? Please respond. There's no response. Eventually, about 5 or 6 minutes later, right toward the end of the call, you hear the defendant. She leaves after shooting her husband, but a few minutes later comes back. She says to try and render aid. Colin was well beyond help at that point. She made sure when she shot him. You'll see his injuries. You'll hear the descriptions of his injuries. The physical evidence is going to show you that Colin is sitting in the garage on this little Yeti cooler, probably about 8 or 10 feet from the door. You'll see the pictures. Sitting there on this little Yeti cooler with his back to the door on the phone with 911. Very easy target. You'll see where she shoots him. One shot hits him in the upper back, comes out his neck, comes up his wrist. 2 more right in the back, exit through his chest. Another one right in the back, they're covered from his chest. Hit both the lungs and the heart. He made sure what she was doing. He's sitting there on an easy target. It would seem that a short time later, reality set in. She probably realized what she had done. Just killed my husband. She goes back to try and help him, but he was very lucky to get it. She goes to the neighbors, takes her children to the neighbors, and you'll hear about her interactions there. And obviously deputies swarmed to the scene. Obviously, they know exactly what happened. Colin was on the phone. So a huge amount of deputies start showing up, and you hear the defendant is making statements. I shot my husband. She makes a statement of, he was going to take my kids. I shot my husband. That was her reasoning. Yeah, he was taking our kids. Her kids. You'll see on the body cams, and you'll see, right after she looks, she looks like she's in shock. She's kind of standing weird. And reality has set in as to what she just did. She just killed her husband for no reason while he's sitting there with back. So she is taken to the Major Crimes Unit, where she is interviewed by Detective Drow and Detective Kelly. And you'll see her recorded interview. I will say that it was cold in there. They had the AC blast in those offices, and so they bring in a little space heater for her. Unfortunately, the space heater is very, very loud. And so for the first, I would say 12 or 13 minutes, she's a little hard to hear. She's kind of soft-spoken, and the space heater is blasting. Eventually, they turn it off. But you can't hear it. But I will say, the first time you listen to it, you may not pick up everything she says. But I do want to advise you that all evidence that is admitted, body cams, pictures, 911 calls, physical exhibits, everything that is admitted, you will get to take back with you into the jury room when you do it. So please don't be concerned if you didn't catch something or if you didn't hear something. Like I said, especially that first portion, you may need to listen again to be able to hear it. You can't hear it. So she starts out with them, basically running through, the sequence of the day. Police came out. He pushed me to the ground. She says, I locked him out so he wouldn't take my children. And she says, police came out again. I let him back inside. And I locked him out in the garage. And then they're asking her about, what happened when you come. Her version at that point is that I went to the door. He tried to force his way in. He was kicking me. They have this physical altercation. she says he was going to kill me. So I shot him as he's coming at me. Now, detectives, they've heard the 911 call. They know exactly the circumstances of how Colin was killed. And it certainly wasn't during a physical altercation while he's kicking her and coming at her. That's what she tells them. They ask her, they continue to ask her questions, and you'll see that, especially towards the end, a lot of the questions she does not want to answer. She either sidesteps, ducks completely. You'll see probably 4 or 5 times they ask her, what was he doing when you went out there? Where was he standing? What was he doing? Did he have anything in his hands? Every time she ducks the question. Now you will see why she ducks the question. Because Colin was sitting there with his back to the door. She can't tell the police that. So she keeps just dodging the question. Because in her version, he's attacking her. Detective Brown asks her, why did you go out there with the gun? And obviously she had the gun when she went to the door. She says, I just wanted to go. She didn't. He was locked out. She's inside with the children. She did not have a good reason for going to the door. But we know the reason. She went to the door to kill Colin. So I'll ask you to contrast her versions, her testimony, her statements with some of the physical evidence in the case. You'll see there's a huge chasm between what the evidence shows and the version that she wants to call. Now that is the bulk of the state's case. And the state will show that she killed her husband with premeditation. Now once that happens, I will rest. And at that point, the defense can present evidence if they so choose. And if they don't have to, like we talked about yesterday. And typically I don't comment because I don't like to talk about things that I don't control. However, in this case, I feel very confident the defense will call at least one witness. So as we talked about yesterday, I expect the defense will call Dr. Julie Harper, psychologist. And she met with the defendant probably half a dozen times over the course of several months. And the defendant gave her many detailed stories about a great variety of topics. And Dr. Harper is then going to relate to you some of these things the defendant told her. And they're going to be quite shocking to hear. Because the things that the defendant is saying about her husband are terrible. They're hard to hear. She's telling Dr. Harper, and Dr. Harper will then relate to you, that Colin has been raping her. He put the dog through the drywall. He's threatening to drown all the children. That he wants to kill his wife so that he can murder all these children. Some of the logic gets a little hard to follow, honestly. But just really shocking stuff that may elicit an emotional response from you. Because it's shocking allegations. Two things important to keep in mind. A, what is the source of all those allegations? And what you'll see is that it's simply her telling the doctor all these things that happened. Obviously, with Colin gone, there's nobody to contradict her versions.
Commander, can we approach?
May.
Dog through the drywall, yes, it was, Robin.
So you'll see that the source of all these stories is what the defendant is telling Dr. Harper. Dr. Harper will then relate it to you. The evidence will also show that there is no verification or documentation of any of these allegations. It's just what she's telling Dr. Harper. Now, I also expect that Dr. Harper will talk about sort of the defendant's history, and the evidence will show that Ms. Kuhn has a long history of depression and anxiety, going all the way back to when she was a child, including first suicide attempt at the age of 13. Obviously, all of these issues predate her relationship with Colin. And Dr. Harper will talk about the issues she faced in the lead up, what happened. You'll hear about that in April, Ms. Kuhn attempted suicide and was admitted for about 10 days at that point to a psychiatric hospital. And then the following month, she was admitted again, I think this time for about 7 days. This time it was not a suicide attempt, but it was, she went to the ER with suicidal ideations. And you'll see that at these times she's reporting sort of the stressors that she has in her life, which primarily seem to do with work. She's had a lot of issues at work, and she also blames Colin for interfering at work, sort of causing trouble for her at work. At one point, he calls about that, she's being hazed, and he calls about that she's working 3 hours. When he's causing trouble, she feels that he's ruining the reputation she's built at her work. So all these, you'll see, are the reasons for these psychiatric hospitalizations, the suicide attempt. No point does she ever report any kind of physical abuse, sexual abuse, threats to children, anything. Yet she is in therapy multiple times a week. This doesn't work. She also relates to Dr. Harper, and I expect Dr. Harper will convey to you her version of what happened with Colin when she killed him. And you'll see that this version is radically different. Now she claims that she went out to the garage with a gun because she intended to commit suicide. She tells Dr. Harper that she put the gun under her chin. Colin gave her a thumbs up while he's on the phone, and she was so shocked by his nonchalant attitude that she lowered the gun in surprise and then accidentally shot him right in the back. She then claims that Colin said, "You're fucking dead," and charges at her, and she shoots him again. Yeah, the evidence is going to show that this is a radically different version than what she told the police, and is radically different than what the physical evidence shows. The evidence is also going to show you that Dr. Harper did not really attempt to question her or challenge her on any of these discrepancies or changes. And what you'll see is that Dr. Harper simply accepted everything that Bree told her. You also hear from, or I anticipate you'll hear, from the defendant's brother. He's going to tell you that he was on the phone with his sister during this incident. He's going to relate to you that he heard Colin attacking her, Colin assaulting her, Colin kicking her, and that he then hears gunshots. Yeah, you'll have the 911 recording of what happened. And so you'll be able to compare the two and make up your own minds. After that, the state will go into what we call rebuttal, which is the state gets to address evidence the defense has put on. So at that point, the state will also call the psychologist, Dr. McDonald, like we talked about yesterday. And again, similar to Dr. Harper, she reviewed medical records from both the civilian hospital, the military hospital. She met with Ms. Kuhn on numerous occasions, and she will relate to you her conversations with Bree Kuhn. She also talked with Bree about what happened, and she basically told her, I'm not really sure. At this point, she said, I'm not really sure what's real and what's not. But she still thought she shot it in the chest. But she didn't seem to, at that point, she seemed to claim to not remember what happened. So you see the progression in her stories. Then you'll see Dr. McDonald will also talk about, as well Dr. Harper, they're both going to talk about battered spouse syndrome, what it entails, characteristics, and how it applies to self-defense, and how it applies to Bree Kuhn. And as you might guess, I anticipate that Dr. Harper would say, yeah, she's a bad spouse. Dr. McDonald would say, in her opinion, she's not consistent with a bad spouse. I anticipate that either Dr. Harper or Dr. McDonald will tell you about some of the characteristics of a bad spouse. You'll see that many of them were not consistent with Bree Kuhn's either behavior or situation. A typical component of a bad spouse is that the person can be helpless to exit the relationship. They don't have a way out of the relationship. Doctor's going to relate to you, and you'll see in Bree Kuhn's situation that she absolutely had a way out. She claimed she would have had a meeting with divorce attorneys the following day. She told multiple deputies that. She absolutely had a way out of the relationship. The doctors will also tell you about another component of a bad spouse can be financial. That the battered spouse is financially relying upon the abuser. That was not Bree's situation. She was the breadwinner. Doctors will also relate to you That's another common component of battered spouse is that the abuser will isolate the victim, cut them off. They don't have friends or family or options, nobody to turn to as long as they're abusing. That's a common component of battered spouse. And that was not the evidence to show you that is not the situation that Bree Kuhn was in. She had plenty of family. She had plenty of support. She had a military. She was in therapy. All these things you can look at in terms of what consists of battered spouse. And obviously the doctors will give you their opinions. I anticipate Dr. McDonald will give you her opinion. She is not a battered spouse. But again, as Mr. Etheridge said yesterday, disproving a negative can be difficult. So she's not going to give you a definitive answer because she was not there. The evidence will show that both doctors examined Bree Kuhn and reached different conclusions. But Dr. Harper, I would ask you to pay close attention to a lot of things she says and how she says them. The details matter. The state will also call likely several other witnesses that will, mostly law enforcement, that talk to Colin that day, and you'll see the body cams of their interactions with Colin. I anticipate that will take most through Thursday. We'll see how it's difficult to judge these things, but that's what I anticipate. Ms. Kuhn is charged with 1 count first-degree premeditated murder, as the judge explained to you. On Thursday or Friday, we will go through the elements of that charge, things the state has to prove. It is important to note that, as Mr. Etheridge, as we both said yesterday, battered spouse syndrome is not a defense in and of itself, but it's as it relates to self-defense. The judge will give you the self-defense instruction, and obviously we will discuss it at length. You're going to hear from a good number of witnesses during this trial. You hear from some of the neighbors that had contact with the defendant. You'll hear from law enforcement that showed up at the scene. You'll hear from 911. You'll hear from the medical examiner, detectives. You'll see a large amount of video, body cams. You'll hear the 911 calls, pictures. Again, all the physical exhibits you get to take back with you. So, as with any trial, it's important that you pay attention and the details will matter. Now, it's important to note that as we go into closings on Friday, so we'll wrap up everything. And ultimately, it'll be your decision. What the evidence is going to show you is that as this relationship broke down, the defendant, primary concern was he's taking my kids. And Colin had flat out told her, because of all these psychiatric issues and you attempting suicide, custody battle is not going to go well for you. She knew that. And she knew that if he takes those kids to Georgia, will she see them again? That was her driving motivation that day. She's going to lose her kids. The evidence will show that she locks him in the garage, shoots him in the back while he's on the phone with 911. Not in self-defense, not without justification. She murdered her husband. The evidence will show that since then, she has been attempting to justify what she did and explain, give reasons for that 911 call. She can't do it. The evidence will show this was not an act of self-defense, an act of premeditation and murder of the husband. I'll ask you to find the defendant guilty of first-degree premeditated murder. Mr. Etheridge?
So, if you're new to the chat, I'm joking. Right. Okay. So the closing statements are scheduled for Friday. Ooh, I feel good. I mean, that doesn't mean it's going to happen on Friday, but that's what they're aiming for. So that makes sense that they arrested today, and then potentially a day and a half for the defense. Now, you would suspect with everything that's been going on, she might have to testify. Do you know what I mean? So, the 911 call, right? So we have not heard the 911 call. So what's happened is this, right? Yesterday, this is my belief on what happened yesterday. There were two parts: the morning, afternoon. They were late in starting. part 1 has been deleted or been taken down. They have just uploaded, Court TV just uploaded this about an hour ago, or maybe a little bit longer than an hour ago now. So it's just the opening statements. So there might be some witnesses right at the start with a 911 call that we haven't seen yet, because part 1 is not up. It's not up by Law and Crime. So if I see it, we'll play it. But as of now, we've not heard it. I think we heard a little bit of it, but not the full amount. So obviously, I do blame Lady Di for all this. But go easy on her. Do you know what I mean? It's the first fuck up for Lady Di. You know, she doesn't fuck up that often. But lesson learned for her. She's turning into Sarah P. So, you know, what can you do? Once you turn into Sarah P, you're fucked. Do you know what I mean? So, anyway, here we go. Here we go, people. There's another about 20 minutes left here, and then we'll go live, well, live-ish, back to the trial.
May please court. Good morning. How y'all doing? Thanks for coming back. Sometimes after jury selection, people listen to me for a while and they say, I'm not coming back to listen to that anymore. I want to thank all of you for being here today. Like we talked about yesterday, other than military service, this is the highest civic duty you can do. And this is democracy in action, okay? This is what makes our country so great. I appreciate it. My partner, Jim Barnes, appreciate it. And most importantly, this young lady right here appreciates it because you're giving her what she asked for, her days in court, okay? And no matter what your decision is at the end of this week, we want to thank you for being here today for your service. Now, the prosecution has laid out what this particular portion of the proceedings is. It's kind of like a roadmap of where we're going to go, okay? The prosecution, because they have the burden of proof, they go first, okay? That's their case in chief. Afterwards, the defense, should we choose to do so, we put on our case in chief. As the prosecutor mentioned earlier, they will have a rebuttal, and we have closing arguments. Judge Duncan's going to give you the final instructions. Finally, you get to do your job, okay? If you will, though, try to listen as we go through this. A lot of the information that we're going to be deriving comes from cross-examination by me and direct examination by Mr. Barnes, who's going to handle the bulk of our case in chief. Please remember, as we go through this, as you listen to these witnesses, the presumption of innocence, which remains with Bree throughout the entire proceedings until and unless, after everything's done, you've heard everything from both sides, jury instructions, arguments, until you're convinced beyond exclusion of every reasonable doubt that she did what this prosecutor claims she did. So please try to keep open mind. Another thing the judge is going to tell you, don't leave your common sense outside the door when you walk in here today, when you're going through this. Now, I know this prosecutor well enough to know he's not going to intentionally mislead you. I'm sure not going to do that, and neither is Jim Barnes. But this is an adversarial process, okay? They've got their version of the facts. We've got our version of the facts, okay? And I want you to listen carefully as we go through this and listen to the questions I'm asking, the responses we're getting, the questions that Jim's going to pose to our witnesses probably late tomorrow, and the answers they give as well as these experts. And remember, the burden of proof remains with the prosecution. That can come from what we're going to hear today, tomorrow, the evidence, by way of exhibits, testimony, a lack of evidence, what you're not going to hear, and a conflict in evidence. Prosecutors already told you we got conflicts in the evidence already from the get-go. Remember, all you got to do is find one reasonable doubt, and you're going to have to vote not guilty if you follow the law that Judge Duncan's going to give you. Okay? Remember what my client is charged with. First degree, premeditated murder. As we go through this testimony, think to yourself, what kind of person calls the police out to their house if they're going to commit a premeditated murder? You're going to hear that police, law enforcement have been called out to that residence by several of the witnesses are going to talk about it, but at least 5 times before. Use your own common sense as you go through this. How many times have most people ever had a cop car at their house? 0. This lady's had to have cops out there at least 5 times, it sounds like. Does that sound like a good relationship to you? Absolutely not. This woman was a Navy chief petty officer. She started out with security, okay, MPs. Then she became a recruiter, but she did exactly what they tell her to do, what she was trained to do. Call the cops when you need help. That's what she did. But what did they do? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Each time we came out there, they did Zero. I anticipate you're going to hear testimony from Bree that she closed this garage door because she was afraid of what Colin was going to do. You're going to hear testimony from her about what this man did to her. You need to know this, you're going to find out during this case, is that he was 100% disabled. He didn't retire from the service, he quit. He had traumatic brain injury. He had issues with his brain. You're going to hear Bree say, you're unstable. You're a danger to the kids. This is okay. She's saying this. So we're not talking about a normal person here. And this is the dynamics that was happening there. He didn't do anything. He was supposed to be at home studying. All he did is stay in his room all the time. These kids were running out there by themselves. You'll hear testimony from Bree. They weren't clothed properly. They weren't fed properly. The house was a wreck. This guy was in his room, in his own little world the entire time. This woman was out. You're going to hear testimony. She would work from like 7 o'clock in the morning, sometimes till 1 o'clock in the morning the next day to try to make ends meet. He wasn't doing squat. She was the breadwinner, and all she got from him was abuse, mental abuse, physical abuse. She got raped repeatedly. They were stationed in North Carolina. She was raped up there when she was up there. And when they got back here to Florida, she got raped again. And that's going to come into play when you hear from Dr. Harper. What people do after repeated abuse over and over and over again. And when she tried to call law enforcement to help, they didn't do anything. What the prosecutor conveniently forgot to tell you is that this man kept guns on him at all times. That day, the day of the incident, he had guns in the truck he was going to take these kids out with. He had threatened to kill these kids before, and her as well. This was his third marriage, okay? You're going to hear testimony that every one of them happened to be red-haired. That he had told her that this marriage is not going to end unless it's going to end the way he wanted it to end. That's what this woman was worried about. That's the testimony you're going to hear. She was worried that he was going to take the kids and kill them, and her as well as we're going down. Let's all go down together. This is not a normal man she was dealing with. The question's going to come. The testimony is going to be, how far do you have to go before you let somebody hurt you or your children? How far does a mother allow someone to terrify her, threaten to kill her children before she takes action? This man told the cops on one of the conversations, I've got guns in my car. So there's absolutely no doubt that he had guns in that car. She knew it. He was going to take those kids and do God knows what with them. There was already 2 trips out to that house before the incident ever happened, and not a dang thing was done. That's the testimony you're going to hear. Not a dang thing was done. Now, just because its testimony is going to be that she got pushed to the floor, she got slammed into the wall, well, there was no marks. The testimony is going to be, you don't have to have marks to get hurt, okay? You don't have to get marks to be threatened. You don't have to get marks to take your kids and kill your kids. This is not, the testimony is going to, this is not an ordinary Joe out there that we're dealing with, okay? This man had 100% disability for brain problems, TBI, traumatic brain injury. That's what you're going to hear. You're also going to hear in this call that this man claimed that she was trying to break his arm. Well, you're not going to hear any testimony whatsoever from this medical examiner there was anything wrong with this man's arm. This is another one of the lies that this guy's perpetrating throughout the entire.
Maybe approach.
May.
You'll make the final decision, okay, as to who's telling the truth. You're also going to find out from the medical examiner that this man had amphetamines in his system as well.
You want to maybe approach again?
May.
Out of her arms. Also going to hand a garage. I'm sorry. You're going to hear testimony that you can't lock somebody in a garage. Okay, it's not possible. What you're also going to hear is that this man snatched her baby girl out of her arms to take her to the truck where his guns were. Every single witness you're going to hear that were there at the day, both the neighbors that are going to testify to you, as well as law enforcement, I'm going to tell you this woman was in shock. Absolutely, and understandably so. And as we go through the testimony, please look at that in relation to the battered spouse syndrome that Dr. Harper's going to talk about, and some of the trauma that's happened to her since early childhood until now, what she's gone through. Because you'll see, and when we get to the closing jury instructions, you got to see one of the things you have to do, the analysis you got to go through is what she thought at the time. Not what y'all thought, not what I thought, not what he thought, what going through her mind when she made the decision to shoot him.
You want to maybe approach?
As I said, every witness that you're going to hear, both law enforcement and lay witnesses, are going to tell you that Bree was in shock that day. You're going to hear that Bree asked Deputy Metzler and Major Brinkman as well, is he alive? They even had EMS check on her because she was in shock. You're going to hear she made the statement, hopefully I just shot him, he's not dead. Bree also asked Major Brinkman, please tell me he's still alive. Now her brother's going to come up here tomorrow and testify that she was on the phone with him. And he's going to testify that during the conversation, it sounded like she was being assaulted. Okay, once again, that's consistent with exactly what she told Dr. Harper and what she's going to tell you tomorrow as well. Her brother Eric's also going to tell you that Bree was afraid for the children's safety and that Colin had threatened to kill the children before. He also is going to testify that he knew Colin, he recognized his voice over the phone, and Bree told him that he was hitting her. She was getting hit. Now, one of these videos that the prosecutor alluded to, you're going to hear and see Bree tell you this, okay? You'll be able to see this. This is not good for the kids. Once again, Mama Bear taking care of her cubs. This is not good for the kids. Can we stop this and talk about it? I want you to leave the house. You are unstable. I don't trust you with the kids. You're on disability for being unstable. This is the testimony you're going to hear. This is the type of man we're talking about. Now, in addition, you're going to hear testimony from law enforcement that Bree told them exactly where that firearm was. She didn't try to hide it. She didn't try to run. She didn't try to flee. What she did is took the kids to the neighbor for safety and came back and spoke to 911. She didn't try to jump in the car and run or anything else. She didn't have anything to run from. That's what her testimony is going to be. She did what she thought she had to do to protect herself and protect her children. She related the fear to her brother Eric of what Colin was capable of doing to her children. She'd been slammed against the wall that day, punched on the day of the incident, was being hit again by Colin when she was talking to Eric. She's going to testify about the abuse she suffered at this man's hands for the 3 years they were together, which included domestic violence, battery, multiple rapes. I want you to remember the things that we spoke about yesterday about the burden of proof, which remains with the prosecution. After you've had the opportunity to hear our witnesses, to hear our side of the story, and that's what we're asking you to do, keep your mind open, please, until we get to the end. Okay? After you've heard Mr. Barnes go through direct testimony, listen to the prosecution's rebuttal. It'll finally be your chance to do your job. We can even have to listen to us up here. But if you follow the law, if you follow the rules, the instructions that the judge is going to give, there's absolutely no doubt what your verdict's going to have to be. Because remember, you can't probably find her guilty more likely than not. If I had to guess, if I had to bet, Etheridge, if I had to flip a coin, no, you got to be convinced beyond exclusion of every reasonable doubt. And ladies and gentlemen, we've got reasonable doubt all over this courtroom today for the rest of the week. You're going to hear it. You're going to see it. I'm going to ask you to do the right thing, follow the law, and vote in our justice. Thank you.
looking like you're looking at this point in time. Appreciate it. Okay. Can my officer go in your apartment and just grab your pants? Yeah, go with me, or no? I don't want you going. I mean, are there clothing like Susie walks in, you can grab her pants and be good? Or are we? Remember.
Bing bong a bing Bombay, bing bong a bing Bombay, bing bong a bing Bombay. Scott likes to wear lingerie.
People, it's over. Elvis has left the building. It's done. Oh.
Thank you very much to Shari for the 3 coffees, triple espresso. Thank you, Shari, my darling. Appreciate Ruka and Shari there. Thank you very much to you both very much. That is wonderful. It's so wonderful tonight. There you go. Thank you again, Shari. All right. Oh, sugars and spice and all things nice. Right. Let's get back to the trial, shall we? Let's get back to the trial. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Sarah Boone had a motions hearing today, 20 minutes long, so it wasn't much. Oh, no, that was yesterday. Oh, 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 let's do this. We're going to watch the trial. We're about 26 minutes behind, so we'll do 1.25. Here we go, everybody. Right, let's get it on. We're about 26 minutes behind. We'll soon catch up. Here we go. Go.
Of this witness about something that occurred in the hallway. Is that correct?
Randy Adjournment here on behalf of Bree Kuhn. Has he been sworn in, Your Honor?
Yes, that's where I'm in.
Would you state your full name for the record, please, sir?
Eric Kuhn.
And Mr. Kuhn, were you called here today to testify via trial subpoena that was issued by our offices?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where were you at earlier today before you were called in to testify?
I've been right outside on the chair, sir.
Okay. You were aware of the rule of sequestration that you're not to speak to anybody else about your proposed testimony, correct?
Yes, sir.
Tell the court what you saw, what you observed while you were out there waiting for your turn to testify.
2 of the detectives that I had met previously were out there just talking, and then another police officer in a full uniform came out and he started talking about the trial and that the defense was nonsense and that he had been a soldier and PTSD is serving overseas, not here, and things like that.
Were you in earshot? Could you hear and understand most or any of what they were saying?
He was right next to me.
Okay. Were they talking directly about their testimony or the testimony that was to be presented here in court today?
I would presume so. I didn't hear their testimony, but he came out and was discussing being in here and that the defense was nonsense.
Okay. Was one of the persons that you heard talking, was that Detective Roll, the fellow that came up to Pennsylvania to speak to you?
He was being talked to by the officer in uniform. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Alderman.
So, Mr. Kuhn, this uniformed officer, was he discussing things that had happened inside the courtroom?
Yes, he said that. I guess things he heard, he said they were nonsense.
Okay, you just heard him say they were nonsense. The defense is nonsense.
Yes.
Okay. Is that it?
He was discussing time served in the military that he had, I believed, and he said something about seeing a skull cracked open from enemy fire is PTSD, that what the plaintiff suffered wasn't.
Okay, so this uniformed officer was giving his opinion about the case. Is that correct? In terms of,
Yes.
and he thought the defense was nonsense.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Just one follow-up, just to make the record clear, Mr. Kuhn, uniform officer, the other detectives, were they talking about things that they were going to testify to about today?
The uniformed officer discussed what he was in here testifying to. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, wait. That's not what you said initially.
Okay, make
So
sure
that-
make
what
sure
he
we're
said-
clear for the court.
That's
Okay,
not what my
this is-
understanding was. This uniformed officer went to Detective Rowell, who was not uniformed. He's in a suit. And it was this uniformed officer that was talking to him, correct?
He was talking to two of the detectives, and it seemed, I believe the young lady was a medical examiner. They were all out there. She had a black purse, gray pearls.
Okay. Oh,
I was sitting right out there.
The most important question, Mr. Kuhn, is whether they were talking about what they were going to testify about today.
My understanding from their conversation was he had already testified, and then he came out speaking.
So there was nothing said about proposed testimony. They're talking about this, the defense attorneys are going to ask this, or you need to watch out for this, anything like that at all?
No, sir.
And they didn't discuss, well, you need to say this, you need to say that. Was there
No, sir.
anything like that? Okay, thank you, Mr. Kuhn.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Alderman, any other questions?
No, sir.
All right, sir, you may step down and go back outside. And when it's your turn to testify in the front of the jury, we will come and get you, okay?
Yes, sir.
He will be next, Judge. Okay. I know you like to come in. That's okay. Well, at this time, I don't believe the rule of sequestration has been violated. First of all, I don't know who this uniformed officer is. And it's evident he was talking, he said the detectives, both, I know Detective Rowell was in plain clothes. I believe Detective Kelly was too.
Yes, sir. I believe I saw him out there this morning. He was in plain clothes.
He was in plain clothes. This witness did not describe anything that the investigator said. There was no comments about what they said. They didn't say anything. His testimony was that this other uniformed person talked to them about the defense being nonsense and then about military service. So this witness's testimony does not indicate that the detectives were talking about what happened in the courtroom. We're not sharing what they had testified to. And I guess, Mr. Alderman, was there any uniform officers that you had here today?
And that was going to be one of the records reflect, Judge, that he seemed a little unclear, or maybe I was unclear, but no uniformed officers testified today. I mean, there may be uniformed officers out there, obviously the present here in the courthouse, but there was no witness in uniform that left the courtroom and would have discussed their testimony. Obviously, the only witnesses were Detective Rowell and the medical examiner.
May I inquire now whether Jamison Lynn or Stephen Quick, who are scheduled as potential rebuttal witnesses, were here today?
I have not seen them, and I told them to be on standby for tomorrow.
Very good.
So,
So all the uniformed officers that we've heard from
would not have been here today, but we're on standby for tomorrow. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
correct?
Yes.
All right. So I don't know who this uniformed officer is. I don't even know if they were even a witness in the case.
My take from what he was saying was that it sounded like a deputy not involved in the case was giving his opinion as to the validity of the defense.
Okay.
Now I'm happy to, remind the witnesses of the rule of sequestration, an abundance of caution. I'm happy to do that.
Sure. But let me just say for the record, there's no evidence that Detective Rowell or Detective Kelly violated that rule.
No, sir. I'll just tell them, that sometimes people mishear things or hear what they want to hear. So I'll
Okay.
have a word with them.
If you'll step out and maybe, I don't know, Mr. Etcher, Mr. Barnes, if you want to step out and remind your witnesses as well, just to make doubly sure.
Sorry, I didn't mean to give you my back while you were talking.
No, I understand, Mr. Barnes.
And he's back again. So this is the brother. This is the brother of the defendant.
Yes. All right, sir, have a seat in the chair. Pull the chair as close to the microphone as you can. Speak loud enough into the microphone so that everybody can hear you, okay?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Barnes, you may proceed.
Thank you. Would you state your name?
Eric Jerome Joshua Kuhn.
And thanks for being here. We've asked you to come to this trial, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you flew down, I think, last night.
Yes, sir.
You live in
Pennsylvania.
There you go. And how do you know Bree?
She's my younger sister.
And how old are you?
I'm 38.
Just briefly, did you guys grow up together or separate, or talk about that dynamic a little bit?
We grew up together until I was in 9th grade, and then my sister moved to live with my dad.
Was there ever a time that you two became reunited in terms of living in the same place after that?
No.
Was there a point in time you moved to Texas with your sister?
We moved to Texas. She moved from Texas to New York with my dad. We lived in Pennsylvania together.
Yes, sir.
Moved to Texas together with our mom, and then she went from Texas to New York with my dad.
Was there any, and again, briefly, was there any physical abuse at all in the family?
Yes, our mom was very abusive our entire childhood, even into adulthood.
Was she ever physically abusive to Bree?
Yes.
Okay.
Terribly.
And to yourself?
Oh, yes.
What role, if any, did Bree play in being the big sister? With regard to your...
Well, she was the little sister, but
Sorry.
I would always go along to get along. I figured if I kept my mouth shut, it wouldn't last nearly as long. My sister would even try to defend me and yell at my mom saying, "Why are you hitting him?" And then she would get hit very bad as well for trying to protect me.
Was Bree a protector of yours, for lack of a better word, in that dynamic?
Yes, she's a little sister only by age.
Yes, sir. Now, obviously, you guys grow up and people live in different places and so forth. Did you stay in touch?
Yes.
Phone calls?
Phone calls, text messages, social media, but we would even visit. Sometimes I was at her graduation from boot camp in Chicago. I went and visited her while she was in advanced individual training in San Antonio. She's lived several places with the Navy. I have visited a couple of them to see her.
When is the last time that you saw Bree, other than right now, obviously?
We had gone on a trip to the bungalows in Key Largo in Florida about 1 to 2 years before this incident occurred.
And who was on that trip?
It was me, Bree, and Colin.
Is there any reason you were, well, did they invite you?
Yes, I was given a couple of reasons. One is Colin was in school, so he was studying quite a bit. So they thought that if he was studying, I could hang out with my sister so she wasn't alone. If she wanted to rest or recoup, I could hang out with him if he wasn't studying. And then they also, both of them at separate times and together, told me that they were having marital issues and they thought a third person might help what they were working on together.
Yes. Did you notice any physical abuse on that trip? At least, obviously, in front of you.
No, not that I saw, sir.
Okay. Did you learn anything about Colin that you didn't know on that trip?
Yes, sir.
What did you learn?
It was in my deposition, but I know he told me that the reason him and Bree got along very well is that they were both psychopaths and narcissists. He seemed to think that was entertaining, I believe. I know we would talk about, I would go to the gym at that place and he would talk to me about like steroids and supplements and things like that, which I didn't.
Your Honor, I'm going to object for relevance.
Sustained. Fair enough. We can move along.
Yes,
so you go back to, at that time, still in Pennsylvania, I guess?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Bree goes back wherever she is, and you guys continue to have conversations?
Here and there, yes, sir.
Okay. Did Bree ever tell you anything about her marriage or about Colin that would be noteworthy? How they were getting along, any problems, anything like that?
Yes, sir. It seemed like that trip didn't help much. They were still having really bad issues, and I came to learn how far they went later on as well.
And did your sister, if you could tell, was she depressed about that, upset about that? I mean, I'm sure she wasn't happy about it.
No, she was highly depressed, sir. In fact, I do know she tried to kill herself. I was with her on the phone, and I had even called Colin to tell him this is what she's doing. She's in the house, and he couldn't care less. I actually had to call the medics to tell them to go to the house for her, pump her stomach.
Let me back you up a bit, but then we can talk about that a little bit more. Now, I guess as the big brother, even though she's the de facto or de jure big sister, if you will, did you ever give her any advice in terms of what she should do when she's telling you this stuff about the marriage and she's depressed? And did you ever tell her, like, just leave?
Yes.
And did she?
No, she was quite scared, not for herself, but for her kids.
Is that what she reported to you, or you just assumed that?
No, she told me that.
Okay. Now, again, we're not going to spend a bunch of time on it because you just talked about it. But you were on the phone with your sister when she was about to commit suicide or trying to commit suicide?
Yes, sir.
What did you learn on the phone about that in terms of how she was trying to do it, or why, or anything else about it?
There were multiple reasons as to the why. The how was she told me she had taken all of her prescription medications and a lot of alcohol together and then went into a closet. And the why was she was unhappy in the marriage. She wanted to leave, but she was petrified that she wouldn't be able to get custody of the kids. My understanding from my conversations with her was Colin had a family with access to wealth that he could have hired lawyers and things like that, where she didn't have the same access, so she didn't know what her odds were of getting the children.
And when this, is happening, and you're on the phone with her, she's telling you she just did this. what did you do in response to any emergent reaction?
I called Colin. He was in the home with her.
And did he know what was going on?
Yes.
In terms of the Bree's suicidal attempt in real time?
Mm-hmm.
That's a yes?
Yes.
Thank you. And what did he say about it? What was he doing about it?
Absolutely nothing.
I mean, did you say, dude, you got to call EMS? I mean, my sister's did you react that way or?
I didn't say my sister. I said your wife. I thought reminding him might help.
And did you disengage the phone call and it was your opinion that he wasn't going to do anything?
It was my opinion he was going to let her die.
Okay. Did he flat out say, no, I'm not calling EMS?
Yes.
And you get off the phone with him. Who calls EMS? If you
Me.
Okay. Now, the day of the shooting, did Bree call you that day?
Multiple times, sir.
And what was the general nature of those calls, if you can tell us?
I would say anxiety and fear. She had a schedule, a surgery scheduled for many months. And I guess they were having she told me they were having a dispute that day that if she went to have the surgery, he was going to kidnap the children and she would never see them again. So she was asking me if I could come down, not to be with her, but to be with the kids while she had the surgery so that he couldn't take them away from her. Then she would call again and say that they were discussing it and he would watch them and wouldn't take them. And then it seemed like they'd been having an argument all day about this and he was going back and forth on what would happen.
Were the calls mixed in with, hey, how's the weather? I saw a good movie last night, or were they all in relation to what was going on between them?
No, this was a very important issue. There was no, common conversation in between. It was her medical well-being. The surgery wasn't for appearance or anything. It was for her health and then the well-being of her children.
And at any point that day, did you intentionally talk to Colin?
No, sir.
Did your sister tell you he's not going to take? Did you find out he was going to take care of her at all when she has the surgery and her recovery? Or in other words, did he care about that at all? Did you know anything about that?
No, the end result prior to the shooting was if she had the surgery for her health, he was going to take the kids, go to his parents' house, and she would never see them again.
Yes, sir. Now the final call, you actually, and we're going to work up towards it, but the call, you actually heard the shots, correct?
Yes, sir.
And tell the jury what was the length of that call?
It was several minutes, sir. It was quite some time we were on the phone.
Was it like 45 minutes?
I would say so, sir.
And what are you hearing during that time?
In my sister's voice, utter fear. And then I heard a lot of discourse, Colin screaming, things being hit. At one point, he was on the phone with the police, I believe, trying to tell them that my sister was doing something, and she was on the phone with me.
Did you ever hear Colin make any threats or raise his voice or anything of that nature?
I did hear his voice raised a few times, yes, and I did hear at some point children crying.
And there was were you aware of a point in time when Bree got a gun? Were you aware of that?
I don't believe that. Yeah, I believe she grabbed the gun and I said to get out of the house, and she said to kill the kid. She couldn't.
And was there a point in time where you heard, like, did she say, he's hurting me, or he kicked me, or?
Oh yes, I heard slamming. She did say that. She was even telling him, "Why are you doing this?" And then she screamed that, "Ow!" And at another point, the phone fell to the ground, and I heard a scuffle.
Did you hear your sister say, "You're not taking the fucking kids"?
She said, "You're not taking them," and she said, "You're not killing them."
Okay. And then she gets the gun, correct?
I would believe so, yes, sir.
And I'm object with speculation.
Restate your question. Are you aware, like what you heard earlier, you said that you knew she went and got a gun, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I brought you to the kicking and the struggles and so forth in the aisle and hitting the floor and all that. Was that before or after you realized she got a gun?
Before.
All those struggles were before?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So now she's got the gun and you're.
Again, I'm object with speculation.
Same
approach. Yes, sir.
I need to do a better job of like a timeline a little bit here.
Yes, sir.
First, how were you aware that your sister got a gun? Did she tell you?
I believe she did. I believe she said that's how she was going to protect the kids.
And
at that point, I was begging her to just get out of the house, but she kept saying the kids, the kids, the kids.
Now, again, this is a 45-minute call. We get to a point where you hear indicators of a struggle in the aisle, in the throwing around and so forth. How long after that do you believe your sister got the gun? And if you know.
Immediately. She was thrown to the ground, and he was grabbing the kids because I heard the kids yelling.
I'm going to object to speculation.
Sustaining the objection. And then we end up, what happens next? What do you hear next?
The shots.
Prior to the shots going off, did you hear your sister say anything?
She kept saying that he was not going to kill the kids. And the kids were crying.
And obviously you're not there. You hear the shots. Did you say anything after that?
I was crying and yelling, oh my God. And she told me, I killed him. I have to call the cops, and hung up. I tried calling her back. There was no answer. Then I called my father.
1 second here. That'd have been fun. No further questions.
Mr. Alderman, cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can this, you do have cross-examination?
Yes,
Okay.
sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Kuhn.
Good afternoon, sir.
So I want to touch on this trip that you and your sister took to Key Largo, was it?
With Colin.
Yes, and you're there for approximately a week, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you never, as you said, you never saw any physical abuse during that time, did you?
No, sir.
Did you suspect any physical abuse?
No, sir.
You never suspected anything other than the marital issues? You never suspected any kind of physical abuse, domestic abuse, rape, anything, did you?
No, sir.
And you thought Colin was a nice guy, didn't you?
I had some qualms after he told me that he believed himself to be a psychopath, but that was it. I thought it made.
Do you remember previously? Well, let's talk about that. The psychopath. He makes the comment, we're both psychopaths, and then he and Bree both laugh, don't they?
At the time they were together, he made it other times as well, alone.
Okay, and they both laughed when he said it when they were together?
Oh, when they were together, yes.
So they both laughed and agreed they're both psychopaths?
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that comment, that's the worst thing you saw and heard during that time together? I mean,
Worse, no, my sister confided in me about what the issues were at home, but none of them involved the other things you mentioned.
Right, they were marital issues, right? It comes to chores.
Yes, sir.
And she had told you she was stressed about that she was working and was financially responsible, correct?
Yes, sir.
Those kind of marital issues.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And up until the day Colin was murdered, you never had any reason to suspect anything untoward in terms of a physical nature, did you?
No, sir.
Now, you mentioned about talking to your sister several times that day, correct? And that there was issues about the surgery. And I believe you'd said that Colin had made a comment about kidnapping the kids.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was he going to kidnap the kids, or was he refusing to watch the kids, according to Bree?
I don't know that the phrase kidnap was used. It was that he was going to take the kids to his parents if she had the surgery.
Okay. So he wasn't refusing to watch them.
He was saying he would take them and she would never see them again.
Okay. Do you remember being interviewed by the police?
Excuse me?
Do you remember being interviewed by the police?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And on September 24th?
I wouldn't know the dates, sir, but I remember they flew up to Pennsylvania.
And was that a close in time to the time of the murder?
I want to say it was within a week, sir.
Okay. And you they interviewed you about what had happened, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You want my first witness?
You may. That's got to be Mr. Barnes.
I whispered it.
Okay. All right. Mr. Alderman.
The question was about whether Colin was watching the kids, or kidnapping the kids, or refusing to watch the kids. Was the question?
Okay. You may continue.
Mr. Kuhn, and I'm on page 5. I want you to read this to yourself, lines 15 through 21.
I'm sorry, Mark, is that the interview or the depot?
Okay. Page 5. And just look up for me when you're done.
Yes, sir.
Does that help refresh your memory as to what Bree was telling you about the kids?
What I said was accurate. She said he was going to take them.
I am going to check that. Refreshing memory is one thing. The way you do that is to say, well, A, the witness has to say, I don't remember. B, you say, if I showed you something, would you remember? Would it aid you to remember? Witness has to say yes. And this, so, yeah, objection.
All right. Overruled. You may continue, Mr. Alderman.
So, Mr. Kuhn, you previously said that he was refusing to take the kids or to watch the kids, correct?
In here? Yes.
Yes, sir. That's what you told the police, correct?
Yes.
That he was refusing to watch the kids.
He was also threatening to take them.
He was doing both?
All I knew was he was threatening to take them.
Okay, and refusing to watch them.
Refusing. He was. I don't understand if he takes them. How's he not? I mean, maybe his
I
parents.
don't
will watch
understand
them.
either. That's why I'm asking.
This interview was highly inappropriate to my belief because I was not told about it. I was in the gym at 6 a.m. and a police officer told me, I'm here waiting to meet you. I was never given any call, confirmation, anything. I had no idea what was going on. He just called me and told me he landed in Avoca from Florida with no knowledge or anything. I couldn't even get in touch with my sister's attorneys. I don't know if she had attorneys at that time. I had no idea what was going on other than 2 police officers with no phone calls told me they were in my city and had to meet me. And I didn't even know if that was appropriate or what was going on. I was at a complete loss.
Okay, so you think you should get advance notice before being interviewed about a murder case?
I don't.
Overruled.
I'm a professional with a small business. My time belongs to my clients and my family. I would like to know. I guess I book appointments.
Okay, now let's get back on track. The detectives show up, and according to your statement there, you tell them he's refusing to watch the kids, correct? That's what you told the detectives?
Yes.
Now you're also saying he wanted to kidnap the kids.
My testimony is that he was kidnapping the kids. Like I said, I was not in a good state of mind when those detectives showed up. I was everywhere and nowhere. Unprofessionalism was quite shocking to me.
Okay, so is there a reason you told them that Bree was telling you he's refusing to watch the children?
I have no idea because on the phone call, she said that he was kidnapping them very specifically.
Okay, so why did you tell the detectives that he was refusing to watch them?
I just said a few times, I was completely shell shocked. I don't know if you've ever been bombarded with surprise, but I don't know where my head was at when these detectives came.
Okay, and the issue was about you coming down to watch the kids, is that right?
She wanted me to watch the kids, be there when she had the surgery so that he could not take them.
Okay. And did she use the word kidnap or is that your word?
When I gave my deposition, I said
I'm not
kidnap.
asking about the deposition. I'm asking kidnap.
I know. I'm trying to give you context. I don't know. At that time, I said kidnap, but I don't believe a parent can technically kidnap their own kids. At that point, when I was interviewed, I said the wrong word, I believe.
If you listen to my question, the question was kidnap her word or your word?
Mine. She said take.
She said take. Okay, you said kidnap. Okay. You understand a parent can't kidnap their own children, correct?
I just said that. Yes.
So why did you use the word kidnap before?
I don't know. I just said that. After reflection, I think that was the wrong word.
Okay. Now, everything that happened, Mr. Barnes tells you to walk through the whole thing. Did you describe to the police what you're now describing to this jury?
I guess it's a shame I'm not one for redundancy. I know they knew it because I did tell them whether or not it was when they filmed or not. If it's not in here, it wasn't when I was filmed.
Okay. Well, when Mr. Barnes tells you walk them through the entire thing, what do you think that means?
I think it was 3 days after the worst episode I've ever had in my entire life, and I still don't know how it has affected me.
Okay. Well, that wasn't my question. My question was, what do you think that means when somebody tells you, walk us through the entire thing? What does that mean to you?
It says, tell them everything I remember at that given point in the state of mind that I'm in.
Okay. You didn't make any mention about Bree telling you about him having the child by the arm, did you?
Apparently not while I was being filmed, but I do know I said it.
Okay. So you said everything before they were filming?
Not everything. I'm telling you, I had a long conversation with them. They walked through my building. They looked at my store. They were asking me about brands I sold. None of that's in here either.
Now, I think you previously said that Colin had made some statement about killing the kids. Is that right? Did you hear him make some kind of statement like that?
Colin saying he would? No.
There was something about killing kids. What did you hear? Tell us what you heard.
She thought he would kill the kids. She was afraid of that. Bree.
And did she tell you that?
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you again. Did you ever tell the police that when you were interviewed? That Bree was telling you that Colin was going to kill her children. Did you tell the police that?
I said that I know she was in fear for her kid's life. Yes.
Sir, do you want to, do you remember what point you said that?
No, sir. Like, this was 3 years ago. It was quite some time. And like I said, they were there for.
Well, let me ask you, is it difficult to remember the interview you gave 3 years ago?
Not the interview, the specifics of questions asked and answered on and off camera.
Okay. The specifics can be difficult 3 years later, can't they?
I just don't know when they turned the camera on.
Okay, so you think you may have told them before about telling them that
We
Bree
had
was
a
gonna
long
kill the kids?
conversation. I'm not sure the exact time, sir.
But again, you didn't say it after Mr. Barnes told you, walk us through the whole thing. You didn't tell them that, did you?
If it's not in here, no, sir.
Did you hear any specific words at any point from Colin during this phone call?
No.
So, if you're new to the chat, da-dum, then I wanted you to know I'll meet Bill. Bill's a big spender. Bow, 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 bow. Bill. He's called Similar Rex. Da, 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 da. Now Bill's got a mouth, but he's got a heart of gold, which we love. The women all love him. Maybe not true, but Bill's part of the crew. Da, 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 da.
Telling you things that he's doing and saying, is that right?
Yes, she's telling me I'm on speakerphone. I can hear his voice at different parts, but it's not clear. I can't hear anything he's saying.
What about around the time of the gunshots? Did you ever hear him say anything?
No, I don't believe so, sir.
How many gunshots did you hear?
I heard 3, sir.
And you didn't hear Colin say anything around that time, did you? Around the time of the gunshots?
No, sir.
You didn't hear his voice around the time of the gunshots?
No, sir.
So it sounds like you hear a physical altercation, and she's telling you that Colin's hitting her, right? And kicking her. And then a short time later, then you hear gunshots, right?
Yes, sir.
And it's immediately after the physical altercation, is that right?
What's in need? I mean, it was within, I would say, 1 to 2 minutes. Yes, sir.
Now, you going to be giving a deposition on the June 17th? No, that's not what you're looking at, sir. I'm asking you the deposition you gave on June 17th. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On page 23. Approach the witness.
You may.
So why don't you read this to yourself, lines 13 through 17.
Yes, sir.
Just read them to yourself.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that help refresh your memory about how soon after the physical altercation you heard the gunshots?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You said it was right after the gunshots, right?
Right after. Yes, not immediately.
Okay. What do you define as right after?
Well, you said immediately. I think immediately is within seconds. Right after could be within a couple of minutes, sir. I'm sorry. I'm an English major. It's just specifics. I'm sorry.
So your definition of right after is a couple of minutes?
1 to 2.
Okay. But that's not what you described previously, correct? It's physical altercation, gunshots.
Well, and he's not taking my kids. Her making a statement. So that's
right. And this is all part of one sequence, right?
Yes, sir.
There's no break in between, is there?
No, sir.
Okay. Mr. Kuhn, if you're hearing hitting noises on the phone, would you agree that somebody hitting another person sounds exactly the same as somebody hitting themselves?
Oh, probably.
Okay. So on the phone, it can be very hard to tell what's going on, can it?
Sure.
And if you hear hitting noises and somebody's claiming, "Ow, that hurts," you can't see what's going on, can you?
No, sir.
Did your sister during this phone call, did she ever talk about being suicidal?
No, sir, not during that phone call.
So she made no talk of committing suicide or anything like that, did she? At any point?
No, sir.
And what does your sister call you? Do you have a nickname or anything?
Oh, Baba.
Okay. And is your phone number 5709?
Your approach.
Baba.
Okay. And is your phone 5709?
No more zoom. Because we're live.
Looking like you're looking like at this point in time.
Appreciate it.
Okay. Can my officer go in your apartment and just grab your pants?
Yeah, go with me or.
No, I don't want you going in. I mean, are there clothing like as soon as he walks in, he can grab her pants and be good? Or are we?
Remember.
Bing bong a bing bombay, bing bong a bing bombay, bing bong a bing bombay. Scott likes to wear lingerie. Boom boom boom. Amy's got big boobies. Boom boom boom. Amy's got nice boobies. We are doing well. I've done a good job picking this, I think. Who's that? Oh, the guy in the lingerie. That is this lovely fellow here, Scott McGuinness. That's Scott McGuinness. Deep boom boom boom. Scotty. Luckily, Scott is a load of fun. So, yeah, he did try and dox. I mean, why do people do this? The girl in the black stuff. Which black stuff? Hang on. Boom, boom, boom. Amy's got big boobies. Boom, boom, boom. Amy's got nice boobies. That is Amy in Boston. That is Denise. And I know that Charity loves it. She loves it. Which one then? Black. In the black. Oh, right. Yeah, no. It's just a photo. It's just a photo. Nothing. Nobody.
You may.
People thought it was Sarah P because she's down on her knees, and that's what Sarah P normally is on her knees. So that's what people thought was Sarah P, but the wrong color hair, unless it's a wig on. Sarah loves being on her knees. Right, big old titties, Amy.
That's the cue I'm going to do.
Yeah, because you're on your knees. That's what you spend most of your time, isn't it? On your knees, head jugging back and forward. I love Sarah P.
Show you an item in a call log. I don't want you to announce the number. but I just want you to verify if you recognize this phone number for me.
Okay, sir.
Under the contact bubber, I don't know if you can see that from where you are.
Can I stand up?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I know it's small, right? That phone number.
That's my number, sir.
That's your number. Thank you, sir. Those are my questions.
All right, redirect. Yes, sir. Sir, in your deposition, just a few lines up from this right after business, you said, she had said, he just threw me to the floor. He's not taking my kids, and gunshots.
Yes,
So
sir.
the connector word there was and, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the few lines down, as we just learned, the connector is, and then right after that, you heard gunshots. Was the question from the prosecutor. So the right after isn't, that's not your words. I mean, I can show you if you.
I see it, sir.
Okay. So that's the question from not this prosecutor, but a different prosecutor, and you say yes, right?
Yes.
Okay. To the extent all that matters, you're listening. I mean, you're not watching this.
No,
okay?
sir.
You're listening and you're perceiving.
Yes, sir.
Right? And the next thing you perceived were the gunshots.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the difference between the kidnapping and taking, and you were called down here for the kids, correct?
Yes,
It
sir.
had to do with the kids.
That's all she ever cared about.
Right. And you're called down, even though their father is here, the father's not working, but you're called to take care of the kids, right?
Yes, she was afraid he was going to take them.
And then the day you're called down here, you go through your sister's calls and however long the final one was, and you hear these gunshots. Your sister gets arrested. It's a few days later. These people show up unannounced.
You know, I'm object for pleading at this
Fair enough.
point.
I'll sustain.
Let's hear the question.
A, were you in like the best state of mind at that point?
No, sir. Not at all.
And when the investigators were there, did they ask you specific question followed by question followed by question? Or was it a just walk us, for me, just walk us through it?
You mean when they filmed it?
No, sir. When the investigators are there in Pennsylvania,
Mm-hmm.
was it more of just kind of a narrative deal and they're in, they're out, versus a deposition, or even today, which is question and break down your answer and question? It was just kind of a walk us through it, right?
Both times, before they filmed and after they started filming.
We're talking about when the police were there, correct? You're not on Zoom, of course.
No. When the detectives
Okay. All
showed
right.
up, they
Just make
came
sure
to
we're
my
talking about the
store.
same thing. Now, the idea about, were you asked anything specifically about your knowledge of the gun by these detectives? Did they get into the gun? Do you remember?
I don't remember, sir. No.
Did you assume that these detectives knew that a gun was involved?
Yes, sir.
You didn't think that your sister shot him with a water pistol or?
Yeah, I'm going to object for leading again at this point.
Sustained. Did you think the gun was all that important? I know it sounds strange in this kind of a case, but did you assume that the police knew about the gun?
I don't know how they couldn't have.
Now, earlier, just to clear up, you talked about that it was, you were asked, how long was it physical? And you said 5 minutes. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
Is it your testimony that you perceived that it was physical for 5 minutes, or it was physical intermittent in the yelling and the sounds you're hearing, that you're perceiving physical going on? You understand my question?
Yes, and I don't know if it was my phrasing. Physical could be someone throwing something or something falling or breaking. So it wasn't just 5 minutes of unadulterated one human being being hit. It was 5 minutes of items like bangs and pops and things like that, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Can this witness step down and be excused?
He wasn't under subpoena, but yes, sir, he can.
Okay. All right, sir, you may step down. You're now excused.
Thank you, sir. Do these stay here?
Mr. Alderman, do you need to get the?
Yes, Aubrey.
Okay.
Well, then as far as being excused, Judge, it is important, I think, so because he can stay in the courtroom then.
Just any objection to that, Mr. Alderman? Okay.
Bill. Bill, some of your, so just an update, you sure all have your, there's a lot of stuff on the way out, merch-wise on the way out. Now, Bill, you've got a few things come in. Hoodies are still in Canada, but on the way out. So you should get them by, hopefully, next week, starting next week, hopefully. I know, Lisa Reed, your order will be 2 orders, I think, Wednesday and Thursday, I think, of next week. So that's the last update the one I have. No, I haven't, Vix. I haven't. I have not. Oh, hang on. I'm trying to look for something here. Boom, 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 boom. Ow. Boom. Boom, boom. The moment we... Oh, shit. I've paused it. Shit, sorry. That's fine, Bill. Not a problem.
Okay, and for us in the courtroom, we'll do a 15-minute recess. And so we'll be back in here, let's just say about 2:10. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Judge, please. Thank you.
Okay. Do you know when you got a payment going on, you don't know what it's for? I hate that. I don't know what it's for. Okay. What did you say? Back in quarter of an hour, yeah? Oh, let me listen to it again. I don't know about.
Okay, and for us in the courtroom, we'll do a 15-minute recess. And so we'll be back in here, let's just say about 2:10.
2:10, fine. So, yeah, fine. 2:10. Yeah, it is Central Time, Danielle, yes. Florida Central Time, yes. Yes, as Lil G says, 3:10 Eastern Time. Right. I think we made the right decision. Also, just so people know, the trial yesterday we watched, it was only on for a couple of hours today. So, yeah. That's fine, because I'll have a look another day on it. Right, hang on. What am I looking for now? The moment we walk in the joint, bow wow. Right, hang on. Hang on. Let's do it. Hang on. So what's interesting about this one is that I grab closing statements on Verdict Watch on Friday and tomorrow's Thursday. So yeah, this is what we want to hear. This is good. This is good, people. This is good. Because that's the way I like it. That's the way I like it. Dun, dun, dun. Hang on, people. Let me do this then. Right, let's listen to a video. You guys like these videos? Sarah P, Sarah P, Sarah P, 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 Sarah P, Sarah P, Sarah P is lovely. Right, I know. Oh shit, I know which one I'm gonna get for you. Hang on, let me entertain you. Let me go and get the video for you. You all know what's coming. You all know what's coming, people. Boston. Gary is in Boston. Oh no, Stoke. Gary, I thought you were Scott. Sorry. Thank you, my darling. Oh, shit. Hang on, I got Larry on the phone. I'll tell my husband to dress in lingerie just to see what he would I would do in a heartbeat, so he would as well. Larry, you are live to tape. We're on stream, okay? So just hello, everyone. Yeah, we just we are. I've not checked in you all week. I was going to phone you this morning. Then I thought, you know what? We had a break, so I thought, you know what? Let's phone him now and see how he is. But then the trial's going on as well. So, but we still answer the call to you because you're the man. What's the topic of discussion today? Well, we're watching this boring trial, okay? So that was bad. What the topic of discussion right this second? I don't take this too far now, right, Larry? But this second is we're talking about Scott McGuinness cross-dressing. His and you would do it. So the scenario is this, right? So you bought your significant other, your girlfriend, right? Some lingerie and a corset and like nipple tassels to dress up in and stuff, right? That's what happened here, right? She wears it, you do the business, you get down dirty, you do the business, and then she turns around to you, Larry, and says, right, okay, if you want to have sex again, you now have to wear the lingerie and the corset. Would you do it?
Well, the answer to that is no.
Shut the front door.
And one time I only bought lingerie for a girlfriend once.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you why. Because I went over, it was a Friday night, we had a few drinks, and I said, I gotta go out to my car, I'll be right back.
Yeah.
And I went out to the car, I got the bag, and I came in and I go, honey, will you put this on? So she looked at it and she goes, absolutely. And she said, she goes into the bedroom and she's coming out. She put the lingerie on, but you know what else she put on?
What?
A strap on. I go, what exactly are you planning on doing with that? She goes, turn around and find out. I said, fuck you, and I ran out of there.
I didn't expect that. Oh, sorry, Larry. That's not what I was expecting. Oh, fuck, I'm crying. I was not expecting that. Oh fuck, Larry! That's not where I thought that was going. Oh fuck! I can imagine you run out of there. Oh, oh.
And I'm 6'2", 220. I was running like a little bitch.
Oh, I bet. What was her size? Was she huge? Was she tall?
And she's like, "Come back, honey, come back."
Well, was she taller than you or something?
No. She was like 5'7".
Oh, fucking hell. What was it? What size was the strap on, though?
Oh, it was a big black one.
Okay, yeah. I can't. Oh, I can't. No, I would have run out as well. You just took that. You took a story about cross-dressing. You just doubled it up, times it by 10. Oh. Because I thought 100% you would. 100% you would. If someone said...
Absolutely not. I don't go for that shit.
Not now. Not with that story, no, but...
Jesus Christ.
I thought...
Nightmares because I just told that story again.
You said it live as well. Everyone sees it on stream. Larry, for fuck's sakes.
I can't even tell that story in front of Tyson.
I can imagine. Well, you told it in front of about 50 people. Oh, fucking hell, Larry. Well, he's just taken that. Scott McGinnis is really happy right now because he's like, there's levels to this, yeah? Scott came in with a high level. There's no way you can trump that. But hang on, let's call Larry. Next thing you just fucking trump it. Oh, fuck. Oh, Larry, thank you so much. You're the man. Fuck, you're the man. Oh, right, yeah, I'll give you a ring at the start of the week, right? Because I'm doing a members only tomorrow night, telling everyone the dates. Whoa. Lisa Reed had to go to the restroom. I'm sorry. Oh, sorry, everybody. Ruka, I know. Sorry. I know, I'm very high pitched. I know. Hello, Crystal. Welcome back. And do you know what, right? He's pissed. Larry's pissed at me. He's not happy. Larry's not happy with me at all. He's like, look, I tell a story and they can't hear me. Like, they can't hear me. You just sort your mic out. You bastard. I'm like, oh, fucking hell. So he's going to call in again to make sure everyone knows the full story. I was like, Larry, everyone knows, Larry. You can hear it. But he wants to come back on to rehash the story. I was like, fuck. Oh, so yeah, I need to work it out because it is a little bit faint at times. But I don't think it helps with my laughing as well. I might have to just mute myself when he speaks. I can't because of the mic. Fuck. He asked you to the restroom. Oh, that's funny. I know it depends. He's mad, not mad, but he's like, they can't hear me. You held the fucking mic wrong. You fucking spot. Ah. I was like, Larry, they all heard it. It's fine. Oh, Larry, we will. Depending if we do verdict watch on Friday, I might see if he's available Friday to call in. I might get him to call in Friday. We'll see. We'll see how he's feeling. And we'll get Bill as well on Friday, maybe. We'll see. We'll see what happens with this verdict, but we'll see. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. You and I. There you go. Put that back on. Larry is great, and Bill was great as well. So we get Bill on as well. Bill and Ben, the Flower Pot Men. Billy, Billy, Billy. He sounds so normal. Then he comes into chat, and I'm like, fucking hell, Bill, what are you saying that for? But we're all good. So yeah, as I said, announced earlier on, I think the majority of your hoodies, ladies, are on the way. For you American people, I believe they're still in Canada, but they are on the way. So they, I'm not sure. I think they said next Wednesday, they'll be with you. So we'll see. Because it's got to go through. It might be here before that. I have no idea. I don't believe them when they say, "Lose, yours should be here sooner than everyone else's." So, Bill, you've got a variety coming towards you, so you'll have various deliveries. Bam, ba bam, Billy boy. Bam, ba ba. Bill is a boy. Billy, Willie, Billy. Bam, ba bum, ba bum, bum, bum. And yes, I've had Dennis has been messaging me. Dennis is absolutely fine. Dennis and Brenda are absolutely fine. They've been actually messaging back now. I will message Dennis Sweeney back. He said, I chased the prick down with my hatchet. Let's go, Dan. Don't mess with the Sweeneys. Don't mess with Sweeney. Do you know what I love, right? When their videos, right? Bill, Amy's upset with you. I'm not. Every time he upsets people, he leaves. He's a neighbor. He was a neighbor. Bum, ba, bum. Right, the Sweeney's one. I mean, this is how cool is this seeing Dennis hanging out with the flags and Brenda driving? What dedication is that? I love that clip in this video. Hey, they're the Sweeneys. They love sweening around. We love Dennis and Brenda, King and Queen of Canton. Hey, it's Brenda. She is driving around. What's that big lump doing through the sunroof? Oh, it's Dennis Sweeney. He's got flags around. Dennis and Brenda driving around. Hey, they're the Sweeneys. They love sweening around. We love Dennis and Brenda, King and Queen of Canton. Right. Yeah, next May. Then you'll have something to do. Cookout. There you go. Right. Do you know what I mean? I just love the fact that there's Brenda driving. Boom. Dennis's flags out. Love it. Ba ba da ba da da. Dennis and Brenda don't fuck about with them. Right. So I don't know what to talk about. I do reckon this trial's gone well. And I'm even happier with the fact that it's just got another basically done a day testimony to go after this one. Okay, why? 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 What are we doing? Why? Why? You know what? I get pumped with the chat, so when chat's gone quiet, I don't. Right. What do I do here? Did you hear that? So I did play a clip of it with the judge who got unalived, and his own sheriff killed him. There was a hearing today. The sheriff was in court today. It's been recorded, I believe. But I don't think we'll have time to watch it today. But yeah, how mental's that? Your own sheriff. Now, I've heard rumors on it and stuff, but
Can be
don't
seated.
deal with rumors here. Well, we do, but
Need to wait
it's
for the
rumors. Oh,
attorneys.
hello. What?
Okay. Okay.
Hey.
Well, then I will
do?
step off and then just let me know when they get here. I'll just be in the back hallway. Okay.
Okay. Lou, I just had a notification saying that your hoodie is at Swindon, my darling. So it's at Swindon, which means it'll be with you probably not tomorrow, probably Friday. So yeah, because both sides are saying different stories. One side saying that the judge is a kidney fiddler, and the other side saying that it's something different. Do you know what I mean? The sheriff is a kidney fiddler. So I have no idea, and there's a lot more other stuff. So we'll see. We'll see as we go through it. We'll see. This is why you don't listen to rumors, people. Wait until we know more. So there's something happened in court. They just said, call me when the witness arrives or something, or when somebody arrives. I think Sean. Yeah, Sean is on tonight. So is Resisting to Silence. They're on tonight as well. Sean's on at 6 Eastern, and then Resisting to Silence are on at 5:30 Eastern. Oh shit! Yeah, that's true. I don't know what Sean's subject is tonight. I have no idea what he has got on tonight, though. So yeah, there's 2 streams to watch tonight: Resistant to Silence and Sean El Jefe. Bow, 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 bow. I can't believe Sean's got over like 3,000 members. Fucking hell. He's probably more like 4,000 or 5,000 now as well. Fucking hell. Justin. Oh. Yeah, I know. It's a kid that I believe died. I think is it Justin Root? No, he's Sean, though. He'll talk about 100 million things as well. So, da, da, ba, ba, ba. Right, so we got all that sorted. Tomorrow, hopefully, last day testimony for this. And then, yeah, we'll try and watch the clips of the judge and stuff on Friday when we got more time. And yes, we will be having Wade Wilson Day before long, because there's so much to catch up on Wade Wilson now. There's like 3 or 4 different calls. His interrogation video as well. That's like 3.5 hours. So we got a lot to catch up on. So we will do that. Might do a little bit on Friday once we're on Verdict Watch. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Because we got to remember next week as well. Because you've got so Boone. They earmarking 3 days for jury selection. The defense attorney thinks they might get it done in 1 day, but everyone else is more optimistic there will be 3 days. So we'll just keep an eye on that. We'll just keep an eye on that. That's fine. No, Wade's calls isn't for everybody, people. It's not for everybody. I actually enjoy them. I genuinely actually enjoy them. So I think they're intriguing because you get to listen to in the mind of somebody else. You're basically listening to the mind of a psycho. So you don't get to do that every day. So that's why I enjoy them. I know lots of people love them. Some people hate them. So it is. It's not everyone's cup of tea for sure. For sure, to be sure, to be sure. Dennis, good man. Oh, it's magic. We know. Oh, there you go, Sarah. There you go. Yeah, yeah. I've not seen it. I don't cheat on myself like you do. So, you know, no, we'll zoom it. We'll get through it. Well, that's not. Is that true though, Anthony? Or are you just what you've heard? Has that come out in court? Did that come out in court today, or is that just something that you've heard on the grapevine? Because I've heard that. I've also heard the other way, that the judge did. The sheriff did. Anyway, I don't know. But if that came out in court, fair play. If it didn't come out in court, then I don't believe it. Not until I hear it in court. Yeah, he didn't have all no tattoos. Most of them were done in jail, I think, Danielle. But I think Bill might have gone, Crystal. Bill might have gone. Yeah, I don't know. Here we go. Must be ready.
What? Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Judge, for the time.
All right. So who's going to be the defense next witness?
No.
Okay. So, Ms. Kuhn, I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand for me.
Hang on. Are you talking about court TV, Anthony? Or are you talking about his court appearance today? His actual court appearance in the dock today? Or are you talking about court TV? Because that's a massive difference.
Do you swear or affirm, tell me the truth, whole truth, nothing but the true self you got? All right, Ms. Kuhn, my understanding is you are going to take the witness stand. Is that correct? Have you had sufficient time to talk to your attorneys about this decision? Have they explained to you the pros and cons about testifying? Have you had any drugs or alcohol in the last 24 hours?
No.
Okay. And you understand what you're going to be doing is that you will be able to go on the witness stand. You will have to, you will answer questions from your attorney, but the state will also have the right to cross-examine you. Do you understand that? Okay. Do you understand if you didn't testify, we give the jury an instruction that lets them know they cannot hold that against you? Do you understand that? That I would give them an instruction that the fact that a defendant chose not to testify should not be viewed as any admission of guilt. Yes. And just to be more specific, if you did not take the witness stand, you would be entitled to this jury instruction. The jury instruction is this: the Constitution requires the state to prove its accusations against the defendant. It is not necessary for the defendant to disprove anything, nor is the defendant required to prove her innocence. It is up to the state to prove the defendant's guilt by evidence. The defendant exercised a fundamental right by choosing not to be a witness in this case. You must not view this as an admission of guilt or be influenced in any way by her decision, No juror should ever be concerned that the defendant did or did not take the witness stand to give testimony in a case. So if you chose not to testify, you would be entitled to that instruction. Do you understand that? Sure.
Oh, we'll see if she testifies now. It's interesting, isn't it? They say in self-defense cases you have to testify. I normally edge to say she shouldn't testify, but in this case, I think she has to. There's just too much. Ultimately, the prosecution done their job. They've proven that she killed him. So it's now up to the defense to prove that she was in fear of her life, basically. And how are they going to do that? Basically through her, in my opinion. This is the trouble with self-defense and, battered wife syndrome defense. I know they got psychologists come in, but
Mr. Barnes, Mr. Harris, would y'all like to go back into the witness room, the interview room, or?
Simple question. But no for this second, but if you could give
Sure.
another minute.
with having this discussion means that she's not going to testify, maybe. Maybe they think the therapist is enough. Or psychologist, whatever it is. We should just go back to the room. Okay, they're ready.
No testimony from Ms. Kuhn, Judge. It is going to necessitate me to have a few words with my expert. If you want to run through that colloquy, I don't necessarily need to be here. I'm trying to save time. Because if you run through the colloquy and then I say Dr. Harper, I need to have a word with Dr. Harper in light of where we are. It's not going to be more than 5 minutes.
Okay. Yellow approach.
Okay, she's not testifying. So I think she'll be found guilty. So, and then if that's the case, she'll be found guilty. They're playing well at the minute. They're playing really well, Minnesota Vikings at the minute. There's a couple of fans here that support the Vikings. So yeah, no, they're doing really well at the minute. Better than expected, I believe. So yeah, she's not testifying. I think now she will. They got a psychologist coming on who's going to say she said all these things, but unfortunately, like we heard in openings, the prosecution are ready for this anyway. So no, there's no jury there yet. No jury, nobody there at the minute. Oh my! I think not to be a thing here, but I do now believe, unless something miracle happens, I do believe she's now going to be found guilty. So, because the psychologist is going to paint a picture of her being a battered wife. However, the defense are going to play the card again. Oh, sorry. State can play the card of, oh, well, hang on. She's saying all this, but where's the proof? So, I don't know. No, so first degree murder. I'm not sure if it's premeditated or what it is. I don't think it's premeditated. I think it's first degree something murder, and that's it. They will probably add charges in as well. But I don't even see. I don't know about manslaughter. It is premeditated. Well, it's one of those things. It's first degree something anyway. I don't think you can say it's premeditated though. But obviously they think they can. Obviously Lady Di. Obviously die. That's just the team you're following. That's fine, Anthony. That's fine. You're following the team. It's good. I love American football. I watch it every Sunday, 6 o'clock our time onwards. Hey, Toots. Literally, Sarah P was just saying, what a shit choice this was by you. I was like, no, it's a great choice by Lady Di. So don't blame Lady Di, Sarah P. That's what I was saying to her. But she wasn't listening to me. And the only thing you missed was the defendant is no longer testifying. Yeah, you see, what Sarah P is like. She acts all lovely and stuff, but you all know what she's like. What lies, Sarah P? I'm gonna have to time you out, I think. Sarah P, Sarah P, Sarah P, 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 Sarah P, Sarah P used to be lovely. I know, Lady Di. You gotta work. Oh, fuck! Just hit myself in the nose. Oh, you bollocks. Oh, that hurt as well. Right in the nostril. Look at Sarah P laughing. That was deserved. The amount of times I pick on Sarah P, but jeepers. My arm just went like that. Oh, my poor nostril. Cheese and rice. Luckily, it was scraped there. It didn't, I'm fine, Gary. I'm fine. I'm all good. I think, I don't think there's any blood coming. No. I'm all good, people. Oh. The truth. No blood. There's no blood. It's fine. The truth, Sarah P. I'm the teller of truth. What are they talking about now? Luckily grazed. Yeah, she's tapping along. Tapping along. Listen to the songs. Stenographer tapping along. Karma, what the fuck? I'm so nice to Sarah P. Unbelievable. So, Lady Di, hey, Lady Di, you coming to Boston, yeah? You're coming to Boston, yeah? You're so nice. Thank you, Toots. I'm always nice to her. It's unbelievable. She treats me like shit. Hey, Rebecca. How are you? Hey, Rebecca, are you, Lady Di and Rebecca, are you coming to Boston? You two coming to Boston? Words from Brenda. What a joke. What a joke. You're right. I was offered to go to the boy trivia night fundraiser, but I can't attend that night, but there will be another Halloween party this year. I will attend that. Yeah, isn't Resisted to Silence doing something for Halloween? Are they do trick or treat Halloween something? You got to go around in cars and find stuff, or making that up? I'm sure Tracy and Dina said something. He's cross-dressing. He's going as a witch, a sexy witch. Going as a sexy witch in corsets and all that. Halloween. You know what? That's one thing I don't do is Halloween. I don't like Halloween. It's not that I don't like it. We just don't do it here. I did. I luckily just the side of my nose. Yannetti dinner, yeah, $50 a raffle ticket, isn't it? Put some money in there, little G. You're quick. I was waiting for that. So, Toots, if you got some clothes for Scott. Scott, thank you for being a great sport. Thank you for being a great sport. Rebecca and Lady Di ignoring me now. I just want to know if you're not coming to Boston. That's fine, absolutely fine. But, obviously, I hope you do. But I just wondered if you two are coming. It'd be great to have you there. But I also understand if you can't make it as well. Yannetti's dinner, yeah, Karen and Yannetti. You can win a chance to go for dinner with Yannetti and Karen Reid in October. No, I didn't see it. Do you know what it is? Do you know what it is? Sarah P. She deleted them. I've not seen your answers. I promise you, I've not seen them. I promise you, I've not seen them. Nope, 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 nothing. There you go, scavenger hunt. There you go. Boston ain't ready for me. So Sarah P's been deleting your messages. I saw that one. Why not? Why not? It'd be great to have you there. No timeout, but you deleted. Scavenger hunt and the Halloween costume party are two different events. That's what I meant, though, Scott. You can still go to the scavenger hunt if you can. That's what I meant. Sarah P. She's deleting messages. Sarah P. She's deleting messages. Sarah P. doesn't like Lady Di 02. Sarah P. doesn't like Lady Di. I don't think she does anyway. Oh shit, I'm not muted. Fuck. I would love to actually. Let me look at schedule. I have over 400 hours of vacation time and probably more by this time. Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Okay.
Put it in.
What we're going to do is we're going to be in recess for an additional 20 minutes. And if court security can let the jury know that that they won't be, they're still handling some matters here. And then I will step off, give you that case, and then y'all can review that, and then I'll come back in, and then perhaps we'll be ready to go through the colloquy at that time.
Yes.
Okay? All right.
Thank you. Who's Ross for the judge?
That's interesting. Some case. They're gonna read some case. They're gonna read some case and then colloquy. Maybe she still will testify. No worries, Lou. My last message was deleted because I said my head was killing. Well, you go. You might not feel like it tonight, but um, hopefully you keep pounding Terry. And after you pounded Terry, maybe go on a treadmill for a little bit, Lou, if you can, as well, if you feel up to it. But most important thing is you pound Terry first, and then the treadmill afterwards. Yeah. So Lou, look after yourself, my darling, and I'll see you tomorrow. And I announced it. Your hoodie, I got an announcement that it is in Swindon at the minute, so you should probably get it Friday, I imagine. We don't know, Vix, which case, we don't know. So some case that they're going to review now and then go through the colloquy. So she might still end up testifying, I don't know. 12-hour drive for me, fuck, that's long. Well, there's no flights. Or, I don't know. I know it's easy for me to say, but again, more the merrier. I'd love to see many people there, because the thing is, the sooner we know who's booked and coming, the sooner we can book stuff. That's why I'm asking people. Yes, Scott, applicable case law. That's the one. Right, we'll see what happens now. We don't know which case though. What it is? Sarah P deletes Lady Di. Sarah P. I don't think she likes Lady Di. I am joking, of course. Sarah likes everybody. Right. Who else we've seen here? Robin G. We've seen Robin G. Here today. Where's Robin G gone? Robin G. Robin G. Riding through the glen. Robin G. Chasing all the men. All the men can never find Robin G. G spot. Yeah, Wednesday, yes. Well, I think Wednesday's isn't that when Hippie Chick is coming out? I think Hippie Chick's playing out on a Wednesday. Wednesday evening or something, and then we're going to do stuff from Thursday onwards. Hey, good luck tomorrow, Lou. Vix, what, Boston? You coming to Boston with us? Seriously coming to Boston? More than welcome to. Even if you come out for like 4 or 5 days, Vix. It'd be great to have you out there. So Hippie Chicks go Wednesday to Tuesday. Well, I'm just saying, yeah, but now you said that, look, that's why I said it, because Hippie Chick says she's coming out Wednesday to Tuesday. I'm saying Wednesday's a better. There you go. But no worries, Robin G, you drive away. Corn Pope is in here. Corn Pope is here now. But I'm just saying, if you got the Wednesday ones, then, you can time it with the rest of them. I think there's talks about getting hotels and stuff like that. I do know a lot of the hotels have been selling out. So I know you've been here for hours. I know you have. I got this distinct like stare on me. I'm like someone glued staring at me singing. Hopefully Sarah P's coming as well. Hopefully. Everybody should come. Yes, I agree. I know some people can't afford it, so I know a lot of people can't afford it. There you go. Hey, there you go, Vix. Because you're in London anyway. So get sorted now, Vix, because I'll tell you why, especially if you're coming from the UK, there's flight deals on right now. And also, yeah, just best to get everything sorted. You know what I mean? Get your hotel, get whatever you need. Everyone should come. I like the fact that Lady Di got in there. That's what she said. Whee! I missed that one, but I knew somebody would find it. No, so yeah, I do know if you're coming from the UK, people, there's a sale on right now on flights. So get on it. Get on it. I know when I was looking for hotels in Boston, there was a lot of what do you call it? There was some of them were selling out. Vix Logic, when we go in, so I am going. This is not you. This is me. I am going the 14th to the 28th. Now everyone else is going. Let me just tell you when they are all going for you, Vix. Oh shit, wrong one. That's what she said. Everyone else is going the 21st to like the 27th, 28th. 21st, 22nd, do you know what I mean? So, of May next year. 21st, 22nd. And so, there you go. Hippie Chick's going the 21st to the 27th. I think Carol's going 21st to 28th. I'm not sure about everybody else yet. So, and I said that I'm not available on the 20th or 21st or potentially the 19th. But then the 22nd, I am all yours, ladies. We'll be. I need to think of what we can do on the Thursday first, but we'll be all together now, all together now. Have you booked your flight, Hippie Chick? Have you booked it? May 2025. May next year, Vix. May of next year. Everybody, put your hands. Everybody, put your hands. Everybody, put your hands up in the air. If you're coming to Boston, Massachusetts, in May 2025. We're on this together. High School Musical. I love High School Musical. Go on, Pope. Just shut up. I don't remember the song now. But yeah, we had May. Okay, there you go. So look for Look for flights potentially 21st or something like that. To 27th, whatever. Get your hotel booked. Get everything done. So it's better to book in, especially if you're in the UK, because there's a sales on. There you go, Hippie Chick. That's a good sign. We've got a sale on right now, which is why I'm pushing it for people in the UK if they want to go. The sale is on right now. So it's easier. And hopefully everyone gets the same hotel, and then, once it's booked, you'll be happy then, won't you? So ba 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 da ba ba da ba ba da. He's got a pineapple. No, we won't say that. Danielle, I don't know, Danielle. What hotel are you at? I'm not at a hotel. I am staying in an Airbnb. I'm staying in an Airbnb, Lady Di. So I won't be at the hotel. I just don't trust you ladies, do you know what I mean? It's all good, Gary. Don't worry about it. It's all good. Don't worry about that. It's fine. Little G's going to try and get a block of rooms. There you go. I don't know. It might be the Macabres I'm staying with. I had no idea, to be honest with you. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. My hat went. I haven't seen Katie Santos for ages. I'll wear her one now. Boston is very expensive. Very expensive, let me tell you. Can't we stay with you then? Can you imagine? Jeepers creepers. Scott, hotel will be spring break. I know it will. Scott, I think they're waiting for you as the entertainment. High heels coming in. Scott McGuinness coming in. Followed by Dana and Dennis in their speedos. Robin G, you found an Airbnb? Yes, I found an Airbnb. Yes, I found an Airbnb. which is good. So it's good. Found it for the whole time. Don't have to even change or anything, so it's fine. Sleeper with Bill as well. Yes, that's true. Sleep with Bill. Bill is sending out his keys next week. I can imagine. I can imagine. I'll open to block or big Airbnb. The trouble with Airbnb, well, maybe no, you can stay somewhere outside of Canton. I don't think there was many options in Canton. I think I got lucky with my one, to be quite honest with you. So there you go. This is another one. Yeah. Okay. Well, anyway, you're all grown ups. I'm happy now that I've booked everything. The only thing I need to now, obviously not everything. I need to do my Esther, and I need to do a few other bits. But I'm so relieved now. It's all done. It's out the way. I don't have to worry about anything. So than having to stress last minute for stuff. I need to sort my phone out though to do that vlog camera. Did you know Auntie Bev has an Airbnb cabin in Canada? No, I didn't know that, Sasmas. I didn't know that. Found Airbnb in Canada for cheap, but they read reviews and now know why it's cheap. Is that the one with the mice? Is that the one with the mice? There was one there, looked alright, but it had mice coming up and some randoms, I think, walking up from the basement or some shit like that. I don't remember. Can't imagine many Airbnb. There's a handful. There was a handful there, and if I wanted other dates, they were quite a bit. But bugs and hairs everywhere. Yes, that's it. Denise, it's quite good. It's cheaper than a hotel. Cheaper than a hotel. There's more Airbnbs in Canton than what you think. The problem I got was I wanted specific dates. So if I was more flexible in my dates, it'd been fine. Do you know what I mean? So Lisa Reed. The fuck you sent me that for? Oh, Lisa sent me a video of a creepy Airbnb, and somebody was like opening the drawers, like the cabinet, and going, "Hey, how you doing?" I try and stay in Airbnbs. When I was in Glasgow, when I first went to Glasgow, I didn't know which area I was going to stay at. So for the first few months, I just stayed in Airbnbs in different areas. It was so much fun, meet new people, and you get to see the areas and see them where you want to live and stuff. So yeah. No, I know what you mean, Scott. But I there was quite a few Airbnbs, but not for my dates. Not for my dates. For my dates, I think there was only a handful. Glasgow is beautiful, yes. The amount of Airbnbs out there, there's shit tons. Randolph, is it? Randolph? Fuck tons. Sharon, had quite a few in Sharon. Norwood, there was a lot in Norwood. Dedham had a handful for my dates. And these were just my dates, let alone everything else. I did look at a Braintree as well. That's another one. Had a lot. So I don't know. Denise, I didn't go down Foxborough Way, to be honest with you, Denise, because I was only looking at specific areas. I ended up doing it in Canton because of the Sweeneys, because my Mr. Chauffeur, the King of Canton, Dennis Sweeney is my chauffeur, so I just want to be close to them. I could have got a lot of Airbnbs, like as I say, Sharon, Randolph, Norwood, Dedham, those areas. Milton, is it? There were quite a few, but I didn't go that way down. I didn't go down that far with Foxborough. Because if I go to Foxborough way, I might as well just fucking stay with Bill. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, well, so not just Boston, Scott. A hotel. There was a hotel in Dedham for the same dates that I was staying, and he was like, "Well, in my money, it was £2,800. So that's about $3,500 for the 14 nights." So and that was in the suburbs. That is in Dedham. Then in Norwood, they were varying about between $3,000 and $5,000 for 2 weeks. So it's and I didn't even bother looking at in Boston. Do you know what I mean? It was pretty much near enough to $200 a night in the hotel. There were a couple a little bit cheaper. One in Canton, I think, was like $3,000 for 2 weeks in Canton. So yeah, and a lot of people have guest houses, so a room within the house. A room within the house. Gator Girl, hello Gator Girl. So this is because they will need to review something before making some decisions to see if she's testifying. Here he is, my chauffeur, the King of Canton, Dennis Sweeney, my bouncer as well. After all that, no one fucks with the Sweeneys. Let me tell you, no one fucks with the Sweeneys, people. Let's go, Dennis. Hope you and Brenda are okay. I know you are okay. You told me you're okay. But yeah, nice to see you safe and sound and back. I'm sorry that you had to go through that, Dennis. But yeah, I'll remove the quote for a second. Hang on. We don't need to look at or rather look at Brenda. It's now 9 o'clock in the evening. Gator Girl, 9 o'clock in the evening. It's now or never. Like Brenda singing, it's now or never. Go Dennis Sweeney. Oh Dennis, oh Dennis, oh Dennis Sweeney. Dennis and Brenda, look at the t-shirts, El Chatty. Tits and clams, Boston. Dana and Dennis. Cheese and rice, all in the corner. Bedtime? Nah, not bedtime for me. Beep, 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 beep. There's no limit. Beep, 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 beep. There's no limit. There's no limit to reach for the stars. No mountain too deep. No valley too deep. No mountain too high. Dee, 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 dee. We're fine. He shit himself. Locked himself backyard. Puss. On your show. What's on my show? On your show? Back on your show. Begging, please. I'm begging you, please. No go. I'm begging you, please. No. So look at Corn Pop. She's making songs up for me. Begging you, please. No. Thank you, Corn Pop. Whilst we're doing that, hang on. Where the hell is it? Where is it? No, here it is. Here it is. Shari bought another 5 coffees. That's 8 coffees today now. Shari, thank you so much. Delaney, you're a powerhouse, bringing people together. Not sure if you realize what you've done for me and others in the chat. Tits and clams. No, I do not realize. I don't think I've done anything, but thank you for being your kind words. I literally don't know what you're on about, but thank you, Shari. I love you, Shari. Tits and clams, tits and clams. We will tits and clams all the way in Boston. Because do you know what? I know, what I know about Shari is she loves this one. Boom, boom, boom. Amy's got big boobies, boobies. Boom, boom, boom. Amy's got nice boobies, boobies. Tits and clams, that's a Shari D. Tits and clams, that's a Shari D. So there you go. Thank you again, my darling. All right, present. Share, present.
Okay.
They're back.
I think you're going to hear that she's not going to testify.
Okay.
I'm going to ask if we can adjourn for the day.
Okay.
I'm going to do more research and more thought. You may already have an answer on that. And if you do, then you want to tell, if you want to make a ruling now, or that's fine.
Okay.
Obviously. We'd come back tomorrow, obviously, either way. Is Dr. Harper going to be coming with? Right now, I don't know. Maybe you do if a client doesn't testify. She understands that risk to the extent it's a risk.
Okay. So I reviewed the case law while we were out. And again, as I stated before at the bench, I'd reviewed some case law even before the trial started, believing these issues may arise. So right now in the state of Florida, we have a split among the District Court of Appeals on whether or not PTSD testimony is admissible to establish self-defense. In the Mizell case, which is the first DCA, the first DCA said it could be admissible. We have the Okendo case, which is from the second DCA, says it's not admissible. There was another DCA maybe 2 weeks ago, and I can't remember if it was the fourth or the sixth DCA, agreed with Okendo. And I don't know if that opinion is technically final. I saw that. So I think this has been within the last 2 weeks. But here is what I also take out of the Mizell case in the first DCA, is that what happened in that case is the state wanted to preclude PTSD testimony. And what the trial judge did in that case is said, no, as long as these parameters are met, it could be admissible. The state appealed. And what the DCA said was that it could be admissible. And the DCA had no issues with the parameters that the trial judge gave. One of the parameters was that the trial judge said, in order to present PTSD, the defendant had to testify, because it's got to be the defendant that lays that predicate. Otherwise, you could have an expert witness be a conduit to inadmissible hearsay.
I don't know if you're inviting argument right now or you're giving me an advisory, which I absolutely appreciate. I would say this, though, either way, Dr. Harper would come in tomorrow and I would proffer, in all likelihood, if you would allow that. Now, I'm grateful for your,
What I'm saying is if based on Okendo, I don't think the PTSD comes in. Okay. Now, I understand the first DCA said otherwise. I think I personally agree with Okendo and the rationale. But even if it could come in under the first DCA case, it appears that a defendant has to testify before an expert can come in and render such opinions.
I understand that logic with regard to hearsay. However, if the doctor bases that opinion on, for instance, the video interrogation, this lady obviously has PTSD, and let me tell you why. It's far-fetched, I'll grant. But if she gives an opinion without using hearsay, then
well, then we run into the issue of what is the state going to be able to do for rebuttal? I mean, can the state's expert render such an opinion to say perhaps she's not, she's not suffering from PTSD? And then we have the issue of, with battered spouse syndrome, notice has to be given, right?
Yes, sir.
yes, which was, as you know.
Yeah, no, it was in this case, but there's been no notice of PTSD in this case.
I can comment on that if
sure.
So, one of the issues I had, and we kind of went back and forth several times, was that I never got anything in writing from Dr. Harper in terms of a report of her, findings, what she looked at, conclusions. And so, we did a deposition, which I think it was 2 days. I tried to cover as much possible ground as, and at the end, I asked her her conclusions, and I'm looking through the deposition again, and in her conclusions, she never told me that she had diagnosed it with PTSD, because obviously I didn't specifically ask that because we were there for battered spouse syndrome. So I don't know if that's something Dr. Harper would then get on the stand and testify, but that has never come up before, and that, like I said, that was never a part of the, I don't know if it was a 6 or 7 hour deposition total. The state has, as I sit here now, 3 days into the trial, I have no knowledge that she's been diagnosed with PTSD.
And I don't know if I'm going to call Harper. There's a likelihood that I'm not anyway. I think we're going to do the same things here in a minute, and come in tomorrow and game on. I'll let you know if I'm planning to call her. To the extent you care, I can let you know. But
well, because it also means if she were to testify, she would be getting into statements that the defendant made to her without the state being able to cross-examine. Basically she's going to be testifying to what would be otherwise inadmissible hearsay in some respects. Now, some of the stuff we've already seen and has already come into evidence, but that's also a concern that, again, it becomes a backdoor way to get into evidence from the defendant without the ability to cross-examine, because the state's not going to be able to cross-examine the truth of what Ms. Kuhn told the expert. So
are you ruling?
I'm ruling right now, unless you come in tomorrow with some really, really good solid case law. I'm saying that if she doesn't testify, I don't believe I can have the expert opinion, any expert opinion, an expert testimony come in.
I appreciate the advisory ruling because I think it could be important for my client's decision. However, I haven't even called her or asked her anything at this stage, so I'm not being disrespectful to you, and I appreciate
I'm just
it.
trying to, I'm just
No,
trying to
I get
interpret
it.
the case law.
I get it. I appreciate it. So let's do our thing, and
Okay.
you said what you said, and I know, where I am and what I have to do.
Okay. All right. So, Ms. Kuhn, I previously placed you under oath. You're still under oath. Okay. All right. And I just want to have a clear record of everything. First of all, do you understand that the decision to testify or not to testify is your decision? It's not a decision your attorneys make for you. It is your decision. Do you understand that? Okay. Do you understand that if you want to, you can go on the witness stand and testify and answer questions from your attorneys and then be cross-examined by the state? Do you understand that? Do you also understand you have the right not to testify and that I would give the jury the instruction that's required if a defendant does not testify? Do you understand that? Do you understand if you did testify, there's an instruction that says the defendant in this case has become a witness. You should apply the same rules to consideration of her testimony that you apply to the testimony of the other witnesses. So what I'm saying is there's an instruction I have to give the jury if you do testify. There's an instruction I have to give to the jury if you do not testify. Do you understand that? Have you had sufficient time to talk to your attorneys about this decision? Have your attorneys explained to you the pros and cons about not testifying?
Yes.
Have they explained to you the pros and cons about testifying?
Yes.
Have they now answered all your questions about this decision?
Yes, sir.
Is anybody forcing you not to testify?
No.
Anybody made any threats to you to get to you not to testify?
No.
I'm sorry. Some of these questions seem strange, but they're questions I have to go through.
Yes, sir.
Is it your decision not to testify in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Has anybody promised you a certain outcome if you did or did not testify?
No.
And you understand this is your decision not to testify.
Yes, sir.
And that's what you want to do.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Any questions from Mr. Barnes or Mr. Etheridge on this that I've not covered?
None, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to find her decision not to testify has been done freely, voluntarily, and she understands that decision. And so she will not be taking the stand. So that leaves us where we go from today. And I think as we previously discussed, all the attorneys believe now would be an appropriate time to recess for the day. Mr. Alderman? Or
Yes, I mean, my only concern is, depending on how the defense proceeds or the court's rulings, is, the time frame. So, and as planned, I knew both doctors were going to take a long time, which is why we had the schedule that we do. So that would be my concern. If we were to pick up Dr. Harper in the morning, I don't know where that leaves us in terms of time frame.
Are you? Can I have a moment?
You may.
I mean, I would rather that, and then I'll pick up the rebuttal in the morning, and then we can do probably closing. So
Let me just tell you. Judge, I think what we'd like to do is rest in front of the jury today
Okay.
and come back tomorrow at that point.
All right.
We do a rebuttal and obviously close it.
Okay.
The fuck? What the fuck has just happened?
Okay.
I think, yeah,
That's what you want to do today.
yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Alderman asked me, and I think it's a fair question. I didn't want to rest for obvious reasons, but I don't think Dr. Harper would testify anyway. And
Okay.
as an officer of the court,
And so, for the court's information in terms of rebuttal, it would probably be 3 witnesses because there is obviously, as we talked about, an argument for self-defense.
Right. And I need to make that part of the record. The state has agreed that based on the evidence that has been presented thus far in the trial, that she would be entitled to the self-defense instruction. Is that correct, Mr.
That's
Alderman?
correct, sir. Yes.
Okay. That she would be, as a matter of law, entitled to that self-defense instruction.
Yes, and based on, again, there was a defense witness with allegations of self-defense. So on rebuttal, the state would get into statements by the victim. So at this point, it would probably be probably 3 witnesses: Mr. Joyner, Deputy Quick, and Deputy Rowell, or Detective Rowell. I think all 3 would be fairly quick.
Okay. And so we would plan to do closings then tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
yes, sir.
Okay. And all right, let's go ahead and bring the jury in. You'll rest. Then I'll send the jury home for the day. And we'll talk briefly about some other matters after the jury leaves.
Yes, sir.
Okay? All right.
And you're going to want to have them to come in at 8:30, or what would be the plan for tomorrow?
8:30.
Okay.
Yeah, my understanding is we are not planning to close the courthouse in Santa Rosa tomorrow. Right now, as we speak right now, the plan is for the courthouse to remain open, given the current track of the hurricane. I understand Walton is closing.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And I think Okaloosa.
My understanding is they're closing at noon.
Yes, sir.
Is it supposed to be worse later in the day or earlier in the day? Do you know?
10 o'clock is landfall.
10 o'clock in the morning of tomorrow night. Okay. So the only thing I've heard about Santa Rosa County is apparently the school district is canceling after school activities in the evening. But I mean, right now the track seems to be going on a more easterly path so that it would not affect us. But as we know historically, that can change. And if it does, then y'all may be getting phone calls or something like that to, or just watch the local news or something like that. But right now we are not planning on closing the courthouse in Santa Rosa. And they're not planning on closing it in Escambia, as far as I know. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's bring the jury in.
So, essentially, the defense have an opportunity to come back tomorrow with some case law if they wanted to, because he will not allow PTSD to come in as a part of their defense, unless. So, the case law says that there's been one case law that has allowed an expert to testify about PTSD in a defendant, in a victim. And there's 2 other case laws he cited where they wouldn't allow the PSD expert to come in without the defendant testifying to lay the groundwork, because this goes back to the problem of what do you call it? Obviously, the expert the expert's basically testifying for the defendant by saying all these things. So it's not fair on the Commonwealth for that, essentially, because they don't have a chance to really cross-examine that. So he's not allowing it. The only way that they will allow it is if she testifies and lays the foundation, and then the expert to come in. The reason they're arresting now is they have another expert, but the other expert is coming in through rebuttal. So they agreed to get this expert in via rebuttal. So because they're not there right now, so they're going to arrest, and then they're going to bring the doctor in for a rebuttal, who was a witness also for the defense and the prosecution, and then the two police officers as well for that. So the doctor is basically about PTSD stuff. So yeah, that's it. Yes, Scott.
Okay, everybody can have a seat. All right, members of the jury, I apologize for a little bit longer delay than we were expecting. Mr. Barnes?
The defense rests, Your Honor.
All right, members of the jury, the defense has rested. Here's what's going to happen is we are now done for today. Y'all will come back tomorrow, and we will resume the trial. And what I'm going to ask you to do, again, is not discuss the case among yourselves. Please do not go on the internet, any social media websites, anything like that to do any research about this case or do any investigation about the case. Please not discuss the case again with anyone, including your closest friends or family members. And do not look at any kind of local media or anything like that. And again, this case should be decided on everything that occurs in the courtroom. So please heed to those instructions. And with that, I'm going to ask you to be back here at 8:30, and we will see you then. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
Yes, grey. It is grey, yes. She's done. She's gone. She's guilty. You know, she's going to be found guilty.
Okay, everybody can have a seat. What I did want to discuss was the jury instructions.
So since we have some extra time, we could handle that issue now.
Are y'all prepared to look at how we want to word the self-defense instruction, or at least get a working draft of it?
And I took out things that were obviously.
I do not care what they're going to say about that. I'm not staying to watch that. No, I'm not doing that. It's going to be too long. Only because we're going to hear the whole thing tomorrow. We're only going to hear the whole thing tomorrow. Do you know what I mean? That's the only reason. They're only going over the wording. So, obviously, if it was actually being read to juries, I would absolutely play it, but not for discussing. It's getting it's 8 hours for me. That's all. So this is Katie. Katie want to be the wear this, but she's not. I haven't seen it for ages. I haven't been wearing this all day at all. My Detroit Lions, my Lisa Reed one, fell off. That's why I put it on, because my hair's a mess. Right, everybody, please. Yeah, we'll hear it. It's now they're just discussing the wording of what goes into it. That's all. So we'll hear it fresh tomorrow. I don't want to hear it twice. So Florida also has storm warnings coming, as they said, but it should divert past them. Yeah, so should. So with that, everybody, I thank you so much for being here. This is a great trial. I thought this was not a great trial. This is a good trial. Yes, I agree with you, Scott. So tomorrow we probably have a verdict. Everybody. Yeah, I don't see how it could be. Well, we'll see what the charges are tomorrow. All right. Everybody, love you all. And I will end it with the Sweeneys. We love the Sweeneys. And yeah, I'll catch you all tomorrow. 9 o'clock Eastern tomorrow, people. 9 o'clock Eastern. I'm going live tomorrow. 2 o'clock UK time. I'm going live tomorrow. So, right. Good night, everybody. I'll leave you with the Sweeneys because I love the Sweeneys. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye. Hey, they're the Sweeneys. They love sweening around. We love Dennis and Brenda, King and Queen of Canton. Hey, it's Brenda. She is driving around. What's that big lump doing through the sunroof? Oh, it's Dennis Sweeney. He's got flags around. Dennis and Brenda driving around. Hey, they're the Sweeneys. They love sweening around. We love Dennis and Brenda, King and Queen of Canton. Boom, boom, boom. Amy's got big boobies. Boom, boom, boom. Amy's got nice boobies.